Chapter 10:15. You're courting death. Chang Henshin's eyes flashed fiercely when he saw that Li Changxing ignored his attack and went straight for the traceless moon. The demon sword in his hand flashed with a strange light as he slashed down at Li Changxing's back. Although Li Changxing's physical body was terrifying, Chang Hentian believed that his attack would definitely cut Li Changxing's body in half. He knew his demon sword too well. Ever since he had obtained this demon sword, no one had been able to block his attack with their physical body. Li Changxing did not stop after his first punch landed on Traceless Moon's body. He immediately followed up with a second punch. Many people in the distance exclaimed. There were Traceless Moon's friends and his seniors. If Li Changxing's second punch landed on Traceless Moon, he would probably die on the spot. However, no one could make a move in time. Moreover, no one could make a move. This kind of battle was for the younger generation. If the older generation were to join in, it would be a mess. Traceless Moon's eyes were filled with despair. He could only look at Chang Hentian with hope. As long as Chang Hentian slashed Li Changxing's body before Li Changxing's fist landed on him, he would have a chance to live. A cold light flickered in Chang Henshin's eyes as he watched the demonic blade finally land on Li Changxing's back. A faint smile appeared on his face. Traceless Moon also heaved a sigh of relief because Li Changxing's fist was still some distance away from him. Many of Yu Wuhan's friends, and even his elders, felt their hearts being put at ease. Traceless Moon managed to keep his life. However, what happened next made everyone's eyes widen. This was because Chang Henshin's demon sword slashed Li Changxing's body. It only tore Li Changxing's clothes and left a white mark on Li Changxing's skin. However, there was no blood at all. Chang Henshin's demon sword did not manage to break Li Changxing's physical defense. Then, Li Changxing's speed increased by a lot due to the power of the demon sword. He landed a punch on Traceless Moon's body. How did this happen? Traceless Moon's eyes widened. He saw that the punch had instantly penetrated his heart. Then, Traceless Moon flew more than 10 meters away and landed on the ground. However, Li Changxing's punch had extinguished his life force, and he no longer had any aura. Yu Wuhan died just like that. Chang Hentian held the demon sword in his hand with disbelief in his eyes. At this moment, the entire Jade Dragon Peak fell into silence. Everyone looked at Li Changxing in disbelief. 3 geniuses had joined forces, but 2 of them had been killed by him. Wasn't this a little too brutal? Especially Li Changxing's physical body. Its defense was simply too terrifying. Chang Henshin's demon sword is famous in the Devil Sky Star Zone for being powerful. However, it did not manage to break his body. How strong is his body? At this moment, Li Changxing turned to look at Chang Hentian after killing Traceless Moon with a punch. He looked at Chang Hentian with a smile. However, that smile was extremely terrifying in Chang Henshin's eyes. As a member of the Devil Sect, Chang Hentian had reaped countless lives with his demon sword. Many people even secretly called him the Devil Shura. However, at this moment, he felt that Li Changxing was the real devil. His hand that was holding onto the demon sword was trembling slightly. Li Changxing took a step forward and rushed towards Chang Hentian. His fist was like a dragon as he punched Chang Hentian. This punch tore through the air like a series of thunder. Upon seeing Li Changxing rushing towards him, Chang Hentian knew that he had nowhere to retreat. He clenched his teeth and gripped the demon sword in his hand tightly. Instantly, his demon sword shone brightly. However, as this demon sword was too sinister, Chang Hentian usually sealed it with a secret technique. It could only reveal a little of its power. At this critical moment, he couldn't care less and completely unsealed the demon sword. This demon sword had the effect of bewitching people. Once it was fully released, even Chang Hentian couldn't control it. As the demon sword was unsealed, a crimson light shot into the sky. Suddenly, an aura that made people's hearts palpitate filled the air. Facing Li Changxing, Chang Hentian slashed out with his demon sword. The crimson light was accompanied by countless ghostly howls, which bewitched people's minds. Chang Henshin's eyes turned blood red as well, as though he had turned into a completely different person. Oh no! His mind has been bewitched by the demon sword. Many people in the distance exclaimed. I remember now. Is this demonic saber the legendary Lihan saber? It is said that the Hatred sword is the treasure passed down from the Hatred demon sect. However, because of the evil, the entire Hatred demon sect, including thousands of people, were killed one day and their blood was sucked dry. Someone went to the Hatred demon sect to investigate. In the end, they found only this demon sword floating quietly in the air. Someone speculated that it was very likely that this demon sword killed everyone in the Hatred demon sect. This is just a guess. However, it seems that this guess is most likely true. It can even kill its master. Isn't this demon sword too evil? No wonder Chang Hentian has been hiding it in the scabbard and sealing it. If it continues to release its power, I'm afraid the human world will become hell. Many people recalled the legend of this demon sword and their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, the demon sword was already slashing towards Li Changsheng and colliding with Li Changsheng's fist. Rumble. A roar sounded between heaven and earth. The demon sword was smashed by Li Changsheng's fist. In the next moment, the demon sword directly left Chang Henshin's hand and flew into the sky. Then, it turned into a red light and pierced its master. Be careful. What's going on? What happened? At the top of the Jade Dragon Mountain, there was a series of exclamations. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why is this demon sword stabbing its master instead? Chang Hentian stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his mind. The demonic blade pierced through the top of his head. Fart. The demon sword broke open his head and stabbed into his body. Only half of the hilt was left above his head. Then, the aura on his body began to change. Streaks of blood-red aura lingered around his body. Then, 2 red rays of light shot out from his eyes, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. He seemed to have been demonized. The demon sword had taken control of his body. It was a pity that Chang Hentian, the pride of the demon Skystar Zone, died in the hands of others. Now, he was controlled by his own weapon and turned into a puppet. While everyone was sighing, Chang Henshin's gaze fell on Li Changsheng again. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Kid, I have to thank you for freeing me. However, your body is too delicious. I can't help but want to devour it. Obviously, the one who spoke was not Chang Hentian, but the spirit of the demon sword. Li Changsheng's face did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he looked a little interested. A demon sword that can control its master's mind. Interesting. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand and the Tiandu sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 1016. Chang Hentian has been controlled by the demon blade. Should we help to suppress him? An elder from the sect asked. No need. Even if he is controlled by the demon blade, it is a battle between the younger generation. It doesn't matter what means we use, as long as we win. Hearing the elder's words, the elder who spoke quietened down. At this moment, with the appearance of the Tiandu sword in Li Changsheng's hand, Chang Hentian, who was controlled by the demon blade, finally showed some changes on his face. He was no longer as numb as before. What weapon is this? He felt a sense of threat from the Tiandu sword. A weapon specially designed to kill you. Li Changsheng slowly raised the Tiandu sword and directly stabbed at Chang Hentian. The sword light appeared and a terrifying aura spread out. Even the elders who were present could not help but change their faces. It was definitely a legendary weapon. Could it be that this young man has obtained some incredible inheritance? Is that why he is so powerful? Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses in Tiandu Star Zone who had obtained inheritances by chance and then rose to prominence. No wonder he is so powerful. Many people felt that they had found the reason to explain Li Changsheng's horrifying combat strength. The inheritance that can obtain such a treasure sword is definitely not ordinary. At the same time, there were people who looked at Li Changsheng with a burning gaze. Inheritances could be obtained. In the history of Tiandu Star Zone, there were many top figures who were able to dominate the world because they had obtained other people's inheritances and opportunities. In the end, they achieved their own achievements. For someone like Li Changsheng who came from a small tribe and did not have a guardian or a sect to back him up, it was best to obtain his opportunities. When Chang Hentian saw Li Changsheng thrusting his sword towards him, he made his move as well. He opened his arms wide and a black mist appeared on his arms. It was as if he had turned into a devil and the aura on his body was terrifying. The black mist became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was like a rope that formed a large net in the sky and went towards Li Changsheng. The assembly of this large net was very strange. Every net wire was flowing with a bright red light, like blood. It was very evil. The demonic blade itself was an evil object, and the power it used was also incomparably evil. Seeing the net falling, Li Changsheng did not stop at all. He held the Tiandu sword in his hand and crashed into the net without hesitation. Hula! The moment it collided with the net, an endless amount of sword chi suddenly burst out. A hole was instantly torn in the net that was filled with an evil aura. Then, the net was pulverized by the surging sword chi. The moment the net broke, Chang Hentian, who was controlled by Demon Blade, seemed to be severely injured. In the next moment, the sword chi spun like a tornado and swept towards Chang Hentian. Under the sword chi, the void cracked layer by layer. It was like a broken mirror. It was a terrifying power. Everyone's expression changed. Chang Hentian kept waving his hand and streams of black gas once again spread out. All kinds of weapons were formed in the sky in an attempt to block Li Changsheng's sword chi. However, the power of the Tiandu sword was so great that no matter what kind of obstacle it was instantly crushed by the Tiandu sword. Then, the sword light slashed Chang Hentian's body without any obstruction. Poochie. In an instant, a shocking wound was slashed on Chang Hentian's chest. Chang Hentian's eyes were filled with deep fear. Obviously, even this demonic blade was terrified of Li Changsheng's strength. Take another move of mine. Li Changsheng rushed over with the Tiandu sword in his hand. The sword light went straight for Chang Hentian's throat. Li Changsheng could also see that this demonic blade could not kill by itself. It had to rely on a person's physical body. If Li Changsheng destroyed Chang Hentian's physical body, this demonic blade would lose its power. After all, a weapon was a weapon. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it had to be controlled by someone. As the Tiandu sword pierced towards him, Chang Hentian let out a sharp voice, "You've gone too far." Chang Hentian's body suddenly exploded. Then, countless amounts of blood merged into the demonic blade. The demonic blade turned into a red light and slashed towards Li Changsheng. This was equivalent to the demonic blade burning all the potential and life in Chang Hentian's body. It wanted to kill Li Changsheng. "You're really generous. You're using Chang Hentian's life to deal with me. It's really unlucky to be your master." Li Changsheng's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he faced the incoming saber light. The Tiandu sword light swept across and the red blade light was shattered into pieces. At the same time, the Tiandu sword light slashed on the body of the demonic blade and cut the blade in half. "Ah!" A sharp voice came from the demonic blade. However, Li Changsheng realized that the blade that was cut in half instantly turned into a blood mist and dissipated in the air. Then, the remaining half of the blade flashed with a red light and a complete demonic blade appeared in front of him. This demonic blade actually has the ability to repair itself. It's really extraordinary. Li Changsheng snorted. "I'm just trying to see how many times you can repair it." As he spoke, the sword in his hand flashed continuously. The sword light crisscrossed and slashed at the demonic blade. The demonic blade couldn't block the sword light at all. Every time, a part of it was cut in half. In the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng had slashed a total of 81 times. The speed of the demonic blade's repair became slower and slower. "How is this possible? Why does your vital essence seem to be endless?" At this moment, the demonic blade actually spoke in human language. However, it didn't ring in Li Changsheng's ears. Instead, it directly affected Li Changsheng's mind. However, the demonic blade couldn't speak. It could only transmit a mental wave. Li Changsheng ignored it and continued to slash with the sword in his hand. Finally, the demonic blade turned into a red light and escaped into the distance. It had actually chosen to escape. Trying to escape. It's not that easy. Li Changsheng's palm turned into a huge palm print and the demonic blade that was escaping was instantly caught in his palm. Like a fish caught in a fishing net, the The demonic blade couldn't escape from Li Changsheng's palm no matter how hard it tried. "Let me go. Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces." The demonic blade's mental strength appeared in Li Changsheng's mind again. "Let me go quickly. Otherwise, you will regret it." However, Li Changsheng was unmoved. "I beg you to let me go. I can tell you an ancient treasure." Devil Blade's voice changed from a threatening tone to a tempting one. Finally, he began to beg for mercy. However, Li Changsheng ignored it. Flames appeared on his palm and he started to refine the demonic blade. The demonic blade was too evil. Li Changsheng wanted to see if the nether fire had any effect on it. Chapter 10:17. As soon as the underworld fire appeared, Li Changsheng heard the demon blade shrieking in his mind again. It was obvious that the flames would harm it. However, this demonic blade was also very extraordinary. Even a flame like the 9 underworlds flame could not damage it in a short period of time. Li Changsheng cast a heaven and earth sleeve divine art and kept the demon saber in his sleeve, slowly refining it with the 9 underworlds fire. "Let me go, or you will die a horrible death. I curse you that you will never be able to improve your cultivation." Li Changsheng was unmoved. As the demon blade spoke, Li Changsheng felt that there was a power that was weakening his luck. He was shocked. Could it be the great curse art of the 3,000 great techniques? Curses were also a type of Tao art. When cultivated to the extreme, one's words could be used to curse an enemy to death. Of course, it was not very likely that one could curse an enemy of the same level to death. Li Changsheng was annoyed by the demon blade's clamor. He decided to isolate the small world that he had created. Only then did his ears quiet down. At the same time, everyone at the top of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain was looking at Li Changsheng in shock. The demon blade that could control Chang Henshin's mind was taken away by Li Changsheng just like that. Li Changsheng is too terrifying. He has such strength at such a young age. Among the young geniuses of our generation, there are only a few who can compare to him. Yeah. If you don't have enough confidence, it's best not to have any ideas about him. Some of the people who were envious of Li Changsheng's inheritance were now comparing their strength with Li Changsheng's. In the end, they helplessly realized that they were courting death if they tried to attack Li Changsheng. The 3 great experts had all died at the hands of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's gaze swept across the crowd. He stood proudly and said loudly, "If any of you are not convinced, you can attack me together." Hearing this, the entire place fell into silence. Li Changsheng was arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Even the first imperial prince of the 9th dynasty, the eldest brother of the Shinkyu school, fell into silence. From Li Changsheng's strength before the battle, it could be seen that these people did not have the confidence to win against Li Changsheng. This time, no one was willing to stand out. At this moment, the black-clothed sword maniac walked out. "I can tell that your sword technique is very powerful. You have successfully piqued my interest. However, in the Devil Heavenstar region, when I, Sword Maniac, use my sword, I am invincible." Clanging sounds of swords rang out in the void. Clearly, his way of the sword had reached a level where the great path of the heavens and earth acknowledged him. This was definitely a terrifying figure. He was deeply in love with the sword Tao and had cultivated an invincible sword will. As long as it was in the sword Tao, he would not care about anyone. Li Changsheng's sword Tao was very strong, so he had to challenge Li Changsheng. "You want to challenge me alone?" Li Changsheng looked at Sword Maniac. Previously, the 3 geniuses were not his match even when they joined forces. After seeing his strength, Sword Maniac still dared to challenge him alone. It could be seen how arrogant he was. Sword Maniac nodded. "I am not challenging you. I am crushing you. In the sword Tao, only I am supreme. No one can be stronger than me, and I will not allow anyone to be stronger than me." Sword Maniac's voice was firm. Every word he said seemed to be accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. This was a kind of dominance. It was as if he had become the sovereign of the way of the sword. Everyone who practiced the way of the sword had to listen to his orders. Everyone who practiced the way of the sword could only be his subordinates. He was the one and only emperor. "Draw your sword. Let me see your way of the sword." Li Changsheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With such a firm belief, no one could shake it. Li Changsheng did not want to be shaken. Only by defeating him in the sword Dao would he be able to shatter his belief. Li Changsheng knew that once he defeated Sword Maniac's spiritual world would probably collapse. It would be difficult for him to pick up a sword in the future. However, there was no other way. When enemies met on a narrow path, the brave prevailed over the sword. It was a path of sharpness. There was no softness. Moreover, from the moment Sword Maniac chose to draw his sword, the outcome was already decided. Although Sword Maniac's understanding of the way of the sword was strong, in Li Changsheng's eyes, he was still far from it. Sword Maniac slowly raised his sword. It was an ancient sword that was as black as ink. There was no sharpness on the sword. Even the blade could not be seen. It looked more like a black poker. But the moment he drew his sword, everyone present felt the sharpness of the sword. This sharpness was emitted from the inside out. Whoosh! The sword light cut through the void and headed straight for Li Changsheng. It was like a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sword Maniac chose to attack Li Changsheng without hesitation. The distance of several dozen feet was covered in a breath's time. It went straight for Li Changsheng's head. Not bad. Li Changsheng nodded. The Tiandu sword in his hand swept out and met Sword Maniac's sword light. Rumble. The two sword lights tangled together in the sky. Endless sword chi immediately exploded and cancelled each other out. Sword Maniac's move was just a test. After the black sword chi was cancelled out by Li Changsheng's Tiandu sword, he immediately rushed over. The sword in his hand crisscrossed and slashed at Li Changsheng. Slash. Li Changsheng slowly spat out a word. The Tiandu sword slashed from top to bottom. Wherever it passed, even the air was cut in half. The crisscrossing sword light was broken and slashed at the black sword. Crack. Many of the people present could clearly hear the sound of the sword cracking. There was a gap and a crack on the black sword. Sword Maniac's eyes were filled with disbelief. This sword was also a divine weapon. It was unknown how many people had died under his sword. It had followed him on countless expeditions, and he had never thought that there would be a day when it would be so easily damaged by someone else's weapon. As the sword in his hand was damaged, even his sword heart seemed to have a flaw. Li Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. No matter how strong his sword Dao was, he couldn't bear failure. The sword Dao was fearless. As the saying went, the more setbacks, the braver it became. If one couldn't even bear a setback, a little setback would shake his sword heart. At this moment, Li Changsheng was somewhat disappointed in Sword Maniac. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all revealed looks of astonishment. Sword Maniac's sword was famous for its sharpness, but now it was easily broken by Li Changsheng. What made people even more surprised was that the sword in Li Changsheng's hand was a divine weapon. At this moment, Li Changsheng shook his head and said to Sword Maniac, "You're not good enough." It was Li Changsheng who was disappointed in his sword Dao. It also hurt Sword Maniac's self-esteem. At this moment, Sword Maniac's face was extremely ugly. His eyes even turned blood red. "I'm going to kill you," Sword Maniac said word by word. Chapter 10:18. I'm going to kill you. As the Sword Maniac spoke in a cold voice, his entire body seemed to fuse with the sword in his hand as he transformed into a red beam of light that slashed at Li Changsheng. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng's sword chi was already right in front of him. But Li Changsheng's reaction was not slow either. The Tiandu sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sword aura that blocked in front of him. The red beam of light formed by the Sword Maniac clashed with Li Changsheng's Tiandu sword aura, and a terrifying shockwave began to spread in all directions. Rumble. The entire mountain began to tremble. Li Changsheng's Tiandu sword slashed forward, shattering the red beam of light. The Sword Maniac then fell out of the void and stumbled back several steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Li Changsheng in shock. And when he looked at the sword in his hand, he saw that the crack had become even wider, as if it would break apart at any moment. "Take one of my attacks as well," Li Changsheng loudly said. The Tiandu sword had struck out in an ordinary manner, but at this moment, the sword maniac's eyes were filled with shock. This ordinary attack seemed to have become one with the world, and the moment it slashed out, he felt as if he were facing the entire world. How could this be? The sword maniac cried out in shock. This is the sword Tao that I've always dreamed of. How could you have achieved it? At this moment, the sword maniac's Tao heart began to crack. He had always believed that he was invincible in the sword Tao, that no one could compare to him. But he had never imagined that he would meet Li Changxing. Li Changxing's casual attack was something that he had always strived to achieve, but had never been able to achieve. This was a huge blow to him. Impossible! Impossible! The sword maniac loudly shouted. The sword had already descended. Rumble. The moment he got close to the sword maniac, there seemed to be a rumbling sound in the world. At the final moment, the sword maniac finally came to his senses and used his sword to meet Li Changxing's Tian-Du sword. But a moment later, with a cracking sound, the sword maniac's sword Tao shattered. At the same time, the sword maniac spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back several meters and landed on the ground, a look of panic on his face. Everyone could see that his chest had been pierced through by a beam of sword chi. The sword maniac's defeat. At this moment, countless people's eyes turned to Li Changxing's sword. The sword maniac was one of the strongest geniuses in the entire Devil Sky Star field. He was even likely to be the final victor of this martial arts competition. However, he had lost so early. How could you be stronger to me? The sword maniac muttered to himself as his body slowly fell to the ground. Li Changxing did not kill him, but because his sword heart was shattered, he eventually left this world. To the sword fanatic, the sword was his entire life. It was his entire life. Li Changxing had broken his sword and shattered his sword heart. There was no more meaning in his life. At this moment, the entire Jade Dragon Snow Mountain was speechless for a long time. Many people were still immersed in shock and had yet to react. Who killed my disciple? At this moment, the void suddenly rumbled. Then, with a tremor, a huge palm condensed and slammed down on Li Changxing. It's the sword maniac's master, the sword demon. He crossed the void from thousands of miles away and directly attacked. Many people exclaimed. Even the few elders present did not dare to stop him. The sword demon was definitely one of the top experts in the Devil Sky Star Zone. Now that his only disciple was dead, one could imagine how angry he was. Offending him at this time was akin to courting death. However, facing the descending palm, Li Changxing only snorted in disdain. The Tian-Du sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a sword light instantly shattered the palm. Hey! There was a surprised sound in the void. Clearly, the other party did not expect his palm to be so easily destroyed. A figure appeared in the void and looked coldly at Li Changxing. Kid, you killed my disciple. I'll take your life. Just don't lose your life when the time comes. Li Changxing retorted forcefully. He didn't show any fear towards the famous sword demon in the Demon Sky Star Zone. Good. Kid, my real body will be here soon. Before he finished speaking, Li Changxing had already slashed out with his sword and destroyed the sword demon's clone. His attack was ruthless and decisive. He did not put the sword demon in his eyes at all. Everyone looked at Li Changxing with fear in their eyes. At the same time, some people showed pity. After all, Li Changxing had offended the sword demon, the top expert in the Devil Sky Star Zone. Who else wants to challenge me? After Li Changxing destroyed the sword demon's clone, he looked at the Sky Prides present. Clearly, he did not take the sword demon's threat to heart. Let's do it. At this moment, the 9 princes of the Great Yu dynasty took a step forward at the same time. These 9 princes were all Sky Prides. Originally, they were competitors with each other. However, after seeing how powerful Li Changxing was and how he could easily kill the sword maniac, even the 9th First Imperial Prince did not think that he could defeat Li Changxing if he fought alone. Therefore, they chose to fight together. The 9 of them would work together to kill Li Changxing first. Then, they would fight for the final victory. Originally, it was against the rules for 9 people to challenge one person. However, Li Changxing was too strong. Without a doubt, if Li Changxing was allowed to continue, none of the Sky Prides present would have a chance. Therefore, Everyone acquiesced to the ninth First Imperial Prince's actions. "The 9 of us challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" The ninth prince was the youngest and the most thin-skinned. He felt that the 9 of them fighting Li Changsheng was a little shameless. Therefore, he deliberately asked this question. As long as Li Changsheng nodded, they could find an excuse and say that Li Changsheng wanted to challenge the 9 of them. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changsheng immediately revealed a sarcastic expression. "You guys are really shameless. Since you don't dare to fight me alone, the 9 of you can just fight me together. Why do you have to find a dignified reason for yourselves?" Hearing Chen Xian's words, the 9 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. "Sorry for the offense." The first Imperial Prince was the most thick-skinned and ruthless. Without saying anything, he actually rushed over. However, as he rushed over, a long spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the spear, it was like a dragon as it pierced towards Li Changsheng's face. This move looked like the attack of an ordinary warrior. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover that as the spear pierced towards Yi Shiwen, there seemed to be an angry dragon roaring in the void. At the same time, the other princes also made their moves. Especially the third prince, who held a treasured sword in his hand. When the sword pierced towards Yi Shiwen, there was a purple aura surging behind him. It gave people the feeling that he was the ruler of this world. Even Chen Xian was moved by this. To be able to cultivate the way of the emperor to this extent, this person is not ordinary. Chapter 10:19. When the 9 princes made their moves, each of them had extraordinary skills. Each of them could be considered a peerless genius of the present age. Appearing in the same era at the same time meant that the Great Yu dynasty had reached the pinnacle of luck. It was already very impressive for an ordinary genius to be able to block the attack of one of the 9. But now, Li Changsheng had to face all 9 of them together. This Li Changsheng is incredible. To be able to make the 9 first imperial princes work together, even if he loses, his name will spread throughout the world. If he doesn't die, he will probably become the #1 genius of the Devil Sky Starfield. It's a pity that since the 9 first imperial princes are attacking together, the chances of him surviving are very slim. That might not be the case. Didn't you see how easily the sword maniac died in his hands? Who knows, he might create the greatest miracle today. Such an expert actually appeared in such a small tribe. It's really unbelievable. Just as the crowd was discussing the matter, the first imperial prince's spear had already arrived in front of Li Changsheng. The spear's aura was like a dragon, as if it was going to overturn the world. This was definitely a terrifying figure. However, Li Changsheng gently tilted his body and dodged the spear's attack. Then, he punched the sharp tip of the spear with his fist. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The first prince was so shocked that he retreated. He had seen Li Changsheng's strength before. So, even if he was pushed back, the first imperial prince wasn't surprised. Then, he swung his spear and rushed forward again. The third imperial prince's sword light had already surged out. A mighty purple aura spread out and instantly enveloped Li Changsheng. This third imperial prince was very extraordinary. He was even stronger than his elder brother. In this mighty purple aura, one could see a Qilin roaring, a true dragon roaring, an immortal phoenix dancing in the sky, and a white tiger pouncing. This was definitely a terrifying figure. Even the surrounding people revealed strange expressions. I didn't expect the third prince to be so strong. Although I've often heard that the 9 first imperial princes of the Great Yu dynasty were all heaven's chosen, I've always thought that the first imperial prince was the strongest. After all, his godly spear had defeated countless peerless experts. The third prince has never made a move before. From the looks of it now, he is probably the most powerful genius of the Great Yu dynasty. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the Tiandu sword in Li Changsheng's hand slashed out and cut the divine dragon into 2 halves. At the same time, the sword light slashed open, and the immortal phoenix was also shattered into pieces. White tiger and Qilin were kicked out by his feet, exploding into the purest chi of heaven and earth. After the 4 divine beasts were destroyed, Li Changsheng's sword light directly opened up a sword path through the purple clouds, and directly stabbed towards the third prince's position. Facing the oncoming sword light, the third prince's expression changed abruptly. At this moment, the attacks of the other princes arrived. At the critical moment, they blocked Li Changsheng's sword light and saved the third prince's life. In the first exchange, Li Changsheng had the upper hand. At this moment, the surrounding people quietened down. They held their breaths and stared at the center of the battlefield. This was a peerless battle. For many heavens chosen, observing carefully would be a great inspiration. To be able to block the combined attacks of my 9 brothers, you are indeed very strong. The first imperial prince held the long spear in his hand and looked coldly at Li Changsheng. Today, Li Changsheng's appearance had caused his arrogance to dissipate. He vaguely felt that he had returned to his original state. Perhaps he would be able to make a breakthrough soon. This was the difference between a heavens chosen and an ordinary person. It wasn't only because of their physique, but also because their perception was higher. Sometimes, a heavens chosen could comprehend the philosophy of martial arts just by eating or drinking water and be able to make a breakthrough. It's nothing to block the attacks of your brothers. You are no match for me. Let all the heavens chosen at the top of the mountain attack together. Li Changsheng was somewhat dispirited. The heavens chosen of the Devil Sky Star area, although their overall strength was much stronger than that of the Tianju Star area, in Li Changsheng's eyes, they were still pitifully weak. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the princes' faces all became angry. When the 9 of them attacked together, they originally thought that it was a great honor and that Li Changsheng should be proud of it. But they didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so arrogant and not put them in his eyes at all. Not only the 9 princes, but also the other heavens chosen at the top of the mountain showed anger on their faces. Li Changsheng's words were equivalent to offending everyone. Actually, I'm the trial taker of the ancient road that you're looking for. At this moment, Li Changsheng suddenly spoke. Suddenly, the entire Jade Dragon Snow Mountain fell into silence. The news was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's mind. They couldn't react for a while and couldn't accept it. The trial taker of the ancient road that they had been chasing had actually dared to come to the top of the mountain to challenge them. In their eyes, this was absolutely unbelievable. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but tremble. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so bold as to reveal his identity in front of so many people. This stupid guy. He has exposed his identity. Not only will he hurt himself, but he will also hurt Ji Ning and even the entire Chinese people's tribe. The Chinese people's tribe was originally the descendants of the trial takers of the ancient road. They had concealed their identities so that the people of this world didn't know about them. But with Li Changsheng's identity exposed, anyone who was interested would find out the origin of the Chinese people's tribe. By then, the Chinese people's tribe would no longer be able to hide. Kid, are you telling the truth? At this time, even Great Yu's imperial uncle stood up in shock and stared at Li Changsheng. Countless eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. In the eyes of many people in Devil Heaven Starfield, the trial takers of the ancient road were aliens. Before, when Li Changsheng defeated many experts in a row, everyone was amazed that another genius had appeared in Devil Heaven Starfield. But now, in their eyes, Li Changsheng was an enemy. In an instant, Li Changsheng felt countless killing intents rise and lock onto his position. Figures stepped forward one after another, their auras rising. Killing the trial takers of the ancient road would give one the fortune of the trial takers of the ancient road and become a peerless expert. Therefore, Li Changsheng had become the prey of many people. A hunt was about to begin. Even the few seniors on the platform were secretly accumulating power. The younger generation who killed the trial takers of the ancient road would obtain the fortune that would allow them to go further. But the experts of the older generation could also obtain the fortune of the ancient road. However, there was an unwritten rule in Devil Heaven Starfield that the older generation couldn't participate in the trial takers of the ancient road. Of course, if the younger generation couldn't kill the trial takers of the ancient road, it was understandable that the experts of the older generation would take action. Let's attack together. After killing you today, I will visit all the sects one by one in the future. You treat us, the Chinese people, as prey. I will let the people of Devil Heaven Starfield know that the Chinese people are not to be bullied. Li Changsheng's voice was sonorous and powerful. It seemed that his words were echoing in the sky. Chapter 1020. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, countless murderous auras rose from the top of the mountain. He's actually a trial taker of the ancient road. How dare he? Does he think there's no one in the Devil Sky Star Zone? We must kill him today. After killing him, we can get the blessing of his luck. Countless people were discussing. The imperial uncle of the Dayu dynasty was the first to rush out and attack Li Changsheng. In the eyes of everyone, Li Changsheng was now a piece of delicious fat meat. Whoever could kill Li Changsheng would become the most powerful expert in the Devil Sky Star Zone in the future. The imperial uncle of Dayu was very strong. He had already stepped into the celestial immortal realm. As soon as he attacked, there was a vast amount of purple chi surging out. Behind him, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon quietly hibernating. He had cultivated the Tao of the Emperor to an extremely high level, the celestial immortal realm. Li Changsheng's eyes were vaguely filled with fighting spirit. He had never really fought with a celestial immortal realm expert. Good timing. He shouted loudly. I'll kill you first and start my path of killing in the Devil Sky Star Zone. Li Changsheng knew that this star zone was hostile to the people of the Bound of Heaven world. They treated him as an alien, so there was no need for him to show mercy. While they were talking, the imperial uncle of Dayu had already arrived in front of him. The vast purple chi formed a huge brilliant sword and slashed down at Li Changsheng. The sword chi was vast and terrifying. In the next second, Li Changsheng also took out the Tiandu sword in his hand. The sword was ordinary, but the falling purple sword chi was instantly shattered. Then, it cut a wound on the imperial uncle of Dayu's chest. Seeing this scene, many people suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The imperial uncle of Dayu was the second strongest person in the Great Yu dynasty, second only to the emperor. Even in the entire Devil Sky Star Zone, he was one of the best. But now, he had been injured. Although this injury wouldn't affect his combat strength, it was enough to prove how terrifying Li Changsheng was. Even the imperial uncle of Dayu was surprised. Looks like I've underestimated you. No wonder you dared to speak so arrogantly. But that was just the appetizer. As he spoke, Li Changsheng took a step forward. The 5-clawed golden dragon behind him suddenly opened its eyes, and 2 golden lights shot towards Li Changsheng. A huge dragon's might emanated from his body, making many people around him feel like kneeling down and kowtowing. This was the way of the emperor. However, Li Changsheng's face remained indifferent as he faced the 2 golden lights shooting towards him. When the golden lights came within 3 feet of his body, they were directly shattered by an invisible force. At this moment, the imperial uncle of Dayu had already rushed towards Li Changsheng again. The 5-clawed golden dragon behind him also flew up, roaring and tumbling in the sky. Finally, as the imperial uncle of Dayu punched out, the golden dragon and his fist force fused together, whistling as they came. Such strength made many people's expressions change. They knew that warriors below the Heaven Immortal Realm could only wait for death under such an attack. However, Li Changsheng's mouth revealed a hint of disdain. He held the Tiandu sword in his hand tightly, and then stabbed it forward. The sword light spun like a tornado. It first collided with the fist force, and the fist force was directly shattered. Then, it stabbed the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon's body exploded bit by bit, and finally turned into the purest energy. At this moment, the Tiandu sword stabbed towards the imperial uncle of Dayu without any obstruction. The imperial uncle of Dayu's expression changed drastically. He waved his hands, trying to block it, but the sword light instantly broke through his body's defense and pierced through his chest. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, bang! The imperial uncle of Dayu exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. At this moment, those elites who were ready to attack Li Changsheng stopped at the same time. The imperial uncle of Dayu was in the Heaven Immortal Realm, but he was killed by Li Changsheng so easily. This was enough to prove that Li Changsheng had hidden his strength in the previous battle. The sect masters of the other sects also stared at Li Changsheng, their eyes filled with fear. Let's attack together. Those sect masters flew into the sky at the same time and surrounded Li Changsheng. There were a total of 8 people, and all of them were in the heaven immortal realm. At the same time, the 9th First Imperial Prince, the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school, and the others also stood out. There were nearly 30 people in total from the younger generation and the older generation. They were going to attack Li Changsheng together, which was definitely a terrifying force. In the face of so many experts, Li Changsheng's face did not change much, but there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Except for the 8 experts in the heaven immortal realm, the other elites were just chickens and pottery dogs in Li Changsheng's eyes. He did not care about them at all. Let me deal with you first. No one expected that the first to attack would be the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school. When he attacked, he was only in the true immortal realm, but when he approached Li Changsheng, he broke through to the heaven immortal realm in an instant. He sealed his strength. Many people exclaimed. No wonder he dared to attack the trial takers of the ancient road first. It turns out that he is also in the heaven immortal realm. Every genius has the ability to fight across realms. The eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school, who is in the heaven immortal realm, is even stronger than the imperial uncle of Dayu. It seems that the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school is the real number 1 among the younger generation. He has been hiding his strength before. Many people were talking about it. Didn't you see that a heaven immortal realm expert was killed by me just now? You still dare to attack me first. I admire your courage. In the face of the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school who came out first, Li Changsheng sneered. Even Li Changsheng had to admit that the other party had such strength at such a young age. However, if the other party wanted to deal with him with such strength, then the other party was overestimating his strength. Is that so? The eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school sneered. When he waved his hand at Li Changsheng, the momentum of his body broke through again. He was originally in the early stage of the heaven immortal realm, but he reached the middle stage of the heaven immortal realm in an instant. If an ordinary expert was faced with the sudden increase in his strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with it calmly. He would be caught off guard. Unfortunately, he met Li Changsheng. In the face of the eldest senior brother's increasing strength, his face remained unchanged. When the eldest senior brother's attack came close, he let the eldest senior brother's palm hit his chest. Has he given up resisting after seeing that the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school is too strong? That's impossible. With the strength he has shown before, no matter how strong the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school is, it is impossible that he has no power to resist. In the discussion of the people around, the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school had already hit Li Changsheng's chest with his palm. Chapter 10:21. At this moment, many people held their breaths. Everyone had seen the strength of the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school. The strength that he could exert at the middle stage of the heaven celestial stage was probably not inferior to that of the leaders of the various sects in the Devil Sky Star Zone. Even the leaders of several sects present were slightly inferior to him. The attack of such a genius was very powerful, but Li Changsheng's face did not change at all. He just let the palm hit him. According to the strength that Li Changsheng had shown before, it was impossible that he could not resist at all. Why was that so? Everyone looked at Li Changsheng, waiting for the next moment to come. The eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school's palm hit Li Changsheng's chest accurately. Terrifying energy fluctuations were emitted from his palm, forming a gust of wind that rose, and the snow on the ground was very spectacular. At this moment, in the next moment, under the violent energy, Li Changsheng still stood there steadily. His body didn't move at all. It was as if an insignificant breeze had blown over. The complacency on the face of the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school disappeared. A great sense of crisis rose in his heart, and he quickly retreated. However, Li Changsheng did not take the opportunity to attack as he had imagined. Li Changsheng just stood there and looked at him quietly. Then, he looked at the other people. Come on, who wants to attack? Continue. Once I attack, you won't have a chance. Li Changsheng's voice was calm, but it made many people present feel humiliated. Because it was obvious that Li Changsheng did not take them seriously at all. In particular, The eldest senior brother of the Shinkyū school looked the worst. He was a genius who had been hiding his strength, hoping to amaze the world one day. However, he had never expected that he would encounter a freak like Li Changsheng as soon as he showed his strength. His full-strength attack did not hurt Li Changsheng at all. Li Changsheng did not even bother to attack. What kind of humiliation was this? No matter how hard he clenched his fists and how angry he was, in the end, he didn't dare to charge at Li Changsheng again. Because Li Changsheng didn't make a move last time, it didn't mean that he wouldn't make a move next time. He had a feeling that as long as Li Changsheng made a move, he would definitely lose his life. Li Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. So this is the so-called genius. He shook his head. However, his actions were like a thorn in the hearts of the geniuses and the self-esteem of the demonic Skystar System's sect masters. These people were usually high and mighty. They were the objects of worship of countless people. They had never been despised like this before. But now, they were being despised. Ladies and gentlemen, those who aren't of our race are bound to have ulterior motives. The trial taker of the ancient road must not be allowed to leave alive. I presume that everyone still remembers the story from 10,000 years ago. A sect master said in a gloomy voice. Murderous intent burst out from everyone's body. 10,000 years ago, a trial taker of the ancient road from the mysterious Yellow Star System was attacked by the geniuses of the demonic Skystar System. In the end, he fought his way out of the encirclement with invincible combat strength and stepped on the ancient road and left. 1,000 years later, he became a great saint and returned. He dominated the demonic Skystar System. That was a dark age for the demonic Skystar System. All the powerhouses in the Earth Celestial stage were killed. After that incident, the demonic Skystar System went through a few thousand years before it slowly recovered. Today's scene was very similar to the scene from 10,000 years ago. Li Changsheng's battle prowess was also extraordinary, and he was also invincible. If Li Changsheng passed the trial, no one could guarantee that another superpowerhouse would return hundreds or thousands of years later and plunge the demonic Skystar System into a dark age. However, they knew that if they wanted to prevent that from happening, they had to kill Li Changsheng. It was not only for Li Changsheng's luck, but also for the future of the demonic Skystar System. Kill. A sect master's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was the first to charge at Li Changsheng. Then the second, the third, and more than 30 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Powerful auras scattered the clouds in the sky. Powerful magic arts, all kinds of magical powers, and all kinds of weapons surged toward Li Changsheng. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks. There was a bronze furnace that could destroy the world with one strike. There was a three-legged, two-eared cauldron that symbolized Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. There was a sword chi that was thousands of feet long, and there were all kinds of true dragons, white tigers, and killins. In an instant, Li Changsheng was drowned in a sea of magic arts. The void around him was completely shattered. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The earth sank, the sky collapsed, and the energy surged. The earth was turned upside down. Many of the weaker people quickly retreated. Such an attack was too terrifying. The entire Jade Dragon Snow Mountain began to collapse. The snowy plains began to collapse. Cracks appeared in the sky, and endless astral winds poured in. Looking around, there was surging energy everywhere. The aura of destruction was everywhere. Li Changsheng, who was in the center, was nowhere to be seen. He was like an ant swallowed by the sea. He looked extremely weak. The weakest of the 30 powerhouses was at the true immortal realm. How terrifying was that? He's going to die this time. The eldest senior brother of the Shinkyū school clenched his fists. Li Changsheng's appearance had shaken his belief in martial arts. If Li Changsheng didn't die, he would definitely become his inner demon. Ji Ning had tears in his eyes. He had built a strong bond with Li Changsheng along the way. Now, he had to watch Li Changsheng die in front of him. Zhao Ziyan could not help but shake his head. You can forgive a natural disaster, but you can't forgive a self-inflicted disaster. I told him not to go to the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, but he didn't listen. It doesn't matter if he dies, but I'm afraid the entire Chinese people will be implicated. These people won't forgive someone from the mysterious Yellow Star Zone. He could not help but look at Ji Ning next to him. Even if it was Ji Ning, he might not be able to protect him. Compared to these super-large sects, his sect appeared to be extremely small and weak. There was another person who was looking at the center of the energy with a determined expression. He was the Great Ox. The Great Ox, aren't you worried about Mr. Li at all? Ji Ning asked. Ji Ning, Master will be fine. No power in this world can kill Master. The Great Ox's voice was very firm. Zhao Ziyan chuckled. You're as arrogant as your master, but you don't know that there are things in this world that need to be respected. There are more than 30 experts here. There are heavenly immortals and true immortals. Unless your master is a legendary golden immortal. Take advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention to you and flee with Ji Ning. Find a place where no one knows you and conceal your identity. Perhaps you can survive. However, the Great Ox shook his head. You don't understand my master's strength. He was still staring at the center of the energy. He knew that no one in this world could kill Li Changsheng. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Chapter 1022. Endless energy surged as if it was going to destroy the world. Everyone stared at the center of the energy. They knew that when the energy subsided, the person in the center would be blasted into smithereens. The Great Ox, I don't know where your confidence comes from, but you're as arrogant as your master. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Because of the two of you, the entire Chinese people's tribe will be implicated. You're sinners and deserve to die. Zhao Ziyan said hatefully. Ji Ning next to him shook his head. Brother Ziyan, don't say that. Even if I die, I won't blame Mr. Li. Hearing that, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but sigh. His hatred for Li Changsheng deepened. Just when everyone thought that Li Changsheng was going to die, the surging energy suddenly formed a vortex in the center of the energy. The vortex spun faster and faster and countless streams of energy began to gather from the center. They became smaller and smaller before finally condensing into a sphere of light. A figure flew out from the shattered space, holding the sphere of light in his hand. It was none other than Li Changsheng. Go to hell! Li Changsheng suddenly threw the ball of light in his hand at the many experts of the Devil Sky Star Zone. Oh no! Dodge! Someone exclaimed. The energy formed by more than 30 experts was now condensed into the size of Li Changsheng's palm. Once it exploded, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying scene. However, his voice was a little too late. When the ball of light fell and exploded, more than a dozen experts were blown into a bloody mist on the spot. The remaining people quickly fled into the distance and looked at Li Changsheng in horror. It's time to end this. The corners of Li Changsheng's mouth carried a trace of a sneer. His figure suddenly turned into an afterimage as he charged towards the nearest heavenly immortal expert. It was a white-haired old man. He was an elder of the Shinkyu school and had a respected status. However, facing Li Changsheng, who was rushing toward him, his face was extremely ugly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a square-shaped magic tool and smashed it at Li Changsheng. However, the moment it came into contact with Li Changsheng's fist, it was smashed into pieces. Then Li Changsheng's fist penetrated his chest without any resistance. Then the body of the elder of Shinkyu school split from the middle and turned into two clouds of blood mist. Li Changsheng blew up the elder of the Shinkyu school with a single punch. The remaining masters were all shocked. How would they dare to oppose Li Changsheng? One by one, they fled in all directions. Even the eldest brother of the Shinkyu school, the #1 martial arts master among the young generation, turned around and fled without hesitation. Li Changsheng was simply too terrifying. He was so terrifying that even these geniuses could only feel a deep sense of helplessness in front of him. You want to escape? Not so easy. Li Changsheng's figure turned into an afterimage as he chased after them in the sky. First, he caught up with a genius from the Divine Armor sect. That genius was known for his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had fled a few hundred miles away. He had originally thought that he could escape Li Changsheng's pursuit. However, he had not expected that he would be the first person that Li Changsheng caught up with. Just now, after flying 1,000 miles in one breath, he felt that the vital essence in his body was slightly exhausted. When he planned to take a short rest, he saw a figure staring at him with a smile in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw Li Changsheng's smile, which made his hair stand on end. "You run pretty fast, but you're still a little slower than me." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the man's heart sank. He knew that he was finished. "I heard that the Divine Armor sect is responsible for guarding the ancient path of the starry sky. I wonder where the guardian of the ancient path from the Devil Sky Star Zone is now? As long as you tell me his information, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you've seen what happened to the elder from the Shenkyu school. I don't need to say more, right?" Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the disciple could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. If he had not seen the tragic death of the elder from the Shenkyu school, he might not have fled in such a hurry. After all, he was a famous genius of the younger generation. "Are you telling the truth? If I tell you the whereabouts of the previous guardian of the ancient path, you'll let me go?" "Of course." Li Changsheng nodded. "You'd better tell me immediately. Don't waste my time. I still have to chase after the others. My patience is limited." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the disciple took a deep breath. Every guardian of the ancient path will return to the sect after their term is up. There's an abyss in the mountain behind the Divine Armor sect. That's the place specially prepared for the guardians of the ancient path. It has the densest spiritual energy in the Divine Armor sect. It's the compensation for the guardian of the ancient path. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Li Changsheng nodded his head. It was indeed like the Earth or the Tianju star zone. Due to the great path and spiritual energy, one's cultivation speed was far slower than in the Devil Sky Star Zone. It was normal for the Divine Armor sect to send them to the place with the densest spiritual energy as compensation. "Okay." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he raised his palm and instantly enveloped the disciple of the Divine Armor sect. "What are you doing?" The disciple's face was instantly filled with anger. "You promised that as long as I answered your question, you wouldn't kill me." "Yes." Li Changsheng nodded his head. "I didn't intend to kill you. Destroying your cultivation doesn't count, right? You're too vicious." The disciple of the Divine Armor sect glared at Li Changsheng. "Vicious? I'm just a trial taker of the ancient road. I didn't do anything to offend you, but you can't wait to tear me into pieces. I'm already being merciful by not killing you." After he finished speaking, Li Changsheng slammed his palm down without hesitation. After that, the disciple of the Divine Armor sect fell to the ground weakly. His cultivation had been destroyed by Li Changsheng. After dealing with the disciple of the Divine Armor sect, Li Changsheng closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again. These people ran really fast. Li Changsheng had left a little bit of his divine thought on each of them when he was unbeknownst to them. Therefore, Li Changsheng wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. No matter where they ran to, they wouldn't be able to escape Li Changsheng's detection. It was like attaching a GPS to his prey. It was useless for them to hide. "Let's start with you. After all, your cultivation is the strongest among these people." After he finished speaking, Li Changsheng looked in one direction. His body shook, and he turned into a ray of light and went straight ahead. An hour later, on an isolated island, the eldest senior brother of the Shenkyu school was sitting on a rock to rest. Previously, he was injured by Li Changsheng. After running for such a long distance, the vital essence in his body was almost exhausted. At this moment, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of something moving. Could it be a wild beast? The eldest senior brother of the Shenkyu school didn't think much of it at first. Although he had consumed a lot of vital essence, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Anyone below the true immortal realm wouldn't be able to threaten him. However, after a few seconds, he realized that something was wrong. This was because he felt a very familiar aura. He turned his head and saw a bright smile. However, this smile sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 1023. How did you catch up with me? The eldest senior brother of Shenkyu school stared at Li Changsheng in horror, feeling very puzzled. He was fast enough, and his concealment skills were good enough, but Li Changsheng had found him so accurately. Haha. You don't need to know that. Just tell me how you're going to die. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, but that bright smile was terrifying in the eyes of the eldest senior brother of Shenkyu School, which made him feel a chill in his heart. The eldest senior brother of Shenkyu School stared at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. He had been full of expectations when he heard that a trial taker of the ancient road had appeared. He thought that if the trial taker of the ancient road appeared, he would definitely kill him. Then, he would be able to obtain the luck of the trial taker of the ancient road, go against the heavens, and reach the peak of martial arts. But at this moment, he realized how stupid he had been. The trial takers of the ancient road were the top geniuses of a star field. Although the mysterious yellow star field and the celestial capital star field were just two beginner villages to the people of the demon sky star field, these two beginner villages had produced countless super experts since ancient times. Do you have to kill me? The eldest senior brother of Shenkyu School stared at Li Changsheng. You know, although you're very strong, I also have my trump cards. I've been able to get to where I am today because I've gotten a great opportunity that no one else has. Don't force me. Ha ha ha. Li Changsheng couldn't help laughing. If I'm scared by your words and don't dare to attack you, then I don't need to set foot on the ancient road of the stars. I'll just go back to the mysterious yellow star field and be the most powerful person in the world. Why should I face so many unknown risks? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the eldest senior brother of Shenkyu School could not help but sigh. He knew that Li Changsheng's words were very reasonable. An expert like Li Changsheng naturally had a fearless and invincible heart. How could it be so easy to shake someone's faith? But he really didn't want to die. Li Changsheng, if you let me go, I can agree to 3 conditions. No, I can agree to 10 conditions. I can share my fortune with you. You will definitely be tempted. No. Li Changsheng shook his head. I won't be tempted. For other people, all sorts of opportunities were the steps that would allow them to reach the highest level of the martial path. However, for Li Changsheng, the opportunities that the senior brother of the Divine Q sect had mentioned were just cultivation techniques. Li Changsheng had plenty of cultivation techniques in his possession. He was known as a walking arsenal, and he had all kinds of cultivation techniques. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, how could it be more powerful than his fiend god supreme physique? If his cultivation method was so powerful, the eldest senior brother of the Shenkyu School, who was already at the middle stage of Heaven Celestial, would not wag his tail and beg for his life in front of him. Li Changsheng shook his head. The hope in the eyes of the eldest brother of Shenkyu School was extinguished bit by bit. You forced me to do this. He raised his hand, opened his mouth, and turned into a huge azure dragon, rushing toward Li Changsheng. You turned into a dragon, and you actually have some magical powers of the Dragon Clan. It seems that you have obtained some extraordinary opportunities. Li Changsheng shook his head. It's a pity that you met me. After saying that, he directly punched out. With a boom, the dragon's body began to explode from head to tail. The moment the dragon's body exploded, countless red shadows flashed and devoured the flesh and blood. It was the blood shadow doppelganger. After killing the eldest senior brother of Shenkyu School, Li Changsheng continued to hunt him down. An hour later, a sect leader of a sect in the southeast stopped, panting. In the end, he had only rested for a short while before he was cut in half from head to toe by a sword light that descended from the sky. 2 hours later, on the sea, a figure stepped on a giant whale that was 300 feet long, riding the wind and breaking the waves. All of a sudden, a fiend god descended from the sky and grabbed him like a chick. Then, he was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. 4 hours later, in a primeval forest, a panicked old man was moving forward. Suddenly, the clear sky was covered by a huge shadow. The old man looked up and saw a young man carrying a huge mountain and crashing down. The old man was smashed into a meat patty. On this day, Li Changsheng continued to hunt him down. No matter where they fled to, he would catch up to those who had participated in the siege and kill them all. After dark, he finally returned to the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. There were still many people gathered at the peak of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. When Li Changsheng appeared, the pile of items hanging from his waist made a pleasant tinkling sound. At first, many people didn't think much of it. However, when a disciple recognized that it was their sect's treasure, many people took a closer look at the pile of items hanging from Li Changsheng's waist. They realized that they were the famous artifacts of each sect. Some of them were keepsakes that only the sect leaders could wear. For a moment, the entire peak of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain was bustling with noise. This meant that those who participated in the siege of Li Changsheng and escaped had all died at Li Changsheng's hands. Zhao Ziyan looked at the things on Li Changsheng's waist and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He stared at Li Changsheng and asked, "You killed them all?" Li Changsheng nodded. "Since they dared to attack me, their fates were sealed." Zhao Ziyan fell silent. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so strong. He was as terrifying as the Chinese people who brought disaster to the Devil Sky Starfield. "I knew Master was invincible." The Great Ox chuckled. Ji Ning also nodded. However, compared to the joy of the Great Ox and Ji Ning, the expressions of the people from the other sects were extremely unsightly. This was originally a meeting to discuss who would be the one to hunt down the Ancient Road's trial takers. Who would have thought that such a meeting would end up with them being hunted down by the Ancient Road's trial takers? After today, the Devil Sky Starfield will be shaken, many people muttered to themselves. Li Changsheng obviously didn't care about these small fries, so they began to leave the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. At the same time, Li Changsheng asked the people who had left to pass on his original words. "I, Li Changsheng, will visit all the sects in the Devil Sky Starfield." When Li Changsheng's voice spread throughout the Devil Sky Starfield, the entire cultivation world was shaken. Especially in the Dayu dynasty. Li Changsheng had killed an imperial uncle of the Dayu dynasty. All 9 princes had died at his hands, which infuriated the Great Yu dynasty. It was said that the imperial lord, who had been in seclusion for 800 years, had come out. At the same time, a letter of challenge was sent to the Chinese people's tribe, Li Changsheng, from thousands of miles away. The imperial lord of the Dayu dynasty has challenged Li Changsheng to a snowy mountain peak. A battle to the death. Chapter 1024. The emperor of the Dayu dynasty was going to challenge Li Changsheng. When the news spread, the entire Devil Sky Star Zone was shocked. The emperor of the Dayu dynasty was a real top expert in the Devil Sky Star Zone. There were less than 3 people in the entire Devil Sky Star Zone who could be compared to him. As far as they knew, there was no one who could defeat him. Even such a person had chosen to challenge him, which meant that Li Changsheng was almost invincible. "I've heard that the trial taker of the Ancient Road is extremely ferocious. More than 30 experts were killed and injured by him. Moreover, he is extremely ferocious. None of those who attacked him survived." "That's right. I heard that he's from the mysterious Yellow Star Zone. It's said that the mysterious Yellow Star Zone is a very barren place with almost no spirit chi. I didn't expect that such a powerhouse could be born in such a harsh environment. It's incredible. Who said otherwise? It seems that powerhouses are powerhouses. No matter what kind of environment they are in, they can't hide their brilliance. Yeah. We, the geniuses of the Devil Sky Star Zone, have a much better environment than him, but in the end, we still can't defeat him. Even the emperor of the Dayu dynasty has chosen to challenge him. I hope he can defeat the trial taker of the Ancient Road this time. Otherwise, the people of the Devil Sky Star Zone will be ashamed. They held a grand martial arts competition before and said that the younger generation would deal with him. Now it seems that it's really ridiculous." At this time, the Chinese people's tribe was also not calm. "Mr. Li is really amazing. There are so many experts in the Devil Sky Star Zone, but they can't stop Mr. Li. Most importantly, he defeated the White Bear. The White Bear's people are extremely hateful. Mr. Li helped us. However, Mr. Li also exposed our identity as Chinese people. If he loses to the emperor of the Dayu dynasty, I'm afraid our Chinese people's tribe will be doomed." Yeah. Some people were happy, while others were worried. They were proud of Li Changsheng's combat strength, but they were also worried about the future of the Chinese people. At this time, Li Changsheng was in the Patriarch's room. Mr. Li's combat strength is extraordinary. You can almost be called one of the strongest trial takers in our mysterious Yellow Star Zone. I hope that when Mr. Li returns from the ancient road, you will have reached the highest level of martial arts. At that time, the descendants of the Chinese people will no longer be humiliated. The Patriarch said with some emotion. Of course. Li Changsheng said confidently. It's just that now that my identity as a tribe of Chinese people has been exposed, I'm afraid that the people of the Demon Sect Star region will not tolerate us. I don't know what to do next. He was naturally happy that Li Changsheng was powerful, but as the chief, he also had to be responsible for the entire tribe. Li Changsheng was powerful, and the people of the Devil Heaven Starfield could not offend him. But what if Li Changsheng lost to the Emperor Lord? Even if Li Changsheng didn't lose, Li Changsheng would have to step onto the ancient starry sky path sooner or later. What would they do then? Don't worry, Patriarch. Before I leave the Devil Heaven Star Zone, I will definitely help the tribe eliminate all threats. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the Patriarch nodded. At this point, he had no other choice but to pin his hopes on Li Changsheng. The Emperor Lord of the Dayu dynasty has asked you to compete at the top of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain in a month's time. During this month, I will help you collect all the information about the Emperor Lord. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious. Hearing the Patriarch's words, Li Changsheng was a little touched. He and the Patriarch were neither relatives nor friends, but the Patriarch helped him like this because they were both of the bloodline of the mysterious Yellow Star Zone. He didn't know how to repay the Patriarch. Actually, Patriarch, it doesn't matter whether you collect the information or not. What's out there is only the Emperor Lord's battle results from a few hundred years ago. He has been in seclusion for a few hundred years, and we don't know how much his strength has broken through. It's not very useful for reference. Yes. The Patriarch nodded. And during this month, I plan to make a trip to the Divine Armor Sect. Why do you want to go to the Divine Armor Sect? In the Patriarch's opinion, Li Changsheng should use this month to sharpen his spear before the battle. He should cultivate well and improve his combat strength. He didn't understand why Li Changsheng wanted to go to the Divine Armor Sect. The Divine Armor Sect is responsible for guarding the Ancient Road. I have some grudges with the previous guardian of the Ancient Road, and I need to settle them. The Divine Armor Sect is one of the top sects in the Devil Sky Star Zone. It's not easy to deal with them. If you go to the Divine Armor Sect rashly, even if you can get rid of the person you want to deal with, you might be injured. If that's the case, it will be very disadvantageous for you. It's okay. I don't care about the Divine Armor Sect. As for the Emperor Lord of the Dayu dynasty, he's just SOSO. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the Patriarch couldn't help but sigh. He knew that since Li Changsheng had made up his mind, there was no point in persuading him. He just reminded him, when you reach the Divine Armor Sect, if you can avoid fighting, try to be peaceful. I understand. Li Changsheng nodded. He knew that the Patriarch really cared about him. After staying in the Chinese people's tribe for a few days, Li Changsheng officially set off for the Divine Armor Sect. The Divine Armor Sect was one of the top sects in the Demon Sky Star domain, so the location of the sect was very easy to find. Therefore, Li Changsheng didn't have to expend much effort to reach the mountain gate of the Divine Armor Sect. The mountain gate of the Divine Armor Sect was built on a pitch-black mountain. It was almost barren and was made up of black stones. The black stones exuded a murderous aura. The Divine Armor Sect was very similar to the military school of the 100 Schools of Thought in the Pre-Qin dynasty. Just by looking at the location of the sect, one could tell that it was in the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Li Changsheng thought for a while and stepped forward. In an instant, he saw countless saber chi slashing towards him. Li Changsheng destroyed them with a casual flick of his finger. However, he knew that the protective mountain formation outside the Divine Armor Sect had been accidentally activated by him. Li Changsheng is here to pay a visit to the Lord of the Divine Armor Sect. The voice traveled very far. Although the outside was enveloped by layers of formations, the voice could still be heard easily. There was no response from the mountain, which made Li Changsheng ponder for a while. It seems like he doesn't want to meet me. However, how can this protective mountain formation stop me? Li Changsheng snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else. He took out the Tiandu sword and slashed forward. Rumble. The sword radiance was dazzling. The formation was activated in an instant. Countless saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed inside, trying to block Li Changsheng's sword radiance. However, it was all in vain. Like a crushing force, the spirit array was shattered almost instantly. Li Changsheng, you've gone too far. The moment the formation shattered, the mist inside surged, and an old figure wearing black armor rushed out from inside. He held a long spear in his hand and floated in the sky. He glared at Li Changsheng. Chapter 1025. Li Changsheng, do you think that the Divine Armor sect is a pushover? We didn't provoke you, yet you came knocking on our door. Do you think that there's no one in the Divine Armor sect who can fight you? The old man held a long spear in his hand and glared at Li Changsheng with eyes as big as copper bells. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Haha. You didn't provoke me. If you didn't provoke me, why would I come knocking on your door? Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the old man frowned. Li Changsheng, although you are a trial taker of the ancient road and our sect has indeed sent disciples to participate in the martial arts competition of the younger generation, our Divine Armor sect's geniuses have already died at your hands. What else do you want? I'm not here for the martial arts competition. I want to see the guardian of the ancient road in the Tiandu starfield. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the old man finally realized that Li Changsheng had a grudge against the guardian of the ancient road. However, the old man shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill your request. The guardian of the ancient road is ordered by the sect to guard the ancient road. He has worked hard and has made great contributions to the sect. You're obviously looking for trouble with him, so I won't let you in. Do you think I'm here today to ask for your opinion? Let me in and we can talk about anything. Otherwise, I'll force my way in. You don't want your Divine Armor sect to be destroyed because of a guardian of the ancient road and become a thing of the past in the Devil Sky Starfield, right? Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the old man's face was filled with anger. Li, you're too arrogant. Our Divine Armor sect has been around for thousands of years. It's one of the top sects in the Devil Sky Starfield. You can't just erase it like that. Li Changsheng didn't bother to talk to him. He took a step forward and walked inside. The old man was furious when he saw that Li Changsheng had ignored his words. He raised the long spear in his hand and stabbed it at Li Changsheng. The moment the pitch-black spear pierced out, a roar resounded in the void as a massive killing intent surged towards Li Changsheng. Facing his opponent's attack, Li Changsheng only revealed a cold smile. When the long spear was close to his body, he gently leaned to the side to avoid the opponent's attack. Then, the sword in his hand directly slashed at the opponent. The other party's killing intent had clearly locked onto Li Changsheng, but he had not expected that Li Changsheng would be able to dodge it so easily. His face was immediately filled with shock. Seeing the sword light slashing towards him, he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, the long spear was pulled back to meet the sword light. However, under the Tiandu sword, a cracking sound was heard. The old man's long spear was instantly cut into two from the middle. How is this possible? The old man looked at the spear in his hand in disbelief, and his heart turned cold. He knew that Li Changsheng must have an amazing sword in his hands. No wonder you dared to barge into my Divine Armor sect. It turns out that you have a powerful magic weapon. The old man seemed to have seen through Li Changsheng's confidence, and his face was filled with shock. He waved his hands, and a long robe appeared in the void. Then, it landed on his body. The moment he put on the long robe, his aura changed completely. His strength seemed to have increased by many times. This red robe is indeed a treasure. But do you think it can stop me? Li Changsheng shook his head and stabbed out with his sword without hesitation. At this moment, many disciples of the Divine Armor sect were watching the battle in the dark. The Great Elder is personally making a move. Do you think he can stop Li Changsheng? I heard that Li Changsheng is very ferocious. At the peak of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, More than 30 experts died at his hands. Among them were some sect leaders of the major sects. He is not an ordinary person if he can make the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty issue a challenge personally. However, this Great Red Robe is a treasure passed down in our Divine Armor sect. With the help of the Great Red Robe, the Great Elder should not be inferior to Li Changsheng. Just as the crowd was discussing, Li Changsheng raised the Tiandu sword in his hand. It turned into a huge ray of light. Then, it slashed down in the direction of the old man. The sword light was dazzling. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth. After the long spear in the old man's hand was broken, he took out a treasured sword and faced the sword light. With the help of the red robe, he was very confident. However, in the next moment, the treasured sword in his hand was broken into two. Then, under the sword light, his entire body and the red robe behind him were enveloped by the sword light. The red robe shone brightly and instantly turned into a red tiger. It roared. Unfortunately, under the sword light, the tiger was almost instantly crushed. The red robe was also turned into ashes. It's over. This was the last thought in the old man's mind. In the next second, the sword light cut him into two from head to toe. His blood dyed the ground red. He died just like that. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. The people who were watching the battle in the dark could not help but swallow their saliva. Their hearts were pounding. After killing the Great Elder, Li Changsheng walked step by step into the Divine Armor sect. When he stepped into the broken formation, the scene in front of him changed completely. It was as if he had come to another world. This was an ancient path that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. On both sides of the ancient path, there were all kinds of weapons. Inside, there was a huge martial arts arena. The arena was filled with disciples of the Divine Armor sect. Every one of them was wearing armor. They were full of heroic spirit. If they were in a secular dynasty, they would be fierce generals who took the head of the general among thousands of soldiers. However, at this moment, they were only ordinary disciples of the Divine Armor sect. When Li Changsheng appeared, countless people's eyes were filled with fear. He walked in step by step. However, no one dared to stop him. Just as he reached the martial arts practice square, several figures suddenly flew out from inside like large birds. Li Changsheng, how dare you barge into the Divine Armor sect? Since you're here, don't leave. There were a total of 8 figures. Every one of them was wearing black armor. Some of them were wearing red robes while others were wearing white robes. Most of their weapons were long spears. Only 2 of them were different. One of them held a long saber while the other carried a huge bow on his back. Ask the previous guardian of the ancient road to come out and see me. If so, I can spare the Divine Armor sect. Li Changsheng said loudly. Although these people had powerful auras and were top-notch experts, Li Changsheng did not take them seriously. Arrogant. The man with the huge bow pulled the bowstring. A huge arrow as thick as an arm was emitting a golden light. It whistled towards Li Changsheng. As the huge arrow flew, the void shook continuously. A sharp killing intent locked onto Li Changsheng. This was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The bow in his hand was also an ancient weapon. It had unfathomable power. As the arrow flew towards him, Li Changsheng felt a sense of danger. However, Li Changsheng took a step forward and increased his speed to the extreme. He wanted to dodge the attack of the arrow. However, the arrow had completely locked onto his aura. No matter where he ran, it immediately turned and chased after him. You'll definitely die under my shooting sun arrow, the bow-wielding man sneered. Chapter 10:26. When the disciples of the Divine Armor sect saw the bow in the elder's hand, they were all excited. Could this be the great killing weapon recorded in the records of the Divine Armor sect? It said that the first leader of the Divine Armor sect used this bow to blow up an entire planet. This bow is extremely powerful. It's made of divine iron and is equipped with 9 sunshot divine arrows. Once the heaven-shaking bow is used, no one in the Devil Sky Starfield can compete with it. While the crowd was discussing, the sunshot divine arrow shot towards the center of Li Changsheng's eyebrows. Li Changsheng hurriedly dodged and blocked with his palm at the same time. However, the arrow pierced through his palm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The sun-shot divine arrow won't stop until you're dead. It won't stop until you're dead. Li Changsheng, you shouldn't have come to the Divine Armor sect to behave so atrociously. The Divine Armor sect is an ancient military strategist with unparalleled combat power. It's not something you can provoke. Li Changsheng was shocked. His body was unparalleled and was even tougher than magic treasures. However, the sun-shot divine arrow had easily pierced through his body. This meant that the sun-shot divine arrow was an unparalleled treasure. No wonder the other party was so confident. After the arrow pierced through his palm, the sun-shot god arrow once again made a turn in the sky and shot straight for his head. It was as the other party had said. It wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. This time, Li Changsheng didn't use his palm to block the arrow. Instead, he used the Tiandu sword to block the sun-shot divine arrow. However, after the arrow was sent flying by the Tiandu sword, it made another turn and attacked Li Changsheng. What a terrifying arrow! The attack seemed to be endless. It was Li Changsheng's first time encountering such a powerful magic treasure. In the next second, he stopped blocking the sun-shot divine arrow. Instead, he increased his speed and charged towards the elder of the Divine Armor sect who was holding the heaven-shaking bow. Since the attack of the sun-shot divine arrow was endless, Li Changsheng thought that as long as he killed its owner, the situation would naturally be resolved. Seeing Li Changsheng charging towards him, the man holding the heaven-shaking bow sneered. He drew his bow and shot 9 arrows at Li Changsheng. In addition to the previous arrow, 10 arrows danced in the sky and formed a large net that enveloped Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng did not slow down. He took out the Tiandu sword and formed a sword screen, blocking the 9 arrows. At the same time, a black Fangtian halberd appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards the elder of the Divine Armor sect. Boom 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 boom. The elder of the Divine Armor sect conjured a shield in his hand in an attempt to block the attack. However, in an instant, the shield was smashed by the heavenly halberd. Along with half of his body, it was smashed into smithereens. The elder of the Divine Armor sect looked at Li Changsheng in horror. If he had been a little slower, he would have been turned into a pile of minced meat by now. Even so, he was still severely injured. No matter how powerful the treasure is, it still needs someone to command it. If I kill you, it will naturally fall apart. Li Changsheng shouted coldly. The heavenly halberd returned and continued to smash forward. Stop! The elder of the Divine Armor sect who was holding a saber rushed towards Li Changsheng. The long saber in his hand turned into a saber radiance that fell like a waterfall and slashed towards Li Changsheng. There's still us. The other 6 elders of the Divine Armor sect who were holding long spears attacked at the same time. Terrifying rays of light intertwined and shook the sky, enveloping Li Changsheng. However, in the face of such an attack, Li Changsheng swung the heavenly halberd away in a barbaric manner. The rays of light were shattered by him. At the same time, the heavenly halberd swept across and hit one of the elders of the Divine Armor sect. The elder and the long spear in his hand were instantly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the sun-shot divine arrow had broken free from the shroud of the Tiandu sword and once again whizzed towards Li Changsheng. This arrow was Li Changsheng's greatest threat. It could lock onto Li Changsheng's aura and would not rest until he was dead. The power of the 10 arrows intertwined. The void started to collapse. This was definitely a terrifying power. This was because the elders of the Divine Armor sect were not strong enough. If they were shot by a great medium, they might really be able to destroy a planet. In the face of the attack of the 10 sun-shot divine arrows, Li Changsheng called back the Tiandu sword. At the same time, he brandished the heavenly halberd in his hand. The 10 sun-shot divine arrows hit the heavenly halberd, but the impact still made Li Changsheng's hand numb. While Li Changsheng blocked the attack of the sun-shot divine arrows, he fixed his gaze on the elder of the Divine Armor sect who had half of his body smashed by him. This was because only by killing him could he break free from the predicament before him. Clang! 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 The heavenly halberd swung, and brilliance flashed all around Li Changsheng. He took out the Black Devil Mountain, which expanded to 1,000 feet in size and blocked above his head. Under the attack of the 10 sun-shot divine arrows, the The Black Devil Mountain showed signs of collapsing. However, this bought Li Changsheng some time. Li Changsheng took the opportunity to rush out. The Tiandu sword turned into a rainbow and blocked all the 9 elders. At the same time, the heavenly halberd slashed down with terrifying power. The bow-wielding elder was originally watching the battle from afar. He never thought that Li Changsheng would actually rush out under the siege of the sunshot divine arrows. His expression immediately changed, but it was a pity that it was already too late. Just as he wanted to block it, the heavenly halberd slammed down, smashing the rest of his body into meat paste. A wisp of divine soul flew out from the meat paste. However, there was no need for Li Changsheng to make a move. Under the vast and mighty energy wave, it was immediately shattered into pieces. The moment the other party's divine soul was destroyed, the attack of the sunshot divine arrows came to an abrupt end. They fell from the sky like ordinary arrows. Li Changsheng did not snatch the 10 arrows, but directly rushed over and held the heaven-shocking bow in his hands. The heaven-shocking bow was completely black and cold to the touch. The material was very special. Li Changsheng tried to bite his index finger and drip a drop of blood on it, but unfortunately, there was no movement even after a long time. He immediately knew that the method of dripping blood on it was not suitable for this treasure. At this moment, the 10 sunshot divine arrows that had fallen down had already been put away by the elders. When they saw that their companion had been killed by Li Changsheng, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they crazily rushed towards Li Changsheng. 4 military cultivators, the first thing they needed to do was cultivate their courage. If the cultivators from the other sects had seen how terrifying Li Changsheng was, they would have chosen to retreat. However, the attacks from these cultivators only grew fiercer. Li Changsheng knew that he would not be able to find a way to refine the heaven-shocking bow in a short period of time, so he put it away. At the same time, he swung the heavenly halberd and rushed towards the 7 people. The military used killing intent to refine their bodies. Their physical attacks were powerful, and they entered the Tao through martial arts. To Li Changsheng, it was a good whetstone. The 7 experts had all stepped into the heaven immortal realm. Hula, the elder of the divine armor sect who was holding the saber, was the first to make a move. The moment the saber light appeared, it caused the world to lose its color. Among the 8 elders, he was second only to the elder who held the heaven-shocking bow. His saber technique had truly reached a level that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods cry. Chapter 10:27. His opponent's saber light was thousands of feet long. This saber light seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. It could probably cut a mountain apart easily. It was indeed unusual for a military sect cultivator to cultivate killing intent into his body. Li Changsheng could not help but nod slightly. The military sect had its own uniqueness. Although Li Changsheng didn't think much of the militarists, he had to admit that this faction was very powerful. If the military sect's cultivation technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could really compete with his indestructible celestial demon body. Of course, no matter which cultivation technique it was, when cultivated to the highest level, it could not be underestimated. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the saber light slashed down. The sharp chi and endless killing intent locked onto Li Changsheng. His opponent clearly intended to kill Li Changsheng with one slash. Good timing. Li Changsheng laughed loudly. He unfolded the sky pisser and met the opponent's saber light head-on. The sky pisser was pitch black and exuded a cold aura. When it collided with the opponent's saber light, there was a loud boom. The attack was fierce, but when it hit the sky pisser, there was a series of sparks. In the end, it was blocked. The opponent did not seem to expect the sky pisser to be so powerful. He waved the saber light in his hand and slashed more than 10 times. Each slash was stronger than the previous one. Of course, it was far from being as terrifying as Li Changsheng's stacked punches. The power of the second slash was only slightly stronger than the first. Even so, it was still very powerful. Li Changsheng also swung the sky pisser and met the opponent's saber light head-on. Clank, clank, clank. The sound was no longer interrupted. Just the sound waves alone were enough to knock down the surrounding buildings. The void behind the two of them began to collapse and turn into chaos. Such a battle was absolutely terrifying. Even in the history of the Devil Sky Star Zone, it rarely happened. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Li Changsheng's combat strength was still terrifying. On the other hand, the Elder Tiger of the Divine Armor Sect's mouth had cracked and blood was splattering everywhere. In particular, there were countless cracks on his saber. It looked like a saw. The Elder's face immediately revealed a look of horror. His saber was forged from Outer Realm dark steel and was incomparably sturdy. However, he did not expect that it would actually be damaged in the collision with the halberd. At this time, the remaining elders also rushed up. They held long spears in their hands and stepped in the void. Like a black dragon, they attacked Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng didn't use any innate techniques at all. He relied purely on the strength of his physical body to propel the ancient halberd forward. Once again, he executed the set of martial techniques he had obtained previously. He fought until he went berserk. His black hair danced in the wind as his chi soared up to the clouds. The red blood chi on his body glowed brightly. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. The earth sank, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Cultivators from the school of the military had always been known for the toughness of their bodies. However, even though several elders were attacking Li Changsheng, they were still being pushed back by Li Changsheng alone. They could only defend themselves, unable to fight back at all. Especially the general who used the saber. Although he was the strongest, he was swept by Li Changsheng's Fangtian halberd, and half of his body was directly shattered. Take another move from me. Li Changsheng raised the Fangtian halberd above his head and brought it down directly. The elder of the Divine Armor sect raised his saber to meet the attack. However, his saber, which was already cracked, was immediately split in half. His entire body was hacked into a bloody mist by the Fangtian halberd. At the same time, a black arrow fell. Li Changsheng caught it in his hand. It was one of the sunshot divine arrows. When they saw the arrow fall, the others wanted to fight for it. However, they were swept by Li Changsheng's Fangtian halberd, and they hurriedly retreated in fear. Just now, 6 of them had attacked, but one of them had been killed by Li Changsheng. Now that there was one less person, even these courageous cultivators from the school of the military lost their fear. Li Changsheng was simply too powerful. He made them feel powerless in their hearts. He was like a god of war. Let the guardian of the ancient road come out. I will settle my grudge with him. Why should you all sacrifice yourselves for a mere guardian of the ancient road? Indeed, he had come to the Divine Armor sect with the intention of settling the score with the guardian of the ancient road. However, the people of the Divine Armor sect had insisted on stopping him, which led to the current situation. The guardian of the ancient road is a meritorious servant of the Divine Armor sect. Naturally, we will protect him. Li Changsheng, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are strong. The Divine Armor sect is ordered to guard the ancient road under the command of the Great Emperor. You will regret opposing the Divine Armor sect. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changsheng only smiled disdainfully. So what if it's the Great Emperor's decree? Isn't the Great Emperor also an ordinary person who cultivated? Maybe one day, I will become a new Great Emperor, or even kill one. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, everyone's expression changed. They didn't think that Li Changsheng would dare to look down on the Great Emperor. Brat, you are really arrogant. After saying that, the elders rushed towards Li Changsheng again. However, Li Changsheng didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked towards the depths of the Divine Armor sect. His gaze pierced through the mists, and he seemed to be able to see into a deep abyss. Within the abyss was a black-robed figure, sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. Countless streams of spirit energy flowed into him. It was none other than the Guardian Envoy. However, the current Guardian of the Ancient Road was very different from when he was in the Tianju Starfield. Seeing that Li Changsheng dared to be distracted while fighting with them, the elders of the Divine Armor sect were instantly enraged. They sped up and rushed towards Li Changsheng. When they got close, Li Changsheng waved his Fangtian halberd and fought with them. However, they were at a disadvantage because of the saber-wielding elder. Now that the saber-wielding elder had died in the hands of Li Changsheng, how could they be a match for Li Changsheng? They were beaten back by Li Changsheng. Hand over the remaining 9 sun-shooting divine arrows, and I can spare your lives. Li Changsheng said coldly. The heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting divine arrows were a set. They were extremely powerful. Since Li Changsheng had obtained the heaven-shocking bow, he naturally wanted to obtain the other sun-shooting divine arrows as well. Don't even think about it. Demon, this heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting divine arrows are the heirloom of the divine armor sect. How can I give it to you? Since it's a heirloom, shouldn't it be in the hands of the sect master of the divine armor sect? Why is an elder taking it out to deal with me? Doesn't the divine armor sect have a sect master? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the elders revealed strange expressions. One of them sneered and said, "That's right. The divine armor sect indeed doesn't have a sect master. This is because when the previous guardian of the ancient road reaches perfection, he will automatically be promoted to sect master when he returns to the divine armor sect." No wonder. Li Changsheng finally understood why the divine armor sect was so protective of the guardian of the ancient road. They would rather die than hand over the guardian of the ancient road. It turned out that the guardian of the ancient road was the new sect master of the divine armor sect. Since you don't want to hand it over, you can all go to hell. Li Changsheng's patience had been completely exhausted. He held his Fangtian halberd tightly, and the blood in his body surged. He strode towards the elders of the divine armor sect. Chapter 1028. Li Changsheng walked over step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body increased by a notch. After taking 5 steps, his aura had reached its peak. The elders of the divine armor sect revealed looks of fear. Although they were not afraid of death, Li Changsheng made their hearts palpitate. They knew that if Li Changsheng attacked again, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Come on, let's fight. The elders all had determined looks in their eyes. In the next second, Li Changsheng swung the sky pisser and smashed it down. The terrifying aura carried boundless energy and enveloped the elders. The elders raised their weapons to block it. In the next second, their weapons exploded along with their bodies, turning into clouds of blood mist. Li Changsheng had killed all the elders in one move. At the same time, the 9 sun-shooting divine arrows fell out and were caught by Li Changsheng. At this point, all 8 elders of the divine armor sect had died at the hands of Li Changsheng. The surrounding disciples of the divine armor sect all looked at Li Changsheng with fear in their eyes. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. He was like a devil. At that moment, Li Changsheng shifted his gaze to the abyss once again. The figure was still sitting there with his eyes closed. What was happening outside had nothing to do with him. He was quite calm. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, but he was not in a hurry to find trouble with the guardian of the ancient road. Instead, he took out the heaven-shaking bow and the sun-shooting divine arrows and began to study them. He tried to insert his consciousness into the heaven-shaking bow. 4 ordinary magic treasures, as long as he used his consciousness to imprint on them, the magic treasure would be refined by him. However, when Li Changsheng inserted his consciousness into the heaven-shaking bow, he realized that his consciousness could not be imprinted inside at all. I didn't expect this refining method to not work. Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. If I had known earlier, I would have killed 1 less elder and asked for the refining method of the heaven-shaking bow. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng looked at a disciple beside him. That disciple was hiding in the dark, quietly watching him. When Li Changsheng reached out his hand, he was instantly pulled to his front. He pointed at the heaven-shocking bow in his hand and asked, "Do you know the refining method for this magic treasure?" The disciple raised his head proudly. "I won't tell you. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and placed it on the man's forehead. He immediately extracted the memories from the man's mind. After searching for it, he realized that he did not know the method to refine the heaven-shocking bow at all. Li Changsheng could not help but be speechless. "If you had told me directly, wouldn't it have been fine if you didn't know? You said that you would rather die than tell me. Now that I've extracted your divine sense, you can only become a fool after your divine sense is damaged." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, the disciple fainted on the ground. He was speechless at the actions of the disciples of the Divine Armor sect. There are only a few methods to refine magic treasure that have been passed down since ancient times. It seems like I have to try them one by one. Li Changsheng also sat down cross-legged and picked up the heaven-shocking bow to try it out. Suddenly, a sharp blade light came from behind him. A disciple had unknowingly circled behind him and chose to launch a sneak attack. However, Li Changsheng sat there without moving, a cold smile on his face. Even the elders were no match for him. This disciple was only at the Earth Immortal stage, and he actually wanted to injure him. Sure enough, when the opponent's blade light landed on Li Changsheng's body, the sharp blade broke layer by layer, and then, a huge force came out from Li Changsheng's body. The disciple was sent flying and landed a few meters away. Blood kept coming out of his mouth, and it seemed that his internal organs had been shattered. It seemed that he would not survive. After sending the disciple flying, Li Changsheng frowned. It was not because of the disciple's sneak attack, but because he had tried more than 10 methods, but he was unable to refine the heaven-shocking bow. There's still one last method, the simplest and most crude method. I wonder if it'll work. Li Changsheng thought of the ancient times, the most ancient method of recognizing a master, dripping blood. He immediately bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the heaven-shocking bow. At first, the heaven-shocking bow did not have any reaction, but after a few seconds, the blood slowly disappeared and seeped into the heaven-shocking bow. Then, it instantly felt a vibration, and a blood connection appeared in Li Changsheng's heart. Li Changsheng's face revealed joy at the same time. He knew that he had succeeded. It was actually the method of dripping blood to recognize a master. Li Changsheng could not help but pat his own head. Dripping blood to recognize a master was the simplest, most direct, and most crude method. He actually did not think of it and only used it at the end. It was because he knew too many refining methods that he had forgotten the simplest and most basic one. Li Changsheng shook his head, and then realized that although he had refined the heaven-shocking bow, and although the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow were one, the sun-shooting arrow did not listen to his orders. Do I have to recognize a new master? Thus, Chen Xian took out a sun-shooting arrow and dripped blood on it. Just like the heaven-shocking bow, very quickly, the sun-shooting arrow absorbed his blood essence and had a blood connection with him. The remaining 9 sun-shooting divine arrows followed the same pattern. When all 10 arrows had recognized their masters, a mysterious message appeared in his mind. It was the method to use the sun-shooting arrow. Heaven-shocking bow, sun-shooting arrow. Li Changsheng's face revealed a look of surprise and joy. This was definitely a set of extremely powerful magic treasure. It was passed down from the ancient times, and was definitely not inferior to the Tiandu sword and halberd in Li Changsheng's hands. At this time, Li Changsheng stood up and walked step by step towards the valley where the guardian of the ancient road was sitting cross-legged. However, when he was about to approach the valley, he realized that his path was blocked by a layer of energy. It was an array formation. The place where the guardian of the ancient road cultivated was protected by an array formation. Guardian of the ancient road, come out. It's time for us to settle our grudges in the Tiandu star field. Li Changsheng's voice came out, and actually caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. However, the guardian of the ancient road was still sitting cross-legged in the valley, not moving at all. He was indifferent to Li Changsheng's words. Li Changsheng shouted 3 more times, but the guardian of the ancient road still didn't come out. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Li Changsheng stood at the top of the mountain, then took out the heaven-shocking bow and sun-shooting arrow, and shot an arrow at the valley where the guardian of the ancient road was. He had just obtained the heaven-shocking bow and hadn't had the time to witness its power. The arrow shot out, and a golden light slammed into the array formation in the blink of an eye. Ruyuumble. The ground shook, and the powerful array formation instantly shattered under the power of the sun-shooting arrow. After that, the sun-shooting arrow circled around and returned to Li Changsheng's hand. However, due to the isolation of the array formation, Li Changsheng couldn't lock onto the guardian of the ancient road's aura. He could only lock onto the aura of the array formation. Therefore, after the sun-shooting arrow destroyed the array formation, it flew back. If the sun-shooting arrow had locked onto the guardian of the ancient road's aura, Then, if that happened, the sun-slaying divine arrow would pursue the guardian of the ancient road relentlessly. Chapter 1029. When the sun-slaying divine arrow shattered the valley's spell formation, the ancient road guardian finally opened his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet and looked over at Li Changsheng. I never thought we'd meet again so soon. The ancient road guardian wore a black robe and spoke in a sinister voice. Haha. You didn't expect this, did you? You tricked me into the boundless starry sky, but failed to make me lose my way. You must be disappointed, right? I have no enmity with you, ancient road guardian. Why do you have to be so vicious? Let's settle our grudge today. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the ancient road guardian laughed heartily. The guardian of the ancient road just laughed and said, Li Changsheng, you are indeed strong. In the Tiandu starfield, you can even kill me with a raise of your hand. But do you know why the elders risked their lives to stop you? Couldn't they see that they weren't a match for you? That they would die at your hands sooner or later? Were they trying to buy time for you? Li Changsheng immediately understood many things. That's right, the ancient road guardian said. Every ancient road guardian gets the approval of a Grand Emperor's decree after their term is up. And I was refining it before. You might be strong, but you should know that the Grand Emperor is the supreme existence in this world. Even the daily necessities that he has used will be imprinted with his great Tao and can become the most powerful weapon. As for the Grand Emperor's decree, it was specially made for the ancient road guardians by the Grand Emperor, and I've already refined it. Do you regret making trouble for me now, Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle at the ancient road guardian's words. Even if the Grand Emperor himself stood in front of me, I wouldn't regret it, let alone a Grand Emperor's decree. I'm a cultivator who defies the heavens to change my fate. Even the heaven Tao can be trampled under my feet, let alone a mere Grand Emperor. Hearing Li Changsheng use the word mere to describe a Grand Emperor, the ancient road guardian's face fell. The ancient road guardian had received a Grand Emperor's decree, so the Grand Emperor had a supreme status in his heart. Normally, when the Great Emperor was mentioned, they would always feel reverence in their hearts. Not only him, but everyone in the Devil's Sky starfield did not dare to be disrespectful to the Great Emperor. Li Changsheng's words were simply inconceivable in their ears. How could there be such an arrogant person in this world? What Great Emperor? What heavenly Tao? In this 9 heavens, 10 earths, 4 seas, and 8 desolates, only I am invincible. Li Changsheng spoke again, his voice full of dominance. Anger finally appeared on the guardian's face. In his hand, a jade-like talisman also began to vibrate. This was a talisman refined by the Great Emperor. Since Li Changsheng dared to be disrespectful to the Great Emperor, the talisman seemed to have some sort of reaction. A cold aura emanated from it, enveloping Li Changsheng. You're just an inanimate object with a trace of instinct. How dare you try to kill me? Li Changsheng snorted and took half a step forward. The cold aura that enveloped him instantly shattered. In the next moment, the ancient road guardian raised the Grand Emperor's decree in his hand, releasing a clear light that shot towards Li Changsheng. Originally, he had just refined the Grand Emperor's decree, and with his strength, he was unable to display its power. However, Li Changsheng's arrogant words had thoroughly enraged the decree, making it much easier for him to use it. As the clear light flew out, a power that could suppress the 9 heavens immediately erupted. This was the might of a Grand Emperor. Even if there was only a trace of it left in the Grand Emperor's decree, it still possessed world-shaking power. In this regard, Li Changsheng sneered. You only know that the Grand Emperor's decree is your sect's guarding treasure, but do you know the origin of this heaven-shaking bow and sun-shooting divine arrow? Chen Xian snorted and directly raised the heaven-shaking bow. He narked the sun-shooting divine arrow and locked onto the ancient road guardian's position. Although the heaven-shaking bow and sun-shooting divine arrow are powerful, they were only obtained by the founder of my divine armor sect by chance. How can they compare to the Grand Emperor's decree? Li Changsheng, if you want to use the heaven-shaking bow and sun-shooting divine arrow to break my Grand Emperor's decree, aren't you daydreaming? Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Li Changsheng's face. When he pulled the heaven-shaking bow, he realized how extraordinary it was. The Grand Emperor's decree that the ancient road guardian held was just an inanimate object that the Grand Emperor had refined. However, in Li Changsheng's opinion, this heaven-shaking bow was very likely an imperial weapon, a true Grand Emperor's weapon. It was like one was used to settle down, and the other was just a toy that was casually made. The difference between them was huge. However, other than the founder, no one else knew how powerful this set of weapons was. That was why the Guardian of the Ancient Road said such ignorant words. As the Guardian of the Ancient Road made his move, a green light turned into an azure dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards Li Changsheng. At the same time, Li Changsheng also bent the bow like a full moon, and the sun-shooting divine arrow instantly shattered the azure dragon. At the same time, the sun-shooting divine arrow didn't slow down and rushed towards the Guardian of the Ancient Road once again. When the Guardian of the Ancient Road saw this scene, his face changed. He didn't expect the attack of the Grand Emperor's decree to be so easily broken. However, he also wanted to test the waters just now, so he didn't panic. He activated the Grand Emperor's decree in his hand and formed a light barrier in front of him. The light barrier was overflowing with light and was very holy. After the sun-shooting divine arrow shot out, it only caused the light barrier to fluctuate a few times, but it didn't break. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng wasn't surprised. The Grand Emperor's decree contained a trace of the Grand Emperor's aura. Although the sun-shooting divine arrow was powerful, Li Changsheng's current strength was far from being able to destroy a planet. In fact, it was equivalent to Li Changsheng using his own strength to drive the sun-shooting divine arrow to break some of the Grand Emperor's restrictions. Even if it was just a casual move of the Grand Emperor, it was still extraordinary. Haha. Li Changsheng, now you know that the Grand Emperor's majesty can't be offended, right? The Guardian of the Ancient Road laughed proudly. Li Changsheng just sneered. Then, the second arrow, the third, 10 sun-shooting divine arrows were shot out in succession, and 10 rays of light danced in the sky, nailing the light barrier. At first, the light barrier only shook slightly under the attack of the sun-shooting divine arrows, but when the first attack failed, the sun-shooting divine arrow continued to attack. After dozens of attacks, cracks began to appear on the light barrier. The Guardian of the Ancient Road's face was filled with shock, and he said in shock, "How is this possible? Nothing is impossible." Li Changsheng laughed loudly. At the same time, he took out the Tiandu sword in his hand. The sword instantly turned into 1,000 zhong-long sword light and slashed down. The light barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse under the attack of the 10 sun-shooting divine arrows, finally couldn't withstand the pressure of the sword light. With a cracking sound, it turned into countless streams of light and dissipated on the spot. At the same time, 9 sun-shooting divine arrows shot towards the Guardian of the Ancient Road. Chapter 1030. The light shield formed by the Great Emperor's decree in his hand was broken by the 9 arrows. The Guardian of the Ancient Road's expression changed. He hurriedly raised the Great Emperor's decree in his hand again. However, he realized that there were countless cracks on the Great Emperor's decree in his hand. It seemed that even its spiritual energy was about to be drained. How could this be? His face was filled with disbelief. In his heart, the Great Emperor's decree was an invincible existence. With the Great Emperor's decree as a protective talisman, almost no one in the Devil Skystar Zone could hurt him. However, he never expected that it would be broken by Li Changsheng's sun-shooting divine arrows in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, the sun-shooting divine arrows were originally the treasure of the Divine Armor sect. In the past, whether it was the elders of the Divine Armor sect or himself, they valued the Great Emperor's decree more than the sky-shocking bow. Now that he knew that he had thrown away a watermelon for a sesame seed, he felt a sense of regret. At the same time, he felt a sense of despair. Even the Great Emperor's decree was about to be broken. Although he had undergone a great transformation while cultivating in the depths of the valley, how could he block the 9 sun-shooting divine arrows? However, in the next second, when the 9 sun-shooting divine arrows were about to hit him, the Great Emperor's decree in his hand suddenly flashed. Then, a majestic figure appeared in front of him. This figure was a bit blurry, but the moment this figure appeared, an aura that could suppress all 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared. It was as if it was the only supreme being in the world. It was a clone left behind by the Great Emperor in the Great Emperor's decree. It's the Great Emperor's clone? The guardian of the ancient road was delighted. Although it was only a clone, even if it had 1/10,000th of the Great Emperor's power, it was enough to destroy the world. Sure enough, as the Emperor's silhouette appeared, the 9 arrows were instantly blocked by his palm. The moment the Great Emperor's phantom appeared, even Li Changsheng was shocked. The Great Emperor was an existence that reigned supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even if Li Changsheng had the mental state to challenge the Great Emperor, he still felt a sense of fear when facing the Great Emperor's phantom. The other party was too powerful. It was not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of the difference in their levels of life. Cultivating and breaking through realms was actually the same as constantly evolving to a higher level of life. Great emperors were already the highest life forms in the world. Although Li Changsheng had an invincible heart, he still felt a sense of danger when facing a great emperor of a higher level. In the next second, after the great emperor blocked the 10 sun-shooting god arrows, his indifferent eyes landed on Li Changsheng. At this moment, Li Changsheng felt a strong chill rise in his body. He felt like an ant facing a giant. It was as if this great emperor could suppress him with a raise of his hand. This was a powerful pressure that left him breathless. Many disciples of the Divine Armor sect had already prostrated themselves on the ground. The Divine Armor clan was closely related to the Great Emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to obtain the Great Emperor's decree to guard the ancient road. As for the Guardian Envoy, he bowed to Yang Qi. In their opinion, since the Great Emperor's projection had appeared, Li Changsheng was definitely done for. Indeed, in the next moment, the Great Emperor had already raised his palm. He only extended a finger, which instantly became the size of a mountain and pressed down on Li Changsheng. This was the arrogance of a great emperor. An expert like Li Changsheng was like an ant in his eyes. At this moment, Li Changsheng's heart was suddenly filled with boundless anger. Even if he was a great emperor, even if he was a supreme expert in this world, how could he treat him like an ant? How could he easily control his life? Although he was not a great emperor, would he really be inferior to a great emperor in the future? Thoughts rang in his heart, and voices echoed in his mind. He was not convinced. He raised his head, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He held the Fangtian halberd and aimed it at the great emperor's descending palm. At this moment, the Fangtian halberd turned blood red. At the same time, a powerful vibration came from the Fangtian halberd, as if it was responding to Li Changsheng's battle intent. The great emperor's gaze, which was about to land on Yang Qi, revealed a hint of surprise. As for the Guardian Envoy and the disciples of the Divine Armor sect, they could only be shocked. They never thought that Li Changsheng would dare to reveal his battle intent in front of a great emperor's clone. One had to know that a great emperor was a supreme existence. In front of a great emperor, even the legendary Golden Immortals and Deluo Golden Immortals would have to bow their heads, let alone true immortals and heaven immortals. In the next second, the finger pressed down without any obstruction. The terrifying pressure instantly shattered the void around Li Changsheng, turning it into chaos. The ground under his feet began to sink, and the sound of bones grinding could be heard from his body. This was because the opponent's pressure was too strong. Even with Li Changsheng's indestructible body, he could not withstand it. You are indeed a great emperor. You are indeed powerful. However, even a great emperor cannot dictate my fate. Even if you are a great emperor, I will still fight. Li Changsheng roared angrily. His battle intent surged from his body, and the Fangtian halberd became even hotter. Li Changsheng roared and slashed out, meeting the great emperor's finger head-on. Bang! Even though the finger was incomparably illusory, Li Changsheng still felt a terrifying force when it collided with the Fangtian halberd. It shook the Fangtian halberd, causing blood to splatter from the web between his thumb and index finger. His body kept retreating. However, the battle intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Even the great emperor's finger couldn't kill me. One day, even a great emperor will have to look up to me. Li Changsheng's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. After the Fangtian halberd was stained with blood, it made him feel as if his blood and heart were intertwined. He raised the Fangtian halberd and smashed it down again. At this moment, it was completely different from before. It was very direct, very rough, and very simple. However, the moment the Fangtian halberd smashed out, it was as if it had become the only thing in the world. A terrifying sharpness and endless killing intent erupted from the Fangtian halberd. That terrifying power gave Li Changsheng a fright. The power of this Fangtian halberd was actually not weaker than the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting divine arrow. Even if it was not an emperor weapon, it was definitely infinitely close. Moreover, the Fangtian halberd seemed to be a natural enemy of the great emperor. When Li Changsheng had the battle intent to fight against the great emperor, it seemed to have been awakened from a deep sleep, erupting with terrifying divine might. It seems that the owner of this Fangtian halberd was once an extraordinary existence, and he had endless hatred for the great emperor of the human race. That's why this hatred infected the Fangtian halberd. When he had an unyielding will towards the great emperor, it coincided with this hatred, and the Fangtian halberd was activated. Chapter 1031. Feeling the surging energy from the heavenly halberd in his hand, Li Changsheng raised the heavenly halberd and slashed down at the emperor's clone. This was a shocking scene. How dare he attack the emperor's clone? The emperor's clone was enraged. He raised his palm again and pressed down on Li Changsheng. Boom! Boom! Even though Li Changsheng had tried his best, he still spat out blood from the impact of the palm. He retreated and felt his blood boiling. This was after the heavenly halberd had neutralized most of the impact. The emperor was indeed terrifying. Puny living being, how dare you challenge my authority? You shall suffer my wrath. The emperor's clone uttered a sentence. It was just a simple sentence, but it reverberated through the 9 heavens. It was as though the Tao of the entire Devil Sky starfield was stirred. Instantly, Li Changsheng felt a strong rejection. It was as though the heavens and earth did not tolerate him. This was the power of the emperor. Li Changsheng was shocked. At the same time, he yearned for it. One day, I will have such power too. I just have to get through today's hurdle. Li Changsheng was filled with a sense of danger. The emperor's clone was too strong. If he couldn't get through today's hurdle, all his ambitions would be in vain. At most, it's just a battle. Li Changsheng suddenly roared into the sky. His god and demon supreme body was in full force as he gripped the heavenly halberd tightly. If I lose, I'll die. Even if I die, let me die with a bang. Li Changsheng took a step forward. His body seemed to have merged with the heavenly halberd. Facing the descending palm, he rushed up. Earlier on, the emperor had merely extended a finger to injure Li Changsheng. Now that all 5 fingers were extended, it was as though the entire world was within this palm. Li Changsheng had the thought of dying. The heavenly halberd in his hand clashed with the palm. At this moment, he could feel a terrifying energy flowing through the halberd and into his body. The space around Li Changsheng almost instantly turned into chaos. Blood began to seep out of the countless pores all over his body. Even his 7 orifices were bleeding. The great emperor's power was too terrifying. Even if it was just an avatar, Li Changsheng also could not stop it. Ha 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 ha. You are finally going to die. The guardian couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. If even the great emperor's clone couldn't kill Li Changsheng, then he would really be in despair. Li Changsheng's entire body was wrapped in blood. At this moment, he was in a very dangerous situation. He could die at any moment. His thoughts were a little fuzzy. Was he really going to die here today? At this moment, a terrifying power erupted from the heavenly halberd. Then, a black figure walked out from the heavenly halberd. The moment this figure appeared, the power of the great emperor's clone that enveloped Li Changsheng disappeared without a trace. This figure was shrouded in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, his aura was not any weaker than the great emperor's clone. Is this another great emperor's clone? Just as Li Changsheng was in shock, the black figure suddenly turned around and looked at him. You are the new owner of the demon god halberd. Although you are a little weak, you are not bad. A majestic voice sounded in Li Changsheng's mind. Then, the figure walked straight towards the great emperor's clone. Huan Yu, I never thought that after countless years, you and I would meet again in such a way. What's the point of bullying a junior? I will fight you in the extraterritorial starry sky. The black figure seemed to know the great emperor's clone. The great emperor's clone did not say anything. He just turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. His action made his intention clear. The black figure also turned into a ray of black light and flew into the sky. In such an extreme battle, even if there were only 2 clones, they would probably be able to destroy the entire world. Seeing the 2 emperor-level figures leave, the scene fell into silence. No one would have thought that there would be a great emperor's clone living in Li Changsheng's Fangtian halberd. At this moment, Li Changsheng, who had regained his senses, looked at the guardian of the ancient road. Now, it's time for us to settle our grudges. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the guardian of the ancient road trembled. The guardian's body trembled at first, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. Under the attack of the great emperor's clone just now, you are already on the verge of death. Li Changsheng, stop trying to fool me. Do you think you can still leave the Divine Armor sect alive today? Where are the disciples of the Divine Armor sect? The guardian of the ancient road ordered. Immediately, the disciples of the Divine Armor sect appeared and surrounded Li Changsheng. Obviously, in his opinion, today was the best time to kill Li Changsheng. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. Why are there so many people who like to think they are infallible? Fine. Today, I will let you know that even if I am seriously injured, I can still easily destroy the Divine Armor sect. Li Changsheng smiled coldly and raised the Fangtian halberd in his hand. When he took a step forward, the disciples of the Divine Armor sect couldn't help but take a step back. The scene of Li Changsheng fighting the great emperor's clone was too shocking. Even if Li Changsheng was seriously injured, they didn't dare to underestimate Li Changsheng. I want to see how much strength you can still unleash. The guardian of the ancient road rushed towards Li Changsheng. Black gas lingered around his body. He was much stronger than when he was in the Tianju star field. It seemed that he had gained a lot of benefits after his term on the ancient road ended. However, facing the guardian of the ancient road, Li Changsheng only smiled coldly. He raised the Fangtian halberd in his hand and struck out. Boom! In the next moment, the guardian of the ancient road was swept by the light emitted by the Fangtian halberd. Then, he was sent flying. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back. A ghastly wound appeared on his chest. Blood dripped down instantly. He was seriously injured by Li Changsheng. Seeing Li Changsheng attack, many disciples of the Divine Armor sect attacked Li Changsheng at the same time. The Divine Armor sect cultivated the martial arts of the military sect. Compared to other sects, they were more courageous and courageous. Although they knew that Li Changsheng's strength was terrifying, they still chose to attack Li Changsheng without hesitation. Li Changsheng held the Fangtian halberd in his hand tightly and swept it in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The disciples of the Divine Armor sect were sent flying into the sky one by one. Then, they exploded in the sky. Blood mist filled the air. In just one move, more than 100 people had died. No matter how fearless the remaining disciples of the Divine Armor sect were, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. After all, being unafraid of death didn't mean that they weren't afraid of dying. No one would be willing to be cannon fodder if they still rushed forward. At this moment, Li Changsheng realized that the guardian of the ancient road had disappeared. Chapter 1032. You're pretty fast at escaping. But do you really think you can escape? Li Changsheng sneered. Immediately, he released his consciousness to search for the guardian of the ancient road. However, he was surprised to find that he had completely lost sight of the guardian of the ancient road. It seems like there's a special method in the Divine Armor sect that prevents me from using my divine awareness. You won't be able to escape from the sect in the blink of an eye. I don't believe that you won't come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng suddenly rose into the sky. Then, he raised the Fangtian halberd in his hand. It grew to a size of 1,000 feet and smashed down on the Divine Armor sect. Rumble. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a 100-mile radius shook violently. The Divine Armor sect's location caved in. Countless formations shattered in an instant. Countless disciples of the Divine Armor sect were turned into ashes. Even the spirit veins under the Divine Armor sect were destroyed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The Divine Armor sect's disciples were destroyed by Li Changsheng with a single blow. However, there was no sign of the guardian of the ancient road. Therefore, he raised the Fangtian halberd again. This time, he smashed it down at a much slower speed. However, the power was stronger than before. The area it covered was wider. Everything within a 100-mile radius was shrouded in this terrifying aura. All the living creatures within a 100-mile radius could feel that doomsday was coming. They all whimpered. Chen Xian knew that the guardian of the ancient road could not be forced out of the Divine Armor sect. It was very likely that the guardian had escaped from the Divine Armor sect and was hiding somewhere else. Therefore, Chen Xian expanded the area of his attack. Rumble. It was as if a huge mountain had suddenly descended from the sky. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Countless smoke and dust billowed out like billowing waves. The ground continued to collapse one circle after another. The Fangtian halberd landed on the Divine Armor sect. That place suffered the strongest impact. Under this attack, the Divine Armor sect was completely turned into ashes. All the buildings and formations of the Divine Armor sect were completely destroyed. All the living creatures within a 100-mile radius were killed. This attack was infuriating. Corpses were everywhere. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, the guardian of the ancient road still hadn't appeared. I don't believe that you can escape hundreds of miles away right under my eyes. Li Changsheng's eyes revealed a ferocious glint as he transformed into his godly demon form. First, the Fangtian halberd smashed down with an even greater force. Then, the Tiandu sword intersected with sword light as he slashed out a total of 81 times. Then, the Black Devil Mountain, the Soul-Gathering Sail, the Ardent Dragon Spear, and various other celestial artifacts bombarded the location of the Divine Armor sect. Under the continuous attacks, the mountains and rivers where the Divine Armor sect used to be were all razed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Li Changsheng, you've gone too far. An exasperated voice filled with anger rang out. The ancient road guardian flew up into the air, his clothes tattered as he stared at Li Changsheng. From the beginning, he had been hiding in the Divine Armor sect. He only relied on the formation to avoid Li Changsheng's first 2 rounds of attacks. However, he didn't expect Li Changsheng to not give up. Finally, the formation couldn't withstand the powerful force and collapsed. He had no choice but to come out and face Li Changsheng. Ha! Ancient Road Guardian, you're willing to come out now? You're really a coward. The entire Divine Armor sect died because of you. Don't you feel guilty? Hearing Li Changsheng's mocking voice, the Ancient Road Guardian's expression became extremely ugly. Indeed, after today, the Divine Armor sect that had been passed down for thousands of years would be completely erased from the Devil Sky Starfield. If he also died in Li Changsheng's hands, the Divine Armor sect would really become a cloud of smoke in the past. Li Changsheng, you devil. I'll fight you to the death. The Ancient Road Guardian let out a furious roar. His eyes were bloodshot. He raised his hand, and a black ray slashed towards Li Changsheng. He wanted to fight Li Changsheng to the death. However, Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with mockery. This was because in the next second, the Ancient Road Guardian turned around and fled into the distance. The so-called Black Ray was just an act. People who are afraid of death don't have the courage to face death. It's a pity that those disciples of the Divine Armor sect died for you. It wasn't worth it. Li Changsheng shook his head and took a step forward. In an instant, his body turned into a series of afterimages. The square sky halberd in his hand smashed towards the Ancient Road Guardian's back. The Ancient Road Guardian felt a threatening aura coming from behind him. He knew that he couldn't escape from Li Changsheng's attack range. In desperation, he turned around and prepared to fight to the death. However, at this moment, the square sky halberd that Li Changsheng smashed towards the Ancient Road Guardian seemed to have stabbed into an iron mountain, producing a ding-dang sound. The huge rebound force forced him to take a few steps back. He saw a cold gaze looking at him from the horizon. It's the Great Emperor's clone. His back. Li Changsheng felt a huge sense of crisis. Could it be that the black shadow that appeared from the square sky halberd was unable to defeat this great emperor's clone? Li Changsheng could clearly see that this great emperor's clone had become much more illusory. It was obvious that this clone had gone through an intense battle and was on the verge of dissipating. However, even if this clone was on the verge of dissipating, it wasn't something that Li Changsheng could deal with right now. The ancient road guardian, who had been in despair, couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Changsheng, you didn't expect this, did you? This is fate. At this moment, another figure appeared behind Li Changsheng. Bullying the younger generation? Huan Yu, when did your mind become so small? It was the black shadow that had flown out from the square sky halberd. He hadn't died. Li Changsheng immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that his life was saved. Humph! The great emperor called Huan Yu shouted coldly. Then, he turned around and disappeared into thin air. Li Changsheng turned his head and looked at the black shadow standing behind him. Just as he was about to say something, the black shadow cast him a look of approval before completely disappearing from the world. It turned out that the two great emperor's clones had used up all their energy in the battle and had returned to take a look at the two of them. After the two great emperor's clones disappeared, the ancient road guardian didn't hesitate to flee into the distance. He knew that without the protection of the great emperor's clones, he would undoubtedly die when facing Li Changsheng. You want to run? Not so fast. Li Changsheng snapped out of his daze and immediately gave chase. The fact that the ancient road guardian had been recognized by the great emperor's decree meant that his potential wasn't ordinary. Leaving him alive would definitely be a disaster. In that moment, the ancient road guardian seemed to have ignited some kind of secret magic, and his speed was much faster than before. Li Changsheng followed closely behind, but was unable to catch up. Just as Li Changsheng was getting closer and closer to the ancient road guardian suddenly rushed down into the mountain range below. Li Changsheng quickly followed, and saw a mountain gate appear in front of him. Chapter 1033. In the Shinri sect. Li Changsheng knew that this sect was not ordinary just by looking at the gate. Only then did he remember that the Shinri sect disciple who rode the 9 dragons was holding a weapon that was exactly the same as his ardent dragon spear. And when he killed so many prodigies, that Shinri sect disciple disappeared. He did not have the chance to figure out the connection between the ardent dragon spear in his hand and his ardent dragon spear. He did not expect that the guardian of the ancient road would escape to this place. Li Changsheng strode inside. But just as he was about to step through the gate, a 9-clawed golden dragon pounced straight at him, exuding a terrifying aura. At the same time, several divine chains of laws appeared and bound Li Changsheng's limbs. The divine chains of laws were filled with the power of a true dragon. What's going on? The dragon energy of the Shinri sect is even denser than that of the princes of the Great Yu dynasty. Li Changsheng was slightly surprised. At this time, the 9-clawed golden dragon had already pounced in front of him. In an instant, Li Changsheng took a step forward, and the divine chains that bound his limbs instantly shattered. At the same time, he punched out, and the 9-clawed golden dragon exploded layer by layer under his fist, turning into a pile of fragments. When the 9-clawed golden dragon shattered, the entire ground trembled. The gate of the Shinri sect shook. In an instant, numerous figures flew out of the Shinri sect. The leader was the Shinri sect's disciple. He held a spear that was exactly the same as the ardent dragon spear and stared coldly at Li Changsheng. That day, I left early because of some matters in the sect. I heard that you were unstoppable after killing so many prodigies. Today, I will fight with you. The Shinri sect's disciple immediately raised the golden spear in his hand and locked it on Li Changsheng. What weapon is that in your hand? Li Changsheng looked at the ardent dragon spear in his hand and asked. This spear is called the ardent dragon spear. The eldest senior brother of the Shinri sect declared proudly. This is the heirloom of the Shinri sect. Today, I will use this spear to defeat you and obtain your fortune, achieving a supreme level. The eldest brother of the Shinri sect said loudly. Li Changsheng shook his head. If that's the ardent dragon spear, then what do you think mine is? As he spoke, he raised his hand. A golden light flashed in his hand, and the ardent dragon spear appeared in his hand. Aoyi's body shook. How can you have the same spear as me? Haha. I know, you're a fake, I'm the real deal. Our Shinri sect has many ancestors who have traveled to various starfields. They must have passed down their teachings, which led to this replica artifact. Hearing Aoyi's words, Li Changsheng also laughed. I don't think so. The one in your hand is the imitation. We'll know who has the imitation after we fight. Aoyi shouted loudly. His body turned into a golden light, and he took the initiative to attack Li Changsheng. A 9-clawed golden dragon circled around the body of the spear, constantly flying. Although this is a 9-clawed golden dragon, it's still an imitation. Li Changsheng also raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand. A golden dragon appeared, but it only had 6 claws. However, as the 6-clawed golden dragon appeared, a vast imperial aura spread out. Its aura was even stronger than that of the 9-clawed golden dragon. The moment it flew out, it tore the 9-clawed golden dragon into pieces. Aoyi and the disciples of the Shinri sect were shocked. Each claw of the golden dragon represented a level, but they never expected their 9-clawed golden dragon to be defeated by the 6-clawed golden dragon. How is this possible? Haha. Now you know who has the imitation, right? Li Changsheng rose into the air and struck out with the spear in his hand. The 9-clawed golden dragon turned into a sharp golden light and blasted down. Rumble. The majestic mountain gate of the Shinri sect collapsed in an instant. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and a terrifying energy spread in all directions. The disciples of the Shinri sect, including Aoyi, quickly retreated. Many of the disciples were not strong enough. Under the terrifying energy, they kept vomiting blood. Even Aoyi was in a sorry state, although he was not injured. However, compared to his sorry state, Aoyi was more shocked by the ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand. The ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand was too powerful. He could not help but doubt the authenticity of the ardent dragon spear in his hand. Could it be that the treasure that has been passed down for countless generations in the Shinri sect is really just an imitation? For Aoyi, who was able to inherit the ardent dragon spear, this was something that he could not accept. It was as if an antique that had been passed down for countless generations in his family was suddenly told that it was a fake. This kind of blow was hard for him to accept. However, Li Changsheng was not in the mood to care about his thoughts at the moment. He brandished the ardent dragon spear, which was filled with golden light, and pierced towards Aoyi. Senior brother, be careful. The disciples of the Shinri sect exclaimed. Aoyi's current state was not right. If he was pierced by Li Changsheng's ardent dragon spear, he would be in danger. Aoyi woke up in an instant. He knew how terrible his state was just now. He raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand to meet the attack. I don't believe that the treasure that has been passed down for countless generations in our sect is a fake. Golden light shot out from Aoyi's hand and collided with Li Changsheng's ardent dragon spear. Rumble. Terrifying energy exploded between the two of them. The surrounding void shattered. Aoyi was definitely one of the top geniuses in the Devil Sky Starfield. He was not inferior to the eldest senior brother of the Shinkyu school. In fact, he was much stronger than him. The aftermath of the battle between the two of them razed the surrounding mountains to the ground. The place where the two of them collided turned into chaos. The disciples of the Shinri sect stared at the center of the battle between the two of them. Because the energy fluctuations were too strong, they could not see clearly who had the upper hand. Eldest senior brother is a genius. He can definitely kill this extraterrestrial demon. Yeah. How dare he behave so atrociously in front of our Shinri sect? He's simply courting death. The disciples of the Shinri sect had blind confidence in their eldest senior brother. However, after the terrifying energy collision, the energy calmed down slightly. Everyone saw that the ardent dragon spear in the hands of the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother had broken into 2 pieces. Li Changsheng stood in front of him with a cold smile on his face. Impossible. Impossible. The eldest senior brother of the Shinri sect was mumbling to himself like a maniac. Now that the ardent dragon spear had been broken, The blow was too much for him to bear. Nothing is impossible. The facts have proven everything. Now, you can die peacefully, right? Li Changsheng did not have the time to waste with him. He raised the ardent dragon spear and pierced it towards his chest. At this moment, the eldest senior brother of the Shinri sect did not feel the approaching danger. He was still shaking his head, unable to extricate himself from the blow of knowing that the spear in his hands was fake. Seeing that the spear was about to land, many people could not bear to watch and closed their eyes. At this moment, a large golden hand appeared in the sky and suddenly slapped towards Li Changsheng. How dare you behave atrociously in front of our Shinri sect? You're courting death. A majestic voice was heard. Many disciples of the Shinri sect were delighted. Sect leader. The sect leader is here. Chapter 1034. A majestic figure appeared in the sky, glaring at Li Changsheng. The golden palm slapped down at Li Changsheng. It was filled with terrifying might and instantly froze the void around Li Changsheng. This was definitely an expert who had reached the heavenly immortal realm. His strength was terrifying. However, Li Changsheng only sneered in the face of such an attack. He had no intention of blocking it at all. The ardent dragon spear in his hand stabbed down at the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother. You're courting death. The golden figure roared angrily, and the speed of his palm slammed down even faster. However, the moment his palm touched Li Changsheng's body, the ardent dragon spear had already pierced through the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother's chest. At this moment, the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother finally came to his senses. Just as he was about to counterattack, a blood-red light flew out of his body and merged into the ardent dragon spear. The six-clawed golden dragon formed by the ardent dragon spear seemed to be faintly growing a seventh claw. Could it be that the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother actually has the bloodline of a true dragon? While Li Changsheng was still in shock, the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother had already exploded under the ardent dragon spear. At this moment, the huge palm landed on Li Changsheng's body. A terrifying power surged, but Li Changsheng's body only swayed a little before the palm print was neutralized. This time, the golden figure also looked a little surprised. At this time, the Shinri sect's disciples reacted and screamed. Eldest senior brother! Eldest senior brother has been killed. You dare to kill my disciple in front of me? You're courting death. At this time, the golden figure in the sky gradually solidified. It was a white-haired old man. Just now, it was just his clone. Where is the guardian of the ancient road? If you don't hand over the guardian of the ancient road, not to mention killing one of your disciples, I'll kill you too. The guardians of the ancient road have the Grand Emperor's talisman, so they should be protected by every sect in the Devil Heaven planetary system. Li Changsheng, you killed my disciple. You deserve 10,000 deaths. How do you want to die now? Hee hee. Li Changsheng could not help but shake his head. You should be the one to die. Then, he slowly raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand. Seeing the ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand, the Shinri sect's sect leader was surprised. Where did you get this? It doesn't matter where I got it from. What's important is that you should also have the bloodline of the true dragon clan in your body. This was only Li Changsheng's conjecture. Since their sect was called the Shinri sect, and the Shinri sect's eldest senior brother had the bloodline of a true dragon, it meant that this sect was inextricably linked to the true dragon race. It was very likely that the prerequisite to becoming a true disciple of the Shinri sect was to have the bloodline of a true dragon. Sure enough, after hearing Li Changsheng's words, the Shinri sect's sect leader spoke coldly. Almost everyone in the Devil Heaven planetary system has the bloodline of a true dragon, but to join the Shinri sect, you have to awaken the hidden true dragon bloodline in your body. The true dragon bloodline in my body has reached 60%. How about it? Are you afraid now? In the Shinri sect, the density of a person's true dragon bloodline represented their potential. It was rare to see someone with 60% true dragon bloodline, and it also meant that the strength of the Shinri sect's sect leader had reached a terrifying level. The Shinri sect's sect leader thought that Li Changsheng was estimating his strength by asking about the true dragon bloodline. However, after hearing his words, Li Changsheng's face lit up. If I kill a senior brother of the Shinri sect and plunder the true dragon bloodline, the true dragon formed by the ardent dragon spear will grow the seventh claw. If I kill the Shinri sect leader, the true dragon formed by the ardent dragon spear will immediately reach the seventh claw, and its power will increase greatly. At this moment, in Li Changsheng's eyes, the Shinri sect leader was a piece of juicy meat. Seeing Li Changsheng's strange gaze, the Shinri sect leader couldn't help but frown. Kid, what are you planning? Nothing. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. I just want to borrow the true dragon bloodline in your body. After saying that, without waiting for the Shinri sect leader to react, he took a step forward, rose into the air, and rushed towards the Shinri sect leader, taking the initiative to attack. You're courting death. The Shinri sect leader was enraged. Li Changsheng dared to look down on him, which made him feel that his authority had been greatly challenged. Do you think you're invincible after winning a battle at the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? You're courting death. The Shinri sect leader snorted coldly. The Shinri sect leader was one of the top sects in the Devil Sky Starfield, and his strength wasn't much weaker than the emperor of the Dayu dynasty. Therefore, even though Li Changsheng had a series of brilliant battle results, he didn't think much of Li Changsheng. He raised his palm, turned it into a huge handprint, and pressed it down on Li Changsheng. Back then, Li Changsheng only destroyed his clone, so the handprint he manifested wasn't that powerful. However, this palm was many times stronger than the previous handprint. Good timing. Li Changsheng laughed and raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand to meet the attack. Their attacks collided in an instant. Rumble. The void trembled, and the huge handprint instantly exploded into a pile of fragments under the ardent dragon spear. How is this possible? The Shinri sect leader finally showed some surprise. At the same time, he began to take Li Changsheng seriously. It seems that I've underestimated you. The Shinri sect leader snorted coldly and suddenly took a step forward. A nine-clawed golden dragon appeared behind him. The nine-clawed golden dragon coiled in the depths of the void with its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. However, even though it was sleeping, it still exuded a terrifying aura. Many of the Shinri sect's disciples couldn't withstand the aura and prostrated themselves on the ground. Even Li Changsheng instinctively felt the urge to kneel down and submit to him. However, Li Changsheng quickly suppressed this thought. As the Shinri sect leader's aura continued to rise, the nine-clawed golden dragon suddenly opened its eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a terrifying power gushed out, like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas, howling as it came. Under this powerful aura, the void in front of Li Changsheng was instantly shattered. The terrifying force pressed down, as if hundreds of mountains were smashing down together to crush Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng suddenly thrust the ardent dragon spear in his hand forward and roared, "Break!" The ardent dragon spear pierced out, and a six-clawed golden dragon roared out. It faced the surging energy and formed a golden light shield, isolating the terrifying force outside. At this time, the nine-clawed golden dragon's eyes were completely open. Two golden lights flew out from the void and burst out. They crossed layers of space and landed on the six-clawed golden dragon. The six-clawed golden dragon immediately let out a whimper and struggled under the golden light. The two were not at the same level at all. This was the real nine-clawed golden dragon. Li Changsheng revealed a look of shock. Chapter 1035. Thinking that the nine-clawed golden dragon was so terrifying, Li Changsheng also felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He was sure that the nine-clawed golden dragon had surpassed him by many levels. It was definitely not an existence that he could fight against now. It seems that I was careless. With this nine-clawed golden dragon, I won't be able to get away with it today. Li Changsheng thought. He clenched the ardent dragon spear in his hand and injected the power in his body into the spear to resist the nine-clawed golden dragon. With the injection of Li Changsheng's power, the six-clawed golden dragon, which was about to collapse, instantly gained new vitality. It let out a long cry and instantly shattered the falling golden light. In the next moment, Li Changsheng's face suddenly showed some understanding. This nine-clawed golden dragon did exist, but it was in the depths of distant space. Otherwise, with the power of this nine-clawed golden dragon, As long as it appeared, it could easily obliterate him. After figuring this out, Li Changsheng regained his confidence. He held the ardent dragon spear in his hand and rushed toward the Shinri sect leader. The Shinri sect leader did not expect that Li Changsheng would become lively again under the pressure of the nine-clawed golden dragon. However, the dragon ancestor, who he did not even know in which spacetime, would definitely not appear to help him fight against Li Changsheng. A huge handprint instantly enveloped Li Changsheng. This handprint was similar to Li Changsheng's great heaven-raising handprint, even though it was a different method. In terms of the level of magic, it was impossible to distinguish the better and the worse. This kind of cultivation method relied on crushing the enemy with powerful strength. Obviously, the opponent also saw that Li Changsheng's realm had not reached the celestial immortal realm, so he wanted to use absolute strength to defeat Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng sneered and directly took out the ardent dragon spear in his hand. A dazzling golden light appeared, and at the tip of the ardent dragon spear, a golden sun emitted a dazzling radiance. The transparent handprint collided with the golden sun. The golden sun only shook a few times, and the handprint was offset. "Dragon spear ardent sun," Li Changsheng shouted. The small sun turned into a huge fireball and flew out of the vision, heading straight for the Shinri sect leader. The Shinri sect master's expression finally changed as he faced the huge fireball that was hurtling towards him. Originally, he thought that by relying on his realm and strength, he would be able to crush Li Changsheng. However, only now did he realize that Li Changsheng was far stronger than he had imagined. Especially the fireball that was crashing towards him. Its terrifying power and scorching temperature seemed to be able to melt and shatter everything. Open. The leader of the Shinri sect was finally going all out. With a loud shout, he instantly transformed into a golden true dragon. This true dragon had 5 claws and emitted a terrifying aura. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it charged directly into the fireball. Rumble. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded. Sparks flew everywhere like a meteor shower. Chen Xian's face was also filled with shock. The Shinri sect leader's true dragon bloodline had definitely reached an extremely pure level. Now that he had transformed into a true dragon, his strength was countless times more terrifying. Good one. This aroused Li Changsheng's fighting spirit even more. Holding the ardent dragon spear, he directly rushed towards the true dragon. He wanted to be a dragon slayer. Li Changsheng struck out with his spear, and a golden light tore through the sky. Ah! The 5-clawed golden dragon that the Shinri sect leader had transformed into was pierced between the eyebrows by Li Changsheng's spear. It let out a terrifying roar, and the dragon's body kept swaying, directly smashing a mountain next to it into pieces. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the void and rushed towards Li Changsheng. It was the guardian of the ancient road. He had been hiding in the dark, and at this moment, when he saw the fierce battle between Li Changsheng and the Shinri sect leader, he chose to launch a sneak attack. He didn't care about the guardian of the ancient road's sneak attack at all. A sword light slashed down from the sky and slashed towards the guardian of the ancient road. Before the guardian of the ancient road could get close to Li Changsheng, he was sent flying by the sword light. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon that the Shinri sect leader had transformed into was still struggling. The huge dragon's body smashed everything around it into pieces. One could see with the naked eye that red light flew out of the Shinri sect leader's body and merged into the ardent dragon spear. Gradually, the aura of the Shinri sect leader became weaker and weaker, while the light of the ardent dragon spear became brighter and brighter. Under this situation, the Shinri sect leader's body finally slowed down a lot. The golden dragon phantom on the ardent dragon spear had completely changed from 6 claws to 7 claws. Break! Li Changsheng shouted. The 5-clawed golden dragon's body was constantly shrinking. Boom! Suddenly, he transformed back into his human form, grabbed Li Changsheng's spear, and pulled it out from between his eyebrows. Then, his whole body turned into a golden light and fled into the Shinri sect. At this moment, the guardian of the ancient road, who saw that the situation was not good, also turned around to escape. However, Li Changsheng's aura had already locked onto him. The moment he was about to escape, the ardent dragon spear stabbed out. A terrifying rumbling sound accompanied by a golden light whistling out, instantly piercing the guardian of the ancient road's body. Then, the guardian of the ancient road's body dissipated bit by bit, turning into black smoke and disappearing in front of Li Changsheng's eyes. Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown. The palm just now was enough to extinguish the guardian of the ancient road's life force, but he still felt a little strange. The guardian of the ancient road didn't die so easily. However, Li Changsheng couldn't care less at this moment. The Shinri sect's sect master had run inside, and he hurriedly chased after him. The Shinri sect's sect master was a very terrifying enemy. Under the ardent dragon spear, even the true dragon bloodline in his body was absorbed by the spear. In the end, he broke free from the ardent dragon spear's shroud and fled inside. If such an enemy wasn't eradicated, then even if he left the Devil Sky Starfield in the future, the Chinese people would still suffer his revenge. His body turned into a green light, and he chased after the Shinri sect's sect master into the Shinri sect. Wherever he went, if he encountered any Shinri sect's disciples who came out to intercept him, Li Changsheng would not hesitate to stab with his spear, exploding them into a bloody mist. Wherever he went, the blood mist would spread. Who knew how many Shinri sect's disciples were killed by Li Changsheng? However, when he reached the innermost part, he lost track of the Shinri sect's sect master. Li Changsheng was sure that the Shinri sect's sect master had escaped inside. But why did he suddenly disappear? Li Changsheng looked at the deepest part of the Shinri sect's divine temple. He felt that the aura of this divine temple was very strange. He descended from the sky, walked step by step to the entrance of the divine temple, and pushed the door open. Got it. An ear-piercing sound was accompanied by a cloud of dust. Things like the dust removal array were nothing to them, so how could there be dust? The moment the door opened, Li Changsheng saw the statue of a 9-clawed golden dragon enshrined in the divine temple. It was exactly the same as the 9-clawed golden dragon in the depths of the void. However, this divine temple wasn't very big, so it could be seen at a glance. There was no trace of the Shinri sect's sect master. Where did he hide? Chapter 1036. Li Changsheng scanned every corner of the temple with his divine sense. Unfortunately, he could not find any trace of the Shinri sect master. How could he just disappear into thin air? Li Changsheng began to search in the temple. Sometimes, what one's divine sense detected might not be true, because there were many things in this world that could deceive divine sense. Li Changsheng felt that the Shinri sect master had disappeared into thin air, and the secret lay in this temple. However, after circling around and frowning more and more, he still could not find anything. Finally, he looked at the statue of the 9-clawed golden dragon. He felt that it had something to do with this statue. Since I can't find your hiding place, I'll just blast you out. For Li Changsheng, there was nothing that could not be solved with one punch. If there was, he would use 2 punches. He took out the ardent dragon spear, aimed at the 9-clawed golden dragon, and stabbed it directly. Boom! The turbulent spear force, accompanied by a rotating golden light, blasted into the body of the 9-clawed golden dragon. However, the 9-clawed golden dragon did not shatter. Instead, Li Changsheng felt a strong tearing force pulling his body. Then, his body involuntarily floated toward the 9-clawed golden dragon statue. Then, a golden light flashed in front of him, and he arrived in an unfamiliar environment. This seemed to be a small world. This world was covered in green grass, blue sky, and white clouds. The air was filled with the aura of spiritual energy. It was like a paradise on earth. It seems that the Shinri sect master escaped into this small world. But where is he? Li Changsheng spread out his divine sense and spread it in all directions. He found that this world was very big, and his divine sense could not explore it completely. Such a small world, the so-called small world, was not small compared to a big world like Earth. But as long as you are in this world, I don't believe that I can't find you. Since his divine sense could not explore the entire world, Li Changsheng planned to use the dumbest method, which was to search every inch of this world over and over again. With that thought in mind, his body flew up and swept forward like a big bird. Looking down, the vast grassland stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Li Changsheng also discovered something strange. Ever since he had appeared in this small world, he had seen many green plants, blue skies, and white clouds, but he had not seen any living creatures. There seemed to be no living creatures in this world. Li Changsheng kept moving forward, but the more he flew, the more confused he became. After flying for such a long time, all he saw was a field of green grass, but there was still no change. What was going on? If he continued to fly like this, he was afraid that even if he flew for 10 days to half a month, there would still be no change in front of him. Li Changsheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. No, this is very wrong. Could this be an illusion? Li Changsheng suddenly had an idea. He raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Rumble. The turbulent fist force directly tore a hole in the space in front of him. Then, Li Changsheng saw the scene in front of him, which was like a broken mirror. Hula! It shattered. Li Changsheng found himself in a deep pool. The surrounding turbulent black gas carried the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. It was as if there were countless eyes staring at him in the dark. Could this be an illusion again? Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear again and thrust it forward. But this time, it was not like a broken mirror like before. The spear force blasted a path through the fog, and there was a shrill scream, but he could not see what creature made it. This should not be an illusion. Li Changsheng withdrew his divine sense and began to walk forward step by step. All he could see was endless fog, and the ground under his feet had an unpleasant smell. There was a faint crying sound coming from the stone wall. He walked for more than an hour, but he was still at the bottom of the valley. I don't know how deep this abyss is. No. It's still not right. Li Changsheng heard the sound of crying coming from the wall. He suddenly let out a loud shout, and his body burned with raging flames. The moment the flames burned, the scene in front of him began to distort, and then completely dissipated. He appeared in a green mountain. The river flowed slowly, and the trees on the mountain were lush. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard. It was as if he had come to the ancient times. Li Changsheng held the ardent dragon spear tightly and thought that it should be an illusion. Suddenly, a huge crocodile rushed out from the river. It opened its ferocious mouth, and each of its fangs was like a sharp knife. This crocodile's body was filled with a terrifying bloody aura. Li Changsheng did not hesitate to stab the ardent dragon spear into the crocodile's lower abdomen. Then, he saw a little bit of golden light fusing into the ardent dragon spear. The energy of this light was very small, but he could clearly feel that the ardent dragon spear in his hand seemed to have improved a little. This is not an illusion, but a real crocodile. This crocodile has the bloodline of a true dragon hidden in its body, so it can help the ardent dragon spear to purify it. Li Changsheng was surprised. He was sure that this was not an illusion, but a real small world. It seems that the previous 2 illusions were just a test for me. Li Changsheng understood this point and released his divine sense along the river bank. The moment he released his divine sense, his expression changed. He found several auras, each of which was incomparably exuberant. They were countless times more terrifying than the crocodile he had just killed. Moreover, these auras seemed to belong to a few colossal beings. Is this really a small world from the ancient times? Li Changsheng followed his senses and came in front of a small hill. The hill was covered with fiery red grass, which was gently swaying like flames. In fact, the fiery red grass contained pure fire spirit energy. However, Li Changsheng did not pay attention to the grass. Instead, he stared at a cave under the hill. As if sensing Li Changsheng's arrival, a flame suddenly spewed out from the cave and rushed towards Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng casually gathered the flame into his palm and refined it. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, a huge snake head was staring at Li Changsheng. This was a fire-attributed python, and Li Changsheng found that there were 2 slight bulges on the python's head, which looked like dragon horns. In the next moment, without waiting for Li Changsheng to do anything, the python had already rushed out of the cave and pounced towards Li Changsheng. On the python's body, flames were burning fiercely. Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear and thrust it out. In an instant, the python's thorns exploded, and then a little red light merged into his ardent dragon spear. There was no doubt that this python also had the bloodline of a true dragon. The crocodile he had just killed, plus this fire python, and in the divine sense, those powerful auras seemed to have the chi of a true dragon. Do all the creatures in this world have the bloodline of a true dragon? Chapter 1037. All the creatures in this world seem to have the bloodline of the true dragon. What kind of small world is this? It must have something to do with the true dragon clan. Li Changsheng's heart was filled with doubts and puzzlement. At this time, a hissing sound came from the sky. A monster with wings swooped down towards Li Changsheng's position. A pair of claws that seemed to be cast from steel were filled with a cold aura. It grabbed towards Li Changsheng's head. It actually regarded Li Changsheng as its prey. "You're courting death," Li Changsheng coldly shouted, raised his fist and smashed towards the sky. Under this punch, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and a series of sparks burst out. The monster was also sent flying by Li Changsheng's punch, and once again flew into the sky. This was similar to the Western lizard dragon. It had two large wings that were somewhat similar to the wings of bats. There were two dragon horns on its head, and its huge eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty and ferocious aura. After being sent flying by Li Changsheng's punch, the lizard dragon seemed to know that Li Changsheng was not to be trifled with. It just refused to leave and continued to hover above Li Changsheng's head. "You're courting death," Li Changsheng coldly snorted. He stomped on the ground and flew into the sky. Seeing Li Changsheng rushing towards it, the lizard dragon once again clawed at Li Changsheng's head with its steel claws. At this time, Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand and smashed it towards the steel claws. With a catcher sound, the sturdy steel claws were instantly shattered. The lizard dragon roared, obviously in unbearable pain. While Li Changsheng and the lizard dragon were fighting, countless auras below were quietly watching the battle. These creatures were obviously very intelligent. They also noticed the existence of Li Changsheng, an outsider, and regarded Li Changsheng as their prey. The lizard dragon was completely enraged by Li Changsheng. It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a gust of wind, which formed a tornado in the air. He actually knows divine abilities. Not simple. Li Changsheng waved the ardent dragon spear in his hand and smashed it out. The tornado was actually smashed into pieces by his ardent dragon spear. At the same time, Li Changsheng was galloping in the sky. He raised the ardent dragon spear high above his head and ruthlessly stabbed down at the lizard dragon's head. The lizard dragon let out a blood-curdling scream that spread out in all directions. It continued to struggle, and even though its head had been pierced through, it was still alive. Li Changsheng pulled out the ardent dragon spear and threw it into his mouth. Suddenly, the ardent dragon spear turned into a golden light and rushed into the lizard dragon's stomach. Piercing through the lizard dragon's back, bits of red light fused into the ardent dragon spear. As for the lizard dragon, it fell from the sky with a plop and finally lost all signs of life. The moment the lizard dragon fell, Li Changsheng clearly felt that many terrifying auras in the surroundings were instantly hidden. Li Changsheng sensed that the power of the ardent dragon spear had increased by a lot. This was a paradise for the ardent dragon spear. Li Changsheng smiled. Under the cover of his divine sense, he found that there was a powerful creature hiding in the surroundings and immediately rushed over. That creature seemed to have sensed Li Changsheng's approach and saw a mountain explode from the middle. A creature that looked like a giant bear but had the head of a dragon let out an angry roar, as if warning Li Changsheng. This bear-like creature had already witnessed the scene of Li Changsheng killing the lizard dragon, so it was very afraid of Li Changsheng. It issued a warning, hoping that Li Changsheng would not approach. Just now, when he directly exploded the mountain, it was to show off to Li Changsheng. In this regard, Li Changsheng just sneered disdainfully. The strength of this creature was indeed not ordinary, but it was far from enough to scare him. At that time, when Li Changsheng fought with the lizard dragon, these creatures also wanted a share of the loot. In other words, Li Changsheng won in the end. If Li Changsheng lost, they would have swarmed up and wanted to eat Li Changsheng. Obviously, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak would be devoured and treated as prey. Since I've entered such a world, If I don't upgrade the ardent dragon spear to the 8th claw, I'll be sorry for myself. Li Changsheng coldly snorted, ignored the warning of the violent bear, and walked towards it step by step. When the violent bear saw Li Changsheng walking towards it, its eyes first showed some fear, then it was completely stimulated. It suddenly dug its claws into the ground, jumped more than 10 feet high, and slapped down at Li Changsheng with its huge claws. This creature obviously did not have the ability to fly, but its strength was definitely more than 10 times stronger than the lizard dragons. No wonder the entire mountain was blown apart by it. Li Changsheng was sure that with this claw, a mountain would be smashed to pieces. So it's a strength-type contestant. I like it. Li Changsheng actually put away the ardent dragon spear and punched forward. The violent bear was originally most afraid of Li Changsheng's ardent dragon spear. When it saw Li Changsheng put away his weapon, a hint of ridicule appeared in its eyes. But in the next moment, when Li Changsheng's fist collided with its huge claws, the ridicule on its face came to an abrupt end. The moment the two of them collided, a terrifying force burst out from Li Changsheng's fist. Although Li Changsheng looked like an ant facing a giant when compared to the tyrant, Li Changsheng looked like a giant. But as someone who cultivated the indestructible body, his strength was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. With one punch, the violent bear's huge claws exploded from the middle. Bang! The palm and the entire arm exploded into a bloody mist. The violent bear immediately let out a furious roar. The loss of its arm did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocity. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Li Changsheng. Disgusting. Li Changsheng had already competed with it in terms of physical strength. He knew that although the violent bear was strong, it was far from being his opponent. Naturally, he did not have the mood to continue playing with it. He directly took out the ardent dragon spear and pressed it against its mouth. The bloody mouth could no longer be closed. In the next second, Li Changsheng raised his foot and kicked the violent bear's lower abdomen. The violent bear, which was like a small mountain, flew into the air. The ardent dragon spear was still stuck in its mouth. Li Changsheng punched out from a distance. The mighty fist force just happened to hit the ardent dragon spear. Suddenly, the ardent dragon spear pierced the opponent's throat horizontally. Following Li Changsheng's will, the ardent dragon spear suddenly became 10 times bigger and protruded from the back of the throat. Then, the violent bear fell to the ground after struggling for a while. It couldn't be any more dead. Li Changsheng walked over and put away the ardent dragon spear. At the same time, the blood shadow doppelganger flashed and the violent bear's body turned into ashes. After killing the violent bear, Li Changsheng's gaze turned to another existence hidden in the mountain. The moment Li Changsheng's gaze fell, he saw the mountain split open. A leopard-like thing turned into an afterimage and fled into the distance. At the same time, countless figures fled from all directions. Obviously, Li Changsheng's ferocity had completely frightened the creatures in these worlds. Chapter 1038. Li Changsheng was like a tiger that had barged into a flock of sheep. The ferocious creatures in this small world turned into sheep and fled in all directions. With Li Changsheng as the center, the surrounding mountains kept exploding, and terrifying figures fled in all directions. In the sky, there were also many figures that were far away from Li Changsheng's position. Almost within a few minutes, with Li Changsheng as the center, there were no more creatures within a radius of more than 10 miles. Was it over just like that? In the next second, Li Changsheng's body turned into an afterimage as he chased into the distance. There were wild beasts filled with the bloodline of the true dragon everywhere. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity to upgrade the ardent dragon spear. How could he give it up just like that? In the distance, a lizard-like creature was crushing a path on the ground with its 4 claws. Whether it was a huge tree that required a few people to wrap their arms around or a mountain that was dozens of feet tall, it did not dodge at all. It just charged straight ahead and smashed everything into pieces. This showed how strong its physical body was. However, Li Changsheng had already locked onto it. At this moment, Li Changsheng was flying in the air. He aimed at the lizard's location and shot out his spear. Following an explosion, the large lizard did not even have time to react before it was blasted apart. Wisps of red bloodline power merged into the ardent dragon's spear. After Li Changsheng killed the lizard, he flew in another direction. Wherever he passed, no wild beast could escape his killing. This was a hunt where the strength was not equal at all. Li Changsheng was like a killing god from hell, constantly reaping lives. After a day, the golden dragon transformed from the ardent dragon spear had completely changed from 6 claws to 7 claws. Li Changsheng could clearly feel that the ardent dragon spear had become stronger. 2 days later, Li Changsheng could clearly feel that there were fewer wild beasts with the bloodline of the true dragon in this small world. However, he still kept hunting. Finally, when he caught up with another dragon that was hiding in the pool, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the Shinri sect master. This is a pocket dimension created by the ancestors of the Shinri sect. Every beast here has the potential to become a real dragon. Li Changsheng, you've gone too far. Really? Li Changsheng grinned. Perhaps this is a gift that your Shinri sect ancestors prepared for me. Shinri sect master, since you've shown yourself, I'll take your life. With that, Li Changsheng directly took out the ardent dragon spear. A 7-clawed golden dragon pounced towards the Shinri sect leader. Who would have thought that the Shinri sect leader would suddenly turn into nothingness and disappear without a trace? So it's just a doppelganger, something that hides its head and shows its tail. Li Changsheng shook his head. He wasn't disappointed that he couldn't kill the Shinri sect leader. He picked up the ardent dragon spear and continued hunting. This was because he also realized that if he wanted to force the Shinri sect leader to show himself, hunting beasts might be the best way. For 3 consecutive days, countless beasts with the bloodline of the real dragon died under Li Changsheng's spear. The golden dragon's 8th claw was already in its embryonic form. However, Li Changsheng had almost wiped out all the beasts with the bloodline of the real dragon in this pocket dimension. Li Changsheng flew for more than half a day and didn't see a single beast. However, as he continued hunting, he realized that the terrain of this pocket dimension seemed to be getting lower and lower towards the center. Finally, Li Changsheng chose to fly towards the center when he couldn't find a single beast with the bloodline of the real dragon after circling around a few times. As he flew towards the center, the terrain became lower and lower. 4 hours later, he found an abyss in front of him. The abyss was shrouded in fog. When Li Changsheng appeared there, he felt as if a pair of cold eyes were looking at him from the abyss. There's something strange in this abyss. Li Changsheng didn't know what was inside. Even when his spiritual consciousness penetrated into the abyss, he didn't notice anything. However, he was sure that there was definitely something inside. This was a kind of intuition. Perhaps it was because of his skill and courage, so no matter what kind of threat there was below, Li Changsheng didn't hesitate to jump into the abyss. He wanted to see what was at the bottom. The whistling wind slipped past his ears. He let himself fall freely and fell to the bottom. This abyss was extremely deep. Li Changsheng fell for a full minute. One had to know that 1 minute was definitely a long distance. When Li Changsheng's feet stepped on solid ground, he saw that he seemed to be in a huge canyon. In the deepest part of the canyon, a pair of cold eyes were looking at him. This was a huge monster. Its huge beard hung on the ground like a pillar. Each of its eyes was the size of a house. In particular, its 2 huge horns were like 2 towering trees. This was a dragon, a real dragon. Li Changsheng looked at the creature in front of him. It had a terrifying pressure on its body. This might be the dragon's power. The 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other. After a long time, the true dragon blinked its eyes. Li Changsheng clenched the scorching dragon spear in his hand. There was a faint sense of excitement in his heart. He recalled what the Shinri sect master had said before. Every creature in this small world had the potential to become a true dragon. In front of him was obviously a true dragon that was born in this world. This true dragon was undoubtedly very powerful. Li Changsheng's gaze subconsciously shifted to his claws. 5 claws. 5 claws. It was already an emperor among the true dragons. Any higher would be an extraordinary existence. If I can let the scorching dragon spear absorb the power in this true dragon's body, will it grow an 8th claw? Or even a 9th claw? Li Changsheng's heart was burning. If an ordinary person were to face a real dragon, they would probably be in awe, fear, and even their souls would leave their bodies. However, Li Changsheng seemed to have seen a huge treasure. Li Changsheng slowly raised the scorching dragon spear in his hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel the true dragon's anger. In the eyes of the true dragon, Li Changsheng was an insignificant human, and he actually tried to kill it. This was a challenge to its dignity. At this moment, the true dragon moved. The dragon's head, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly rose. Under the huge dragon's head, Li Changsheng was like an ant facing a mountain. Nonetheless, this was only a head. The rest of its body was hidden in the darkness. Li Changsheng gripped the scorching dragon spear tightly and was ready to fight at any time. This true dragon was undoubtedly powerful, but Li Changsheng was still confident that he could kill it. His fighting spirit was rising, and his breathing became rapid. Nevertheless, just as Li Changsheng was waiting for the true dragon to attack at any time, the true dragon suddenly soared into the sky and flew out of the abyss. While Li Changsheng was dumbfounded, it escaped. Chapter 1039. Li Changsheng was completely dumbfounded. That was a true dragon, yet it chose to run away instead of fighting. Where's your pride as a true dragon? Where's your courage as a true dragon? Where's your dignity as a true dragon? Li Changsheng was speechless. 10,000 alpacas were running through his mind. By the time he came to his senses and soared into the clouds to give chase, the true dragon was already nowhere to be seen. Why is he so cowardly? I'm so disappointed. But now that the true dragon has run away, how am I going to find the sect master of the Shinri sect? No. Li Changsheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why is that true dragon's aura so familiar? He's the sect master of the Shinri sect. The so-called sect master of the Shinri sect is originally the true dragon of this world. He is a true dragon that took human form. No wonder I couldn't find the sect master of the Shinri sect when I entered this world. It turns out that he has been hiding here all this time. Li Changsheng sneered and began to search. As long as the Shinri sect's sect master was still in this world, he could not escape from his senses. While Li Changsheng was fighting a battle of wits and courage with the Shinri sect's sect master in the Shinri sect's small world, the date of the battle between the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu and Li Changsheng had arrived in the outside world. On this day, countless experts from Devil Sky Galaxy had gathered at the peak of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. It was going to be an earth-shattering battle. The Imperial Emperor of the Dayu dynasty was definitely one of the top existences in this world. Originally, they had wanted the younger generation to deal with the trial takers of the ancient road. But in the end, the younger generation was useless and had been slaughtered by Li Changsheng. Now, even the strongest experts from the Devil Heavenstar region had joined the fray. Everyone in the Devil Heavenstar region was paying close attention to this battle. However, they waited from morning until night, but they still didn't see Li Changsheng. What's going on? Where did the trial takers of the ancient road go? Could it be that he's too scared to fight? What a coward! Countless people were talking about it. Even after the sun had set, Li Changsheng did not appear. Sitting on the top of the mountain, the Emperor of Great Yu, clad in a dragon robe, had his eyes closed. At this moment, his abyss-like eyes opened, filled with anger. Li Changsheng actually stood him up. This Li Changsheng, I originally thought that he was a respectable opponent, but now it seems that he is just a coward. Slowly, the Emperor rose to his feet. Below stood a dense crowd of armored soldiers. Each of these soldiers had terrifying strength. The reason why the Dayu dynasty was able to become a top power in the Devil Sky Starfield was because of the strength of the previous emperors and the terrifying strength of the generals. Since this Li Changsheng is a coward and doesn't dare to show himself, then pass down my order. Slaughter all the Chinese people's tribes. After saying that, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu walked down the mountaintop and floated away. Since the last battle with Li Changsheng, he had exposed the Chinese people's tribes. Now, it was normal for him to vent his anger by killing the Chinese people's tribes. After the Imperial Lord of Great Yu left, the generals immediately led their troops to the Chinese people's tribes. At this moment, Ji Ning, the patriarch, and the others were sitting in a room. Patriarch, do you think that Mr. Li and the Imperial Lord of Great Yu have already decided the victor? The Patriarch looked at the sun that had completely set and nodded. Yes. The day is over, and the result of the battle should be revealed. If Mr. Li wins, then our Chinese people will no longer have to hide our names and can walk openly in the Devil Sky Star field. Because a trial taker who set foot on the ancient road will return sooner or later. No one wants to offend such an expert. If Mr. Li loses, then our entire Chinese people's tribe will be buried with him. Patriarch, do you think Mr. Li will lose? The Patriarch shook his head. I don't know, but no matter if Mr. Li wins or loses, he is the pride of our Chinese people. Mr. Li's divine power is unparalleled. I believe he will win. Ji Ning clenched his fists with a determined look on his face. The Patriarch patted his head. Yes. Mr. Li will win, he also said with a smile. At this moment, a clansman hurriedly rushed back. Patriarch, not good. Not good. What's wrong? Seeing the clansman's terrified look, the Patriarch and Ji Ning's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Mr. Li lost? I didn't expect the heavens to not bless us Chinese people. As the Patriarch's words fell, the clansman hurriedly shook his head. No. Then, could it be that Mr. Li won? Ji Ning and the Patriarch's faces instantly lit up with excitement again. The clansman still shook his head. No, Mr. Li didn't even appear at the mountaintop. The Great Yu Imperial Lord waited for him at the mountaintop for a day, but he didn't see him. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and before he left, he gave the order to flatten our Chinese people's tribe. Right now, the army sent by the Great Yu Imperial Lord is already 100 miles away from our tribe. With the marching speed of the Great Yu dynasty's army, it will only take half an incense stick's worth of time for them to reach here. What? Mr. Li didn't participate in the battle? The Patriarch was dumbfounded. Ji Ning was also dumbfounded. Impossible. Mr. Li is not a coward. Ji Ning shook his head. The clansman sneered. Facts have proven that he is a coward. Previously, he acted with great fanfare and exposed our Chinese people to the entire Devil Sky Galaxy. Now, when he heard that the Great Yu Imperial Lord wanted to challenge him to a battle, he was so scared that he went into hiding, leaving us Chinese people to face the wrath of the Great Yu dynasty alone. This Li Changsheng is really not a good person. While they were talking, a troop of cavalry appeared on the horizon. Their iron hooves landed on the ground, producing a rumbling sound. The Chinese people's tribe was completely surrounded by the Great Yu dynasty's army. Order the warriors to go out and meet the enemy, the Patriarch said loudly. Although he knew that with the strength of the people in his tribe, facing the cavalry of the Great Yu dynasty was like throwing an egg at a rock, they would definitely not wait for death. Even if they were to die, they would die with dignity and backbone. Yes, Patriarch. The clansman left in a hurry. The entire Chinese people's tribe began to get busy. At the same time, the Patriarch looked at the approaching cavalry in the distance and muttered to himself, Mr. Li, did I really misjudge you? At the same time, in the secret realm of the Shinri sect, Li Changsheng grabbed the dragon's tail and pulled out a 5-clawed golden dragon. The huge body of the true dragon was struggling under Li Changsheng's hand, but it could not break free. It let out a furious roar. Li Changsheng, don't go too far. Today is the day of the battle between you and the Great Yu Imperial Lord, and yet you are still wasting time with me here. Because of your absence, the Great Yu Imperial Lord has ordered people to deal with the Chinese people's tribe. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire Chinese people's tribe is razed to the ground. Upon hearing the words of the Patriarch of the Shinri sect, Li Changsheng's movements froze. He said coldly, Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Let me go and save your clansmen. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng became anxious. However, he did not let go of the Patriarch of the Shinri sect as he was told. Instead, he grabbed the Patriarch by the tail and smashed him to the ground. Boom! With this smash, the entire mountain range collapsed. Then, Li Changsheng leaped up, rode on the true dragon's neck, and shouted, Take me out of the secret realm and fly to the Chinese people's tribe. If the Chinese people's tribe is destroyed, I will kill you. Chapter 1040. In the Chinese people's tribe, the 9 divine generals of the Great Yu dynasty stood in front of the tribe with sabers in their hands. The dense cavalry of Great Yu had completely surrounded the Chinese people's tribe, and not even a fly could escape. Each of the 9 divine generals was emanating a terrifying aura. They looked at the tribe expressionlessly. In their eyes, the Chinese people were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The patriarch walked out with Ji Ning and the warriors of the tribe. Looking at the 9 divine generals of the Dayu dynasty standing in neat rows, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his strength, any of the divine generals could easily cut him in half, but what could he do? He could only choose to meet them head-on. "What do you want?" The patriarch took a deep breath and asked. "Of course, we're going to kill you." The leader of the divine generals was clad in golden armor, which reflected golden light under the sun. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the most powerful patriarch of the Chinese people's tribe was just an ant. "Since you want to kill us, then bring it on." The patriarch clenched the sword in his hand. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die a heroic death. The Chinese people lived in this world, and they were an alien race in everyone's eyes. What was there to be afraid of if he died in a fierce battle? Of course you're going to die, because this is the order of our emperor. But, isn't it too easy to kill you? I'm going to chop off the heads of your people one by one and pile them up on the ground into a pyramid. When all the heads of your people have been chopped off, I'll chop off your head and put it at the top. The Chinese people are the remnants of evil, and they deserve to die. The patriarch's eyes turned red when he heard the divine general's words. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. It was one thing for the divine general to kill him, but to kill him in such a way was simply abominable. "Let's start with the kid next to you." The divine general pointed at Ji Ning, who was standing next to the patriarch, with a cruel smile on his face. Hearing that the other party wanted to kill him, there was no fear on Ji Ning's face. He stood up without hesitation, puffed out his chest, and held his head high. "Kill. No matter how many people you kill, the backbone of the Chinese people will not be broken. We Chinese people are proud and unyielding. Why should we fear death?" The other party didn't seem to have expected that a child like Ji Ning would have the courage to face death. However, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Do the Chinese people even have a backbone? If you Chinese people have a backbone, then why doesn't Li Changsheng dare to accept our emperor's challenge? Why did he choose to be a coward and not dare to show his face? The Chinese people are nothing but cowards." When the divine general finished speaking, Ji Ning immediately clenched his fists. At the same time, his eyes were filled with sorrow. "Yes. Why didn't Mr. Li appear? He's the person I respect and admire the most. Was he really a coward? A coward? He brought shame to the entire Chinese people." At this moment, hatred suddenly rose in Ji Ning's heart. He hated himself for meeting Li Changsheng in the first place. He hated himself for bringing Li Changsheng back to his clan. In the end, he had implicated the entire clan. He had misjudged Li Changsheng. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He only felt that there was no way to vent his anger. At this moment, the divine general had slowly pulled out the long knife in his hand. In his eyes, the Chinese people were no different from beasts. They were all alien races. Killing Chinese people was like killing cattle and sheep. There was no psychological burden. "Child, you have a backbone. But remember not to be born among the Chinese people in your next life." The other party had completely pulled out the knife. The clan leader took a step forward and said, "If you want to kill him, you have to get through me first." "Haha. I can't believe you're rushing to your death. However, I won't kill you. I'll let you know that sometimes, life and death are not in your own hands. Even if you want to die, it's not up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The Chinese people's clan leader was sent flying by the force of the palm. He spat out blood and struggled a few times but could not stand up. "Let's see how you can stop me now." He raised the long knife in his hand. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion behind him. "Look. What's that? It looks like a dragon. That dragon is flying towards us." It doesn't look like a flood dragon. It has 5 claws. Could it be a real dragon? Even in the demonic Skystar Zone, real dragons were only legends. Most of the people saw flood dragons, so when they saw a real dragon flying towards them, everyone was surprised. The divine general who raised the long knife in his hand could not help but look back at the sky. Sure enough, he saw a real dragon flying towards them. However, he was not an ordinary soldier after all. Even in the face of a real dragon, he remained calm. In particular, he saw a person riding on the real dragon. It should be someone's mount. To be able to ride a real dragon as a mount, the other party must not be an ordinary person. Looking at the real dragon flying straight towards them, he could not help but say loudly, "We are the 9 great divine generals of the Dayu dynasty. We are carrying out the orders of Great Yu's imperial lord to kill the Chinese people. Your Excellency, please stay away from this area." In his opinion, if he brought up the name of Great Yu's imperial lord, the other party would definitely give him face. Moreover, he wanted to exterminate the Chinese people's tribe. Although there were disputes between the various sects in this world, they all had a common enemy, and that was the people from the outer realms. The Chinese people's tribe was one of them. However, after hearing his words, the real dragon did not stop. Instead, it flew straight over. A figure stood on the dragon's head. The moment they saw the figure, Ji Ning, the clan leader who was lying there, and all the Chinese people were pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Li is here. I knew he wasn't a coward." Ji Ning clenched his fist and said loudly. The clan leader could not help but shed tears. He thought he had misjudged Li Changsheng and was sad for a long time. Now, Li Changsheng had finally appeared. The backbone of the Chinese people has never been broken, the clan leader muttered to himself. At this moment, the 9 great divine generals all frowned. It was not because of the cheers of the Chinese people, but because they felt that the 5-clawed dragon was very familiar. The leader of the 9 great divine generals looked at the 5-clawed dragon and asked hesitantly, "Are you the sect master of the Shinri sect?" At their level, they naturally knew many secrets that others did not know. As far as they knew, there was only one 5-clawed dragon in the Devil Sky Galaxy, and that was the sect master of the Shinri sect. However, after hearing the Golden Armor Divine General's words, the real dragon suddenly became angry. It opened its ferocious mouth and roared angrily. He had transformed into a real dragon and was flying with Li Changsheng stepping on his head. What he was most afraid of was being recognized by others, because once he was recognized, his reputation would be ruined. However, the Golden Armor Divine General had pointed out his identity, which made him very angry. Chapter 1041. When the Golden Armor General revealed the origin of the 5-clawed true dragon, the 5-clawed true dragon was enraged. Without waiting for Li Changsheng's instructions, the 5-clawed true dragon opened its mouth and bit down on half of the Golden Armor General's body. The other heavenly generals were scared out of their wits. No one expected the 5-clawed true dragon to be so ferocious. However, the 5-clawed true dragon did not swallow the Golden Armor General. After all, the Golden Armor General was a general under the Emperor of the Great Yu dynasty. The Emperor was extremely powerful. Even the Shinri sect leader did not want to offend him. The Golden Armor General was just expressing his anger. After swallowing half of the Golden Armor General, the 5-clawed true dragon spat him out. Fortunately, the 5-clawed true dragon did not swallow him. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. At this moment, Li Changsheng jumped down from the dragon's head. He saw the Golden Armor General lying on the ground and felt Li Changsheng's gaze on him. Since Li Changsheng could ride the 5-clawed true dragon, he must be very powerful. However, he forced himself to remain calm and said, "You must be Li Changsheng, right?" "Yes, that's me." Li Changsheng nodded. "We are the heavenly generals of the Great Yu dynasty. You coward, you said you would fight our emperor, but you did not dare to show up. Now, I advise you to come with me and apologize to our emperor. Otherwise, we have many ways to inform our emperor. When he arrives, you will definitely die." Li Changsheng could not help but chuckle when he heard the Golden Armor General's words. Beside him, the Shinri sect leader could not look at him as if he was an idiot. He had experienced Li Changsheng's strength. It was absolutely terrifying. Even the Shinri sect leader had been beaten to the point of being a mount. This golden armor general still dared to threaten Li Changsheng at this moment. Wasn't he courting death? Indeed, Li Changsheng smiled and raised his hand. Slap. He slapped the golden armor general. The golden armored general's golden helmet, along with half of his face, was smashed into smithereens. Logically speaking, at their level of cultivation, even if their bones were broken, they could easily regrow them. However, Li Changsheng's strength was unmatched. That slap had used the power of laws, making it impossible for him to recover. Being slapped in front of so many of his subordinates, the golden armor general felt humiliated. Li, do you want to start a war with the Yu dynasty? What is the Great Yu dynasty? Besides, you're just a dog raised by the emperor. Then, without waiting for him to speak, he slapped him across the left side of his face, turning it into a bloody mess. The golden armor general. God's golden armor generals. In the next second, before they could react, Li Changsheng had already stretched out his hand. Under a strong suction force, the golden armor general was pulled close to him. He was thrown to the ground by Li Changsheng like a dead dog. Then, Li Changsheng kicked him in the legs. With two cracking sounds, the area below his knees exploded into a bloody mist. The golden armor general's bleeding legs were pinned to the ground by Li Changsheng. It was as if he was kneeling there. How dare you behave atrociously in the Chinese people's tribe? I want you to kneel down and apologize to the Chinese people. The golden armor general stared at Li Changsheng with a pair of venomous eyes and said in a cold voice, "My royal lord will definitely avenge me." As he spoke, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was actually going to self-destruct. The rest of the immortal generals were all moved. The golden armor general laughed out loud. He was now very close to the position of the Hua clan leader. As long as he self-destructed, with his strength of the true immortal realm, he would definitely drag the Hua clan leader down with him. His heart was truly vicious. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng sneered, "Do you think it's that easy to die in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden armor general was shocked to find that the aura in his body had disappeared. His bloodline, which had been reversed, had returned to normal. Moreover, he found that he could not use his cultivation at all. In other words, he had become an ordinary person and could not self-destruct at all. How is this possible? The golden armor general was shocked. Even the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty could not stop him from self-destructing. However, Li Changsheng had done it. "Since I can't drag you down with me, I can only die to prove my sincerity." As the golden armor general spoke, a cone-shaped Dharma artifact appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into his heart. Fart. The cone-shaped Dharma artifact stabbed into his heart. Blood immediately flowed out of his mouth. This was also a ruthless person. He could even stab himself so hard. However, the golden armor general soon realized that his body was in great pain. His heart was indeed ruptured, but he was not dead. Only when he raised his head did he see Li Changsheng's mocking gaze. "I've said that your life and death is not up to you in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng walked toward the golden armor general step by step. "Since you planned to slaughter the Chinese people's tribe, I will not give you a quick death." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. "I've decided to let you have a taste of death." "What are you trying to do?" the golden armor general said with a trembling voice. He had a bad feeling. That smile was too creepy. It made him shiver. At this moment, he felt that death might be the best release. Unfortunately, he could not die. "Don't worry. In the following process, I will make your mind extremely clear. Only then can you enjoy the wonderful taste." As he spoke, Li Changsheng walked in front of the golden armor general and grabbed one of his arms. The golden armor general wanted to resist, but he found that his body was stiff and could not move at all. Then, he began to crush his fingers one by one. He crushed one joint at a time, no more, no less. When all 5 fingers were crushed, the golden armor general was already sweating from the pain. Because of fear, his body began to tremble. Next, Chen Xian crushed his entire arm bit by bit from his wrist. Ji Ning was next to him. Although he hated the golden armor general to the core, he could not help but turn his head to the side. The patriarch laughed and said, "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people." "Serves you right." The Shinri sect master hovering in the air saw this scene and his eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I was ridden by Li Changsheng and did not have any other thoughts. Otherwise, if my dragon bones were crushed inch by inch, I shudder at the thought." Although the other immortal generals didn't dare to move forward due to Li Changsheng's power at the beginning, at the sight of their colleague's miserable look, one of them finally couldn't stand stepping forward as he slashed towards Li Changsheng with his saber light. "Stop him!" Li Changsheng ordered the Shinri sect master above him without looking back. The Shinri sect master was furious. He was a sect master and a top expert in the Devil Sky Star Zone, but he was ordered around by Li Changsheng. However, this anger was suppressed in the blink of an eye. He knew that he could not afford to offend Li Changsheng now. Chapter 1042. The sect master of the Shinri sect, the supreme existence of the Devil Sky Star Zone, was now being ordered around by Li Changsheng. The Shinri sect master was very angry and wanted to bite Li Changsheng's head off. However, he resisted this impulse in the end. He knew how terrible the consequences of provoking Li Changsheng were. At this moment, Li Changsheng did not even turn his head. He continued to torture the Golden Armor General. After breaking one of his arms, he started to attack his other arm. Seeing that the Divine General's long blade was about to hit Li Changsheng, the Shinri sect master reluctantly transformed into his human form and hit the Divine General with his palm. Although the Divine General was powerful, he was no match for the Shinri sect master. He was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. At this moment, the other arm of the Golden Armor General had been crushed by Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng raised his hand and grabbed his head. The Golden Armor General finally screamed in fear, "No, no." It was obvious that Li Changsheng intended to squeeze his head until it exploded. This was definitely a terrifying process. However, Li Changsheng ignored his screams and slowly placed his hand on his head. Then, a shrill scream resounded through the sky. As Li Changsheng's hand tightened, his head bled from his 7 orifices. Then, his consciousness became blurry until he was crushed. At this moment, even the patriarch of the Chinese people could not help but turn his head to the side. It was too bloody, too cruel, and too cruel. On the other side, the divine generals were so angry that their eyes turned red. They rushed towards Li Changsheng like crazy. The Shinri sect master was hesitating. If he did not deal with these people, Li Changsheng would definitely not let him go. However, if he did, he was afraid that he would offend the entire Great Yu dynasty. Li Changsheng did not make things difficult for him for too long. He only heard Li Changsheng say faintly, "All right, you step back and leave it to me." His tone sounded like he was ordering a subordinate, but the Shinri sect leader couldn't get angry at all. Because even if he had a temper, it was useless. He couldn't beat Li Changsheng. If he went against Li Changsheng, he would only be unlucky and be abused. He stood aside as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Then, he saw an incomparably bloody scene. Li Changsheng's figure turned into a blur as he rushed towards the other 8 divine generals. As soon as he attacked, he smashed the head of the divine general at the front. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Then, he charged at the other divine generals. 8 headless corpses stood there and then slowly fell to the ground. The 9 divine generals were all dead. The remaining soldiers of the Great Yu dynasty were completely scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled into the distance. However, Li Changsheng clearly did not intend to let them go. His body rose into the sky, and then the blood shadow doppelganger flew out. Countless shadows flew out from Li Changsheng's body and flew in all directions, pouncing towards the soldiers of the Great Yu dynasty. Those people were running for their lives, but how could they be faster than the blood shadow doppelganger? The blood shadow doppelganger flashed past their bodies, and the flesh of one of them turned into ashes. Only the frame of his armor was left, and it scattered on the ground. In almost the blink of an eye, everyone from the Great Yu dynasty had turned into ashes. The Shinri sect master's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. Li Changsheng was simply too cruel. After Li Changsheng killed the people of the Great Yu dynasty, he descended from the sky and checked the injuries of the clan leader. He injected a strand of true qi into the clan leader's body and helped him recover. At this time, Ji Ning walked over and said happily, "Mr. Li, I knew you weren't a coward." Li Changsheng patted his head and comforted him. Then, he said, "I still have some things to take care of." The clan leader nodded. He naturally knew what Li Changsheng wanted to do. Then, Li Changsheng looked at the Shinri sect master beside him and said, "Quickly return to your original form." The Shinri sect master naturally knew why Li Changsheng wanted him to return to his original form. He could not help but bitterly say, "Mr. Li, can you not ride me again? If you want to settle the score with the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty, I won't object. But if you ride me, I'll lose all my face." "No." Li Changsheng shook his head. "If you don't want to be my mount, that's fine too. Then, I'll deal with you just like how I dealt with the golden-armored general." "You." The Shinri sect master was so angry that his eyes were burning. However, when he saw Li Changsheng's cold gaze, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that Li Changsheng was definitely not joking. In Li Changsheng's eyes, he was really nothing. "Fine." He sighed. A bad life was better than a good death. Dignity was important, but life was more important. A strong person like him understood that there was only hope if he was alive. There was nothing left if he died. "That's more like it." Li Changsheng smiled faintly. The Shinri sect master transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Li Changsheng leaped onto the dragon's head and waved at Ji Ning and the clan leader. Then, the 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky and flew directly in the direction of the Great Yu dynasty. Li Changsheng stood on the dragon's horn with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the scene in the sea of clouds. The Shinri sect master flew very high, so high that he reached the top of the clouds. He didn't want anyone to see him being ridden on top of his head. This allowed Li Changsheng to see the scene in the sea of clouds. At this moment, in the Great Yu dynasty, the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty sat on the dragon throne. Below him were many experts of the Great Yu dynasty. "I sent 9 divine generals to exterminate the Chinese people. They should have slaughtered all the Chinese people by now. Unfortunately, I don't know where that Li Changsheng is hiding. If I can kill the trial taker of the ancient road, my strength will definitely rise to another level," the emperor said in a dignified voice. "Ha! The trial taker of the ancient road is just a coward. However, after he avoids this battle, it is very likely that he will set foot on the ancient road. At that time, it will not be easy to kill him. That's right. I suggest that the entire Starfield search for him and issue a warrant for his arrest. Whoever can provide the trail of the trial taker of the ancient road will be rewarded with 10,000 tons of spirit stones." 10,000 tons? Isn't that a little too much? A general next to him frowned and said. 10,000 tons of spirit stones was not a small amount for the Great Yu dynasty. If we can kill the trial taker of the ancient road, what is 10,000 tons of spirit stones? The person next to him immediately retorted. The emperor of the Great Yu dynasty nodded. "That makes sense. You all go and do it immediately. I must kill the trial taker of the ancient road." "Understood." Several generals cupped their fists and accepted the order. Just as they turned and were about to walk out of the hall, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and the entire hall shook 3 times. Then, a loud and clear voice came from the outside. "Where is the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty? Come out and face your death." The voice was clear and resounded in all directions, full of arrogance and insolence. Suddenly, the entire hall fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Great Yu dynasty had been established for many years, and no one had ever dared to provoke them like this. Chapter 1043. Li Changsheng's shout shook the entire Great Yu imperial city. Countless people looked in the direction of the voice. Who is that? How dare he come to Great Yu imperial city and behave so atrociously? How dare he? Our Dayu dynasty has been established for more than 10,000 years, and no one has ever attacked our imperial city. It seems to be a trial taker of the ancient road. Trial taker of the ancient road? Why did he choose to come to hell when there was a path to heaven? Countless people looked in the direction of the imperial palace. Because Li Changsheng's voice was so loud that it spread out in all directions, the imperial emperor's face was filled with anger. He left the great hall with all his courtiers, and dozens of figures flew out of the great hall like birds that had been awakened in the early morning. When they flew out, they saw a 5-clawed golden dragon hovering quietly in the sky, and a figure stood on its head with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like an immortal, and it was none other than Li Changsheng. At this moment, everyone in the Dayu dynasty saw the golden dragon in the sky and Li Changsheng on top of it. That's a 5-clawed golden dragon. A real dragon. No way. Is there still a real dragon in this world? Even our Dayu dynasty's imperial emperor only used a few mixed-blood dragons with flood dragon bloodline to pull his carriage. But this man is riding a golden dragon. How majestic. A 5-clawed golden dragon is probably as strong as a heaven immortal expert. No wonder he dares to come to our Dayu dynasty and behave atrociously. Many people were talking about it. The imperial emperor recognized the sect master of the Shinri sect at a glance and asked in a deep voice, "Sect master of the Shinri sect, what do you mean? You are the sect master of a super sect in Devil Sky Galaxy, and now you are willing to be the mount of a trial taker of the ancient road? Don't you feel ashamed?" Upon hearing the imperial emperor's words, the sect master of Shinri sect had a look of grievance in his eyes. He did not want to be Li Changsheng's mount, but there was nothing he could do. Li Changsheng was so cruel, and if he did not agree to it, he would have been skinned alive and torn to shreds by now. Great Yu's Imperial Majesty, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of helping the wicked. The Shinri sect leader explained. However, as soon as he spoke, Li Changsheng slapped him on the head. Li Changsheng's physical body was terrifying. The slap caused the Shinri sect leader to grimace in pain. At the same time, he was furious. What are you doing? Being beaten by Li Changsheng was not a big deal, but being beaten on the head in front of the emperor of Great Yu and so many people of Great Yu was simply too humiliating. How dare you say that you are helping the wicked? Do you want to die? Li Changsheng said threateningly. When the Shinri sect leader thought of Li Changsheng's bloody means, he shuddered and scolded himself for talking too much. If he angered this fiend, he would be finished. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "It was a slip of the tongue. I was wrong. Please don't be angry, Mr. Li." Seeing this, the imperial emperor of Great Yu and many of his ministers were dumbfounded. Was this still the awe-inspiring and famous sect master of Shinri sect? They remembered that a few hundred years ago, someone had spoken rudely to the sect master of Shinri sect. As a result, that person and the sect behind him were massacred by the sect master of Shinri sect. This showed how cruel the sect master of Shinri sect was. But they didn't expect that he would be subdued by Li Changsheng, as if he was really Li Changsheng's pet. How could the sect master of Shinri sect be so humble? What a disgrace to the Devil Sky Galaxy. Yeah. And he's the sect master of some super sect. Bullshit. Countless people shook their heads in disdain. Although the true dragon sect's sect master was currently in his dragon form, one could see that his expression was very ugly. He didn't want to do this, but what could he do? He had never seen Li Changsheng's cruelty, so how could he understand Li Changsheng's horror? The Shinri sect leader also knew that it was useless to explain now, so he simply closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. At this time, Li Changsheng stood on the dragon's head and looked down at the imperial emperor of Great Yu. "Are you the one who sent your divine generals to slaughter the Chinese people?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the imperial emperor of Great Yu nodded. "Yes. Who asked you to stand me up on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? I've already helped you send all your generals to the Western Paradise. I'm here to send you to meet them." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the imperial emperor of Great Yu was furious. "Arrogant boy, who do you think you are?" As soon as his voice fell, Li Changsheng raised his palm, which turned into a giant palm print and slapped down on the imperial emperor of Great Yu from top to bottom, as if he was swatting a fly. The imperial emperor of Great Yu didn't expect Li Changsheng to suddenly attack, and for a moment, he didn't react. When he reacted, he immediately snorted coldly. "You're courting death." He raised his palm and met Li Changsheng's palm print, trying to break Li Changsheng's palm print. Rumble. The moment the two palms collided, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu's palm was instantly broken, and then his whole body was slapped into the ground by Li Changsheng. At the same time, the terrifying force caused countless surrounding palaces to collapse. Everyone who witnessed all this was dumbfounded. In the eyes of everyone in the Great Yu dynasty, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu was a supreme existence, synonymous with invincibility. But now, he was slapped into a crack in the ground. The five-clawed golden dragon, who had his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. When he saw the miserable state of the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu, instead of showing sympathy, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Previously, when he was Li Changsheng's mount, he was ridiculed and felt ashamed. Now, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu was slapped into a crack in the ground. Just like him, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu was the top expert in Devil Sky Galaxy. When he saw that the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu was also humiliated by Li Changsheng, he suddenly felt much better. "I'm going to kill you." At this moment, a voice full of resentment and anger came out of the crack in the ground. The Imperial Emperor of Great Yu's body turned into a golden light and rose from the ground. At the same time, he pulled out a golden sword and slashed at Li Changsheng. He was completely enraged. When he slashed out with the sword, there was a sovereign aura spreading out. When the sword slashed out, the sovereign aura surged out violently. Behind the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu, a nine-clawed golden dragon appeared. It was obvious that this dragon was very different from the one that appeared behind the Shinri sect master. "This is the Nine Dragons Sword, the inherited treasure of our Dayu dynasty. This damned trial taker of the ancient road dared to slap our Imperial Emperor into a crack in the ground. Our Imperial Emperor will use the Nine Dragons Sword to cut off his head. Our Imperial Emperor is invincible," many people muttered to themselves. In the eyes of the people of the Great Yu dynasty, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu was their spiritual pillar and the god of war in their hearts. When the sword slashed out, the sovereign aura surged out violently, as if it was going to cut the world in half. The Imperial Emperor of Great Yu was worthy of being the top expert in this world. However, he had forgotten that the sect master of the Shinri sect was an expert of the same level as him. Yet, he was subdued by Li Changsheng and could only be humiliated as a mount. Even if he was really stronger than the sect master of the true martial sect, could he deal with Li Changsheng? Chapter 1044. The Imperial Emperor's attack was very powerful, but unfortunately, he was facing Li Changsheng. When the Imperial energy surged down, Li Changsheng just stood still and let it hit him. In fact, Li Changsheng wanted to test the strength of his fleshly body. In his opinion, such an attack from the Imperial Emperor could not threaten him at all. Sure enough, when the Imperial energy surged down on Li Changsheng, a complacent look appeared on the Imperial Emperor's face. But soon, the smile on his face froze, because Li Changsheng stood there like a reef in the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he stood still. The imperial energy of the Imperial Emperor did not hurt Li Changsheng at all. Li Changsheng could not help but shake his head. "Imperial Emperor of Great Yu, is this all you've got? How dare you challenge me to a duel? I can crush you with just a finger." Li Changsheng's arrogant words made the Imperial Emperor so angry that his eyes almost burst into flames. However, he was powerless to refute. He thought that his ultimate move could kill, but it did not even break a corner of his opponent's clothes. How can he be so powerful? Do you have any more moves? If not, the Dayu dynasty can be wiped off the face of the earth. Li Changsheng's casual words made everyone in the Great Yu dynasty tremble when they heard it. That's right. The Great Yu dynasty might really be trampled to the ground. How sad would that be? Let's fight him to the death. Many of the ministers shouted and rushed toward Li Changsheng. These people were quite brave. They knew that they were no match for Li Changsheng. Even if they had to die, they would still fight Li Changsheng to the death. But sometimes, it was meaningless to fight desperately. Facing the charging ministers of the Dayu dynasty, Li Changsheng stood still and did not move. The attacks from the ministers kept washing over his body. Even the imperial energy of the Imperial Emperor could not hurt Li Changsheng, so the attacks from these ministers were just tickling Li Changsheng. When these ministers were about to reach him, Li Changsheng slowly raised his palm, as if he was playing with a group of ants. He waved his palm a few times in the air, and then dozens of Daryu dynasty's ministers exploded in the air one after another, turning into blood mists. When the remaining ministers saw this, they calmed down. They knew that even if they tried their best, they could not hurt Li Changsheng at all. Sorrow filled their eyes. Is the Great Yu dynasty really at the end of its road? The officials' eyes were filled with the determination to die. They approached Li Changsheng step by step, ready to sacrifice themselves for justice. But at this moment, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu suddenly said, "That's enough. Back off. You will only die if you go up." After that, the Imperial Emperor of Great Yu took a deep breath and said, "Li Changsheng, you forced me to do this." As soon as his voice faded, he shouted, "Where are the vermilion bird cavalry of Great Yu?" His voice shook the sky. "Here, here, here." Orderly voices rang out outside the imperial city of Great Yu. In the distance, a dense group of armored soldiers appeared. They were all wearing red armor, and a huge vermilion bird formed above their heads. Is this the legendary vermilion bird cavalry of the Daryu dynasty? Everyone in the vermilion bird cavalry is at the Earth Immortal realm. There are 30,000 of them in total, and when they form a formation, they can kill heaven immortals. Many people were talking about it, and their blood was boiling. This was the real trump card of the Daryu dynasty. Where are the Azure Dragon cavalry? Here, here, here. In the distance, there was another group of soldiers wearing green armor, and a lifelike Azure Dragon appeared above their heads. Where are the Black Tortoise cavalry? Here, here, here. In the north, there was the Black Tortoise cavalry in black armor. A shadow of a tortoise and a serpent appeared in the sky. Where are the White Tiger cavalry? Here, here, here. In the west, there was a cavalry in white armor, and a white tiger roared into the sky. Each of the four armies had 30,000 soldiers, and a total of 120,000 soldiers. This was the power of the Daryu dynasty, enough to run amok in the world. 120,000 Earth Immortal soldiers were so terrifying that even Li Changsheng could not help but show a serious expression. He did not expect the Daryu dynasty to have such a strong foundation. After 10,000 years and countless generations of accumulation, the Daryu dynasty has finally formed the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise cavalry. Originally, I planned to use this army to dominate the Devil Sky Galaxy, and then kill my way to the ancient path of the stars to sweep through the myriad of realms. I wanted the name of the Daryu dynasty to be known throughout the universe, and I wanted the flag of the Daryu dynasty to be planted in every galaxy. Originally, I did not plan to use this power, but Li Changsheng, you forced me to do this. Today, I will use your blood to forge the name of the Daryu dynasty. I will use your head as a sacrifice to make the Great Yu dynasty invincible in the world. As soon as the Imperial Lord of Great Yu finished speaking, the soldiers of the four armies roared in unison. Kill, 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 kill. Killing intent soared into the sky. The Azure Dragon with its eyes closed, the Black Tortoise with its head shrunk, and the Vermilion Bird with its head drooped, raised their heads at the same time. As the White Tiger laughed and roared into the sky, the four terrifying energy pillars merged into one in the sky. The entire Fiend Sky Galaxy was startled. Countless figures appeared in the distance, and countless divine senses were focused on this place. Apparently, even the natives of the Fiend Sky Galaxy did not expect that the Daryu dynasty had hidden such a powerful trump card. Li Changsheng, are you going to die by yourself, or do you want me to do it? The Imperial Lord of Great Yu looked coldly at Li Changsheng, and his voice was full of confidence. Yes, no matter who had such an army and such strength, how could he not be confident? Of course, you will die. Li Changsheng said lightly. The army of 120,000 Earth Immortals was indeed terrifying, but it had also aroused his fighting spirit. A warrior should sweep away all his enemies and trample them under his feet. Only then could he reach the top. Li Changsheng took a deep breath and held the ardent dragon spear in his hand. At the same time, the Tiandu sword flew out and scattered sword beams. Within 30 feet of him, a deadly sword field was formed. The soul-converging flag, the Sky Pisser halberd, and the Black Evil Mountain floated behind him. Li Changsheng knew that this might be the biggest challenge he faced in his life. One had to know that the 120,000 Earth Immortals were all there. Their combined strength was simply terrifying. No wonder the Imperial Lord of Great Yu said that he would conquer all the worlds in the universe. Imperial Lord of Great Yu, you have finally become a qualified opponent. In the next second, Li Changsheng suddenly raised his head and raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand. A golden beam of light pierced the sky. Then, a clone walked out of Li Changsheng's body and rushed toward the vermilion bird battle formation with the ardent dragon spear in his hand. Whoosh! The moment the ardent dragon spear flew out, it was burning with a golden flame. The flame formed a heatwave and crashed toward the vermilion bird battle formation. At the same time, another clone walked out. The Tiandu sword in his hand turned into a sword beam that was 10,000 feet long and slashed at the azure dragon battle formation. Another clone appeared and waved the soul-converging flag to meet the white tiger battle formation. Finally, Li Changsheng's true body rushed toward the black tortoise battle formation with the sky pisser halberd in his hand. At this moment, Li Changsheng chose to attack 4 battle formations at the same time. Chapter 1045. No one thought that Li Changsheng would choose to attack all 4 battle formations at the same time. After all, there were 120,000 Earth Immortals. That was a force that could wipe out all the realms in the universe. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu was stunned for a moment, then he burst out laughing. Trial taker of the ancient road, if I were you, I would immediately turn around and run away, because there might be a chance of survival. I didn't expect you to be so stupid to fight 120,000 Earth Immortals. You really don't know what's good for you. Li Changsheng didn't care about the ridicule of the Imperial Lord of Great Yu. Holding the sky halberd, he rushed toward the black tortoise battle formation. The terrifying sky halberd smashed down with a powerful force. Whoosh! Under the halberd, the whole earth shook. However, when the terrifying sky halberd hit the black tortoise battle formation, it was easily blocked by a huge shield that appeared. Li Changsheng's seemingly all-out attack couldn't shake the battle formation at all. Ha ha! Ha ha! Li Changsheng, now you know how powerful this battle formation is, don't you? Your futile attempt to break it is tantamount to a mayfly trying to shake a tree. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu was extremely proud. In his eyes, Li Changsheng was like a joke. Li Changsheng clenched the sky halberd tightly. His eyes were filled with seriousness. These 4 battle formations were too powerful. Any one of them was not something he could shake with his current strength. What should I do? Just as Li Changsheng was frowning, the black tortoise battle formation took the initiative to attack. The black tortoise above his head had already disappeared, and what appeared next was a simple and unadorned long saber. The saber was like a mountain, locking onto Li Changsheng's position, and then, with a whoosh, it slashed down. Li Changsheng hurriedly raised the sky halberd to meet it. Clang! The long saber and Li Changsheng's sky halberd collided, and a series of sparks burst out. Then, Li Changsheng's body quickly retreated, and a stream of blood flew out from his palm. Li Changsheng's supreme fiend god body couldn't withstand such an attack. However, when the Imperial Lord of Great Yu saw this, his face was filled with shock. That was an attack unleashed with the combined might of 30,000 earthen immortals. And yet, Li Changsheng had only suffered a wound on his palm. Just how formidable was his fleshly body? Li Changsheng was actually so powerful. The Imperial Lord stared fixedly at Li Changsheng. If it weren't for the 4 battle formations and such a strong fleshly body, perhaps even his true dragon body would not be able to stop Li Changsheng. Unfortunately, no matter how peerless you are, you still can't escape death in the end. The Shinri sect leader shook his head. Without a doubt, Li Changsheng's battle prowess was peerless. However, who would have thought that the Great Yu dynasty's foundation was actually so deep? Even if a golden immortal were to appear, he would most likely die, let alone him. 120,000 Earth Immortals. Li Changsheng couldn't figure out how the Great Yu dynasty managed to nurture so many Earth Immortals. At this moment, after blocking the attack of the Xuanwu army, Li Changsheng had no intention of running away. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack again. His body rose into the sky and transformed into the celestial fiend form. It merged with the celestial fiend form behind him and became 1,000 feet tall. The heavenly halberd also kept growing in size and was held in his hand. He raised the heavenly halberd high up and kept hacking at the Xuanwu army. In the blink of an eye, he had hacked out 81 times. The power of the 81 times gathered together and fiercely crashed into the Xuanwu army. Boom! The earth trembled. The huge shield formed by the 30,000 earth immortals of the Xuanwu army shattered under this attack. The void behind them instantly turned into chaos. This attack could be considered the strongest attack of Li Changxing's indestructible fiend body. Although it broke the shield of the Xuanwu army, that was all it could do. None of the 30,000 earth immortals of the Xuanwu army were injured. Li Changxing couldn't help but feel powerless. There was no way he could win. Next to him, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu looked at Li Changxing as if he were a clown. In his opinion, Li Changxing was overestimating himself. This was 30,000 earth immortals. It was ridiculous that he thought he could defeat them all by himself. On the other side, Li Changxing's other 3 clones were also unable to do anything. They couldn't even break through the defense of several large armies. Li Changxing, now you know what despair is, don't you? Hand over all your magical treasures and cultivation techniques. Then, break your meridians and I can spare your life. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu said loudly. He wasn't that merciful. He just wanted Li Changxing's magical treasures and cultivation techniques. He was afraid that Li Changxing would explode them before he died. If he killed Li Changxing, he would get Li Changxing's fortune, but that was it. This was also the reason why he hadn't let the 4 armies attack together. Otherwise, Li Changxing wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the 4 armies. You want my cultivation techniques and magical treasures? Dream on. Imperial Lord of Great Yu, do you really think you can defeat me? Li Changxing said coldly. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Li Changxing, are you still delusional at this moment? 120,000 earth immortals. You can't even withstand a single blow from them. What do you have to be tough with me? After that, he immediately ordered the Xuanwu army, teach him a lesson. Yes. The tens of thousands of soldiers of Xuanwu army shouted in unison. A huge sky-splitting axe condensed in the sky. The moment the axe appeared, the void trembled as if it couldn't withstand such a powerful force. Almost instantly, a terrifying aura locked onto Li Changxing's body. Countless experts were attracted to the surroundings. The Great Yu dynasty had completely exposed its foundation. Many of the forces that were competing with the Great Yu dynasty couldn't help but sigh. With the power that the Great Yu dynasty had shown today, the Devil Sky Galaxy would be ruled by the Great Yu dynasty in the future. The other forces would have no choice but to submit. As for Li Changxing, he was already a dead man in everyone's eyes. There was no way he could survive against 120,000 earth immortals alone. The huge sky-splitting axe slowly pressed down on Li Changxing's position. It was very slow, but Li Changxing felt that the void around him had been confined. He couldn't move. Seeing that the axe was about to fall, Li Changxing suddenly raised his head. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The square sky-splitting halberd pierced out, breaking through the confinement of the void and meeting the earth-shattering attack head-on. Boom! The sky-splitting axe smashed down completely. Turbulent, chaotic energy filled the air. The entire world was about to be split in half. The earth, water, fire, and wind around Li Changxing were turbulent. They formed tornadoes that were about to tear Li Changxing's body apart. Li Changxing's square sky-splitting halberd and the huge sky-splitting axe collided. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out in the void, and the ground beneath his feet sank. Under the shocking energy fluctuation, Li Changxing's body flew backward. When he landed on the ground, one could see that his arm was badly mutilated and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was seriously injured by the axe. But at least he managed to block the sky-splitting axe. Li Changxing, that was just a casual attack from the Xuanwu army. Next, I will merge the 4 armies into one. Do you think you can still block it? The Imperial Lord of Great Yu said coldly. Is that so? Of course, I can't block the full force attack of 120,000 Earth Immortals from the 4 armies. But as I said, do you think you can defeat me? Li Changsheng's lips curved into a cold smile. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Chapter 1046. A terrifying aura suddenly filled the air, and Li Changsheng sneered. The Imperial Lord looked around blankly because he realized that the aura didn't come from Li Changsheng. It seemed to be coming from the sky. In an instant, countless people looked at the sky and saw that the clear sky had suddenly become covered with dark clouds. There seemed to be bolts of lightning flashing in the dark clouds. This is a heavenly tribulation, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu exclaimed. This seems to be an Earth Immortal tribulation. How is this possible? Li Changsheng hasn't broken through to the Earth Immortal realm yet. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu felt extremely horrified. A person who hadn't broken through to the Earth Immortal realm was so powerful. He was at the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm. Not only the Imperial Lord of Great Yu, but also the master of the Shinri sect and countless spectators. This was simply unbelievable. As an Earth Celestial, he could defeat a Heaven Celestial. Even the legendary Great Ancient Emperor couldn't do this when he was young. This young man was so terrifying. Rumble. Thunder boomed, causing the earth to tremble. The thunder tribulation hadn't fully condensed, but its terrifying power had already spread out. It made people tremble. Even a super expert like the Imperial Lord of Great Yu felt fear in his heart at this moment. It was too terrifying. Dark clouds soon covered the entire sky, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. The pressure in the sky was still increasing. Under this pressure, Li Changsheng's face was full of smiles. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu suddenly understood what Li Changsheng was going to do. The thunder tribulation would cover an area of 100 miles, and everyone within this area would be regarded as a tribulation taker. The intensity of the thunder tribulation would be adjusted according to the strength of the tribulation taker. Many people didn't dare to protect their beloved disciples when they saw them die under the thunder tribulation. This was because once they did, the thunder tribulation would regard it as a provocation and send down a stronger thunder tribulation. Now, there were 120,000 Earth Immortals around. With so many Earth Immortals judged as a provocation, the thunder tribulation would probably destroy the entire Devil Sky Galaxy. This Li Changsheng is crazy. He wants to drag 120,000 Earth Immortals down with him. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu was horrified. Of course, he didn't think that Li Changsheng could survive such a lightning tribulation. However, he would not allow the countless generations of the Dayu dynasty to be destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Retreat. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise legions, heed my command. Retreat immediately. Great Yu's emperor shouted hysterically. Because the pressure of the thunder tribulation had reached its strongest level, even an expert like the Imperial Lord of Great Yu felt breathless under the pressure. He was certain that once the lightning struck, even with his strength, he would be struck into dust. The lightning triggered by 120,000 Earth Immortals was terrifying. Upon hearing the order from the Imperial Overlord, the Earth Immortals of the 4 legions quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Li Changsheng. The others also fled into the distance because at this moment, whoever was closest to Li Changsheng would have to bear the lightning with him. You want to run? Not so easy. Li Changsheng unleashed his speed and rushed toward the Black Tortoise Legion. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come, let's continue to fight. The Black Tortoise Legion cursed inwardly. Li Changsheng was too despicable and shameless. They didn't want to die with Li Changsheng. However, although the combined strength of so many Earth Immortals was powerful, their speed was much slower. Li Changsheng easily caught up with them. Seeing this, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu almost cried. If the lightning tribulation was attracted by Li Changsheng, then no one in the Black Tortoise Legion would survive. Li Changsheng, I was wrong. Please don't follow my legion. I can promise you that I will never trouble the Chinese people again. In the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's opinion, once the lightning tribulation came, Li Changsheng would definitely die. Originally, he planned to wipe out the Chinese people's tribes after Li Changsheng's death. But now, he only hoped that the foundation of the Dayu dynasty would not be destroyed by his own hands. Imperial Lord of Great Yu, didn't you say you had me in the bag just now? Why, are you begging me now? If you want to beg me, kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, then I will let your legion go. You, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu, was so angry that his veins bulged. He was the emperor of a divine dynasty. Asking him to kneel was no different from killing him. Seeing that the Imperial Lord of Great Yu refused to kneel, Li Changsheng sneered. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt shot out of a bucket and struck Li Changsheng. But it didn't cause any harm to Li Changsheng. It was directly swallowed and refined by Li Changsheng. This is only the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. Hide your aura. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu ordered. The 4 legions spread out and formed a formation to conceal their aura. As long as the heavenly tribulation couldn't sense their aura, it wouldn't attack them. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu also realized that the 4 legions could never escape from Li Changsheng's speed. When the time came, Li Changsheng would catch up with them one by one, even if he wanted to perish together with them. Perhaps the 4 legions would all be killed or wounded. Sure enough, after the 4 legions formed the formation, the heavenly tribulation in the sky weakened a lot. Li Changsheng, as long as you stay away from my legion now, I can let bygones be bygones. You can also safely go through the heavenly tribulation and set foot on the ancient road. I promise I won't chase you anymore. Seeing that the formation to avoid the heavenly tribulation worked, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Changsheng with a pleading look. In his opinion, with such a powerful heavenly tribulation, Li Changsheng would most likely die, but at least there was a slim chance of survival. If he really brought 120,000 Earth Immortals to transcend the tribulation, Li Changsheng would definitely die. Any normal person would know what to choose. However, Li Changsheng's face was full of ridicule. Seeing Li Changsheng's expression, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Li Changsheng charged directly toward the Xuanwu army. This formation to conceal the heavenly tribulation is not bad. It can also help me conceal the heavenly tribulation. When they heard Li Changsheng's words, the Xuanwu army members cursed. They were not the main characters of the tribulation, so they could hide from the heavenly tribulation by using the formation to conceal the heavenly tribulation. However, Li Changsheng was different. Li Changsheng was like a bright lamp. Once he hid in the array formation, the array formation would not be able to conceal his aura. Li Changsheng, let's talk things over. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu hurriedly said. At that moment, several more lightning bolts fell from the sky. Li Changsheng increased his speed to the maximum and charged directly toward the Xuanwu army. Before the lightning could strike Li Changsheng, he landed in the Xuanwu army's camp. When the heavenly tribulation struck, the Xuanwu army members had no choice but to circulate their energy to resist the force of the lightning. This resistance was not important, but the heavenly tribulation instantly judged it as a provocation. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation, which had already weakened, became extremely violent. A blue 9-clawed divine dragon formed by lightning bolts charged from the sky toward the Xuanwu army. In an instant, the entire Xuanwu army was pulled into the camp of the tribulation by Li Changsheng. Chapter 1047. As the 9-clawed golden dragon descended, Li Changsheng's hair stood on end as he sensed great danger. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the huge blue 9-clawed golden dragon came crashing down. It was 1,000 feet long and covered the entire Xuanwu army. Crack! Li Changsheng was the first to be struck by the lightning. Black smoke rose from his body as if he had come from Africa. However, the countless Earth Immortals below him were torn apart by the lightning. A few of them were turned into ashes on the spot. Thunder! Li Changsheng shouted as he ran into the depths of the Xuanwu army. His clothes were in rags, and he looked like a monkey jumping up and down, or a beggar begging on the street. But his voice made the Imperial Emperor's eyelids twitch violently, and the 30,000 Earth Immortals of Xuanwu army cursed. The lightning just now was just the beginning. Who knew how terrifying the next one would be? Sure enough, with a loud rumbling sound, another scarlet-red lightning struck down. Its radiance illuminated the entire heaven and earth, as if it was a heavenly pillar that connected the heaven and earth. The terrifying power was suffocating. When Li Changsheng saw the lightning, he laughed out loud. The lightning bolt just now was purely aimed at him and affected the earth immortals around him. Clearly, the tribulation cloud in the sky had sensed the power of the 30,000 earth immortals and treated them as tribulation challengers. At this moment, a sense of danger rose in the hearts of every soldier of the Xuanwu army. What should we do? Hurry up and defend. They knew that the lightning had already locked onto them. They could only follow Li Changsheng to transcend the tribulation. The terrifying lightning turned into a crimson sea. Within the sea of crimson lightning, several lightning bolts came crashing down one after another. In an instant, the entire army was enveloped by the terrifying sea of lightning. Like a furious dragon roaring, everything on the ground was turned into ashes. What terrifying lightning! Li Changsheng let out a shrill scream. However, when his voice fell into the ears of the 30,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu army and the imperial emperor of Great Yu, it sounded like he was taking pleasure in Li Changsheng's misfortune. Rumble. Lightning wreaked havoc, extremely violent. It was as if a waterfall was falling from the sky. Lightning continued to fall, and the surrounding buildings were constantly collapsing under the lightning. In the blink of an eye, the entire Great Yu imperial city was reduced to ruins. I must pass the 8th tribulation. Li Changsheng secretly swore that once the lightning tribulation descended, it would not stop until the tribulation was over. Under the lightning, the place had become a dead end. Great Yu's imperial emperor, the other 3 legions, and many spectators quickly fled. Li Changsheng, if you insist on dragging the Xuanwu army down with you, today will be the day you die. The imperial lord of Great Yu said bitterly. Being enveloped by the lightning, he knew that the Xuanwu army had been targeted by the heavenly tribulation. It would be difficult for them to avoid it. With so many people transcending the tribulation at the same time and triggering the lightning, even the Xuanwu army would probably be destroyed. The emperor of Great Yu was heartbroken that one of the 4 legions, which had accumulated the power of countless generations of Dayu dynasty, had been wiped out the first time it appeared in the world. But there was nothing he could do at the moment. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked this trial taker of the ancient road. The imperial lord of Great Yu thought to himself. I must slaughter the tribes of the Chinese people and refine their souls into magical artifacts so that they will be tortured for eternity. The imperial lord of Great Yu said coldly. Many people around could not help but shiver when they heard the imperial lord of Great Yu's words. With the imperial lord of Great Yu's character, he would definitely do what he said. Immediately, many people could not help but shake their heads. The Chinese people are innocent. Just because of Li Changsheng, the imperial lord of Great Yu will hold a grudge against them. What a pity! What a pity! The Chinese people have concealed their identities for so many years, but in the end, because of Li Changsheng's arrival, they were completely exposed to the eyes of the many forces in Devil Sky Galaxy. With Li Changsheng's death, the Chinese people's tribes are also unlucky. This Li Changsheng is really a jinx. But before he died, he killed 30,000 Earth Immortals of the Dayu dynasty. His death was worth it. Many people were discussing. Although they were hostile to the trial taker of the ancient road, Li Changsheng, they were also very afraid of the terrifying foundation and power of the Dayu dynasty. If they could see the Dayu dynasty suffer, they would be very happy. The entire Xuanwu army began to form a formation to resist the lightning. In the sky, a huge Xuanwu roared and flew toward the lightning. In just an instant, one lightning bolt after another struck down, and the Xuanwu exploded under the lightning. The earth kept shaking, and the 30,000 Earth Immortals coughed up blood at the same time. They were the ones who provoked the lightning and thoroughly angered the heavenly tribulation. No one knew when the end of this heavenly tribulation would come. It was extremely terrifying, and the world was in chaos. The people of the Imperial Lord of Great Yu had already retreated hundreds of miles away. Looking from afar, there were surging lightning bolts everywhere. The entire Dayu dynasty was originally built on a high ground, but at this moment, a deep abyss had appeared. Under the terrifying lightning, that Li Changsheng should be dead. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu gnashed his teeth and said. The 30,000 soldiers were buried with Li Changsheng, and he wished he could tear Li Changxing into pieces. Imperial Lord of Great Yu, why don't we bathe in the heavenly tribulation together? Suddenly, a hateful voice came from the lightning. Li Changxing rushed out with disheveled hair. Behind him, endless lightning bolts chased after him, and his speed was even faster than the lightning bolts. As for the 30,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu army, because they had taken the initiative to fight against the lightning, even if Li Changxing was struck to death, they would have to completely survive the heavenly tribulation. It was useless to hide at the end of the world. Seeing Li Changxing rush out, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's eyelids twitched. This heavenly tribulation was so terrifying that he could feel his heart palpitating from 100 miles away. If Li Changxing approached him and dragged him into the lightning, he would also die. Li Changxing, you're despicable. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu pushed his speed to the limit and fled into the distance. He fled several hundred miles in one breath, and when he turned around and saw that Li Changxing did not chase after him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But in an instant, his eyes spat fire again. Although Li Changxing did not chase after him, he flew toward the vermilion bird army next to him. He wanted to drag the vermilion bird army down with him. The heavenly tribulation triggered by the Xuanwu army was already like an earthquake. If the vermilion bird army was dragged in as well, the power of the lightning would be unimaginable. It was not only the Imperial Lord of Great Yu, but also the other experts who were watching the battle. Li Changxing, are you crazy to lure the vermilion bird army into the heavenly tribulation? The power of a single lightning bolt is enough to destroy you in both body and soul, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu said through gritted teeth. But in the blink of an eye, a bitter smile appeared on his face. In any case, the heavenly tribulation triggered by the Xuanwu army was terrifying enough. Li Changxing is definitely going to die. That's right. If he can drag the vermilion bird army down with him before he dies, it will be worth it. Vermilion bird army, hurry up and scatter. This time, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu had learned his lesson. Last time, when the entire Xuanwu army formed a formation, Li Changxing broke in and everyone had to follow Li Changxing to transcend the tribulation. Now that the vermilion bird army was scattered, Li Changxing could only drag a portion of them into the heavenly tribulation. Obviously, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's method was very useful. After the vermilion bird army dispersed, Li Changxing only managed to drag about 2,000 people into the heavenly tribulation. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu finally calmed down after finding a way to restrain Li Changxing. But then, his eyes widened again because Li Changxing sped up again and rushed in a direction. This time, it was not the Azure Dragon Army or the White Tiger Army, but the direction of the Dayu dynasty's Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu's face turned extremely unsightly. Li Changxing, what are you going to do? At this time, Li Changxing did not forget to look back and grin at the Imperial Lord of Great Yu. I'm going to blow up the corpses. Chapter 1048. What did you say? Great Yu's Imperial Emperor raised his eyebrows. Li Changxing was too despicable. If he led the Thunder Tribulation to the Imperial Mausoleum, then the ancestors of the Dayu dynasty would be struck by lightning and would not be able to rest in peace. However, he could not stop it. Because stopping it meant that he would have to transcend the tribulation with Li Changxing. What should we do? If the Imperial Mausoleum of the Dayu dynasty is blown up by Li Changxing, then the Dayu dynasty will really become the laughingstock of the world. Li Changxing, if you dare to blow up the Imperial Mausoleum, I will tear you into pieces, Great Yu's Imperial Emperor said sternly. However, Li Changxing didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Li Changxing, if you don't stop, I will completely wipe out the Chinese people's tribes in the future. As soon as his voice fell, Li Changxing's speed increased. Seeing that Li Changxing was getting closer and closer to the Imperial Mausoleum, Great Yu's Imperial Emperor was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Li Changxing, let's talk things over. How can you not disturb the spirits of my Dayu dynasty's ancestors? Great Yu's Imperial Emperor's voice had softened. However, Li Changxing didn't pay any attention to him. Li Changxing, I beg you, can you stop? Great Yu's Imperial Emperor was really scared. If the ancestral mausoleum was blown up, then he would be a sinner. He boasted that he was an eternal emperor and wanted to establish an unparalleled achievement. However, if he could not even protect his ancestors' mausoleum, he would probably be nailed to the pillar of shame and be infamous for 10,000 years. Finally, Li Changsheng descended on the ancestral mausoleum of the Dayu dynasty. Endless thunder rolled down and completely covered the ancestral mausoleum. Bang! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell and directly smashed a tombstone into pieces. Boom! A fireball fell from the sky and blasted a deep pit where the mausoleum used to be. Boom! With a loud bang, a monster in a yellow robe flew out of the mausoleum. Many people were shocked to see this. The monster was wearing a yellow robe. Clearly, it was an ancestor of the Dayu dynasty. However, the ancestor of the Dayu dynasty had clearly been dead for so long. Why would he come out of his grave? It was said that after some powerful existences died, their bodies would not be destroyed. Under the nourishment of the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, they could live a second life. This was one of those existences who had lived a second life. It was a pity that those who could live a second life were already in violation of the heavenly Tao and could not see the light of day. Under such powerful lightning, almost as soon as he flew out, he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Boom! It was enveloped in lightning, and after a series of distortions, it was completely reduced to ashes. Father! Suddenly, the emperor let out a shrill cry. Who would have thought that his father's corpse would actually live a second life? However, this was only the beginning. As the thunderbolts continued to fall, miserable cries could be heard from the imperial mausoleum. One figure after another was struck into ashes by the thunderbolts. Ah! In a short period of time, more than a dozen monsters appeared. Many people in the surroundings were secretly shocked. They did not expect that so many existences of the Dayu dynasty would live a second life. Once these existences cultivated to the extreme, they would be able to leave the imperial mausoleum and travel the world freely. It was very likely that they would bring disaster to the entire Devil Sky galaxy. It was just that they were unlucky to have met Li Changsheng. Under the heavenly lightning, they were all wiped out. This Li Changsheng is really the nemesis of the Great Yu dynasty. First, the vermilion bird army that had just appeared was collectively pulled into the heavenly tribulation. Now, many of the old monsters in the imperial mausoleum have lost their hope of living a second life. Li Changsheng, I'm going to tear you to pieces, Great Yu's emperor said through gritted teeth. However, in the next second, he saw Li Changsheng rushing towards him with a smile on his face. His expression changed drastically. Only then did he remember that Li Changsheng was a jinx and could not be tainted. He hurriedly fled into the distance. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark could not help but laugh out loud. Li Changsheng chased after Great Yu's emperor for a while. When he saw that Great Yu's emperor was running very fast, he did not chase after him. Although Great Yu's emperor dodged, Li Changsheng immediately turned around and chased after the three armies of White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird. As long as the people of these three armies ran a little slower, they would be pulled into the heavenly tribulation. For a moment, it was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. The 120,000 Earth Immortals of the four armies were chased around in circles, and thunderbolts kept striking down. The power of the thunderbolts was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, Great Yu's emperor realized that something was wrong. Under such a powerful heavenly tribulation, Li Changsheng was still alive and kicking. He had not been struck to death. Finally, after a long time, the people of the four armies fled in all directions. They hid far away and completely dispersed. Li Changsheng could no longer pull them into the battlefield. Only then did he sit cross-legged in the void and let the heavenly tribulation envelop him. The thunderbolts in the sky became more and more violent, as if they were going to pierce through the heaven and earth. All the living beings in the entire Devil Heaven galaxy felt this terrible aura. The mountains and rivers within tens of thousands of miles were instantly turned into ashes. Only then did the people watching the battle realize that the previous heavenly tribulation was just an appetizer. Now, it was the heavenly tribulation that was triggered by 30,000 Earth Immortals and Li Changsheng. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. The people watching the battle fled as fast as they could, but their reactions were still too slow. Countless people were struck by the thunderbolts and fell from the sky. Many sect masters and elders of supersects lost their lives instantly under the heavenly tribulation. Great Yu's emperor was hiding far away. When he saw this scene, his eyelids twitched violently. He was sure that even with his cultivation base, he could not withstand the power of a single thunderbolt. What made his heart ache even more was that his Xuanwu army had begun to die in large numbers. In the blink of an eye, less than 5,000 of the 30,000 Earth Immortals were left. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged in the void. He no longer chased after Great Yu's emperor, nor did he pull anyone into the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he began to transcend the tribulation with all his strength. Bolts of lightning struck his body. His clothes had long been burned to ashes. His fleshly body was bathed in the thunderbolts, and his entire being was swallowed up by the lightning. Such a powerful, heavenly tribulation. Even the formation my Xuanwu army set up together could not withstand more than a few bolts. This Li Changsheng has been struck at least 100 times. Is he still not dead? Great Yu's emperor stared fixedly at Li Changsheng's position. The thunderbolts in the sky were getting more and more violent. This proved that Li Changsheng was still transcending the tribulation. Just how powerful is this person? Not only Great Yu's emperor, but the sect masters of the other sects also had complicated thoughts. The sea of lightning was boundless. It covered a distance of 10,000 miles. All living things within 10,000 miles were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation. This was the territory of the Great Yu dynasty. On this day, more than half of the Great Yu dynasty had completely disappeared from the world. The remaining three armies, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, watched this scene with lingering fear. Fortunately, they obeyed Great Yu's emperor's command and dispersed in time. They were not pulled into the heavenly tribulation by Li Changsheng. Otherwise, the 120,000 Earth Immortals would have turned into 120,000 skeletons. The heavenly tribulation lasted for a few days. In the end, any random bolt of lightning could flatten a mountain range. The spectators retreated again and again. Looking into the distance, they could no longer see Li Changsheng's figure. But the heavenly tribulation showed signs of becoming more and more violent. The 30,000 Xuanwu army had all died in the heavenly tribulation. Why is Li Changsheng still not dead? Great Yu's emperor had a bad feeling. He can't really transcend such a heavenly tribulation, can he? Chapter 1049. 30,000 Earth Immortals were turned into ashes, but the thunder tribulation did not stop. Instead, it became even more violent. The imperial lord of Great Yu frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, such a terrifying thunder tribulation would appear because Li Changsheng had pulled 30,000 Earth Immortals into it. Once 30,000 Earth Immortals died, even if Li Changsheng was not killed by the thunder tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation should have weakened. Once the person transcending the tribulation died, the heavenly tribulation would disappear. But now, the heavenly tribulation showed no signs of weakening. Could it be that Li Changsheng alone had triggered such a powerful thunder tribulation? It was too terrifying. Not only him, but all the experts watching the battle were also filled with disbelief. This Li Changsheng can be said to be the strongest person in history. If he can survive such a thunder tribulation, he will definitely become a great emperor in the future. I'm afraid that even the great emperors are not as strong as him. But can he survive such a thunder tribulation? Many people were shaking their heads. This thunder tribulation is the strongest in the world. It's not easy to survive it. It's already amazing that he can hold on for so long. But in my opinion, he can't escape death in the end. Many people were discussing. The thunder tribulation lasted for half a month, and endless thunderbolts kept falling. The spirit energy in the entire Devil Sky galaxy was in a frenzy. Countless voids collapsed, and the astral winds from the outer domain poured in, causing a disaster. Not only in the Dayu dynasty, but also in other places, countless creatures died in the disaster. It was a huge disaster for the people of the entire Devil Sky galaxy. On this day, the thunder tribulation finally began to weaken, and in the end, it slowly dispersed. Countless experts were still staring at the center of the thunder tribulation. They wanted to see if Li Changxing, who brought disaster to the entire Devil Sky Galaxy, had really died in the Thunder Tribulation. When the Thunder Tribulation completely disappeared, there was no trace of Li Changxing in the center of the Thunder Tribulation. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally dead. Not only the Imperial Lord of Great Yu, but everyone felt that the dark cloud in their hearts had dispersed. If Li Changxing was not dead, they could not imagine how terrifying it would be. Look, what's that? Someone pointed at the center of the Thunder Tribulation and exclaimed. Then, he turned into a streak of light and rushed over. It's a magical weapon. It's a magical treasure left behind by Li Changxing. In an instant, countless people went crazy. Previously, everyone had seen how powerful Li Changxing's magic treasure was. Unexpectedly, during the Lightning Tribulation, Li Changxing died while leaving behind his magic treasure. The Tian Du sword is mine. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu also reacted in an instant and rushed toward the Thunder Tribulation. Ardent Dragon's Spear. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. The master of the Shinri sect transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and rushed over as well. The Sky Pisser halberd is perfect for my sect to cultivate. If anyone tries to snatch it from me, I will fight them to the death. The group of people were like sharks that smelled blood, falling into a frenzy one after another. Although Li Changxing had a lot of magic treasures, there were too many people who wanted to snatch them. Almost in the blink of an eye, those magic treasures were all snatched away. The Imperial Lord of Great Yu, who had snatched the Tian Du sword, had a look of joy on his face. He tried to channel a thread of divine sense into the sword to refine it, but found that his divine sense was instantly pulverized. How could this be? Logically speaking, an ownerless object should be easy to refine. Could it be that Li Changxing didn't die? When this thought arose, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's face instantly turned unsightly, but soon he shook his head. Impossible. How could he not die from such a powerful lightning tribulation? And his body was indeed reduced to ashes. It must be that the level of this magic treasure is too high, and I haven't found a way to refine it, so I encountered an obstacle. At the thought of this, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's eyes lit up. Previously, when he fought Li Changxing, he had already seen the power of the Tian Du sword. Not only the Imperial Lord of Great Yu, but the others also found that the magic treasures in their hands were difficult to refine, but they had the same idea as the Imperial Lord of Great Yu. Moreover, after obtaining the treasures, they did not dare to stay here any longer. One by one, they turned into streams of light and ran in all directions. Seeing these people running away, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 legions of Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon had scattered to avoid the lightning tribulation, these people would not dare to snatch the magic treasures. But there's no hurry. When the Dayu dynasty conquers the world, in the end, they will have to obediently hand over their magic treasures. After saying that, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu turned and left. He needed to find a new place to establish his country. After all, the thousands of miles of the Dayu dynasty's martial world were destroyed in the lightning tribulation. Now, although the lightning tribulation had disappeared, this place had become a scorched land. It was desolate and unsuitable for cultivation. 3 months after the Imperial Lord of Great Yu and the others left, a whirlpool suddenly formed in the originally desolate place, and then a figure stepped out of the whirlpool. After the lightning tribulation that day, my body was seriously injured. I had no choice but to pretend that I died in the lightning tribulation and threw out all my magic treasures to confuse everyone. These people were really fooled and did not search carefully. Now that I have recovered to my peak state, it's time to get my things back. Li Changxing's black hair fluttered in the wind, and each strand of hair made a clanging sound. They were as strong as flying swords. He stood there and let out a soft moan. After this lightning tribulation, his fiend god supreme body had finally entered the first revolution, and at this time, he had also stepped into the Earth immortal realm. The major forces of Devil Sky Galaxy are nothing to be afraid of. Only the 3 legions of the Dayu dynasty and the 90,000 Earth immortals are terrifying. Even if I pass the heavenly tribulation, it will not be easy to face them head-on. It seems that I have to find a way to defeat them one by one. With my current strength, I can easily escape from the 3 legions. Li Changsheng compared his strength and suddenly remembered that he had been recuperating here for a long time. What if the Chinese people's tribes were in danger? The imperial lord of Great Yu had repeatedly said that he would destroy the Chinese people's tribes. Thinking of this, he did not dare to delay any longer. Immediately, his body turned into a shadow and flew toward the Chinese people's tribes. After passing the lightning tribulation, Li Changsheng's strength had reached a new level. His speed was also extremely fast. In less than half an hour, he had arrived at the Chinese people's tribes. However, when he landed, he found that the place where the Chinese people's tribes used to be was desolate. There was no sign of people at all. Because the fluctuations of his lightning tribulation were too great, it had affected the entire Devil Sky Galaxy. The cultivation environment of the Chinese people's tribes had also been affected, and it had become unsuitable for cultivation. They should have moved away. I hope the Chinese people's tribes can hide and not be destroyed by the imperial lord of Great Yu's people. But how can I find the Chinese people's tribes? If the Chinese people's tribes want to hide, they will not let the people of Devil Sky Galaxy know. Li Changsheng frowned and fell into deep thought. Forget it. Since I can't find the Chinese people's tribes, it will be much easier to find the Dayu dynasty's tribes. If I can find the Dayu dynasty, I will know if the Chinese people's tribes are in trouble. Thinking of this, he would stop. Li Changsheng flew toward the south at full speed. As long as he went to any power, it would not be difficult to find out the location of the Dayu dynasty. Today, he had become an Earth immortal. The reincarnation of 99 lives had finally come to an end. From now on, he would begin a new journey. The end of the story. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.